Okay. Let's make sure everything's up. I think everything's up. There we go. Okay, we're good. Okay, we're good. Yeah, we're good. Audio's good. Mic is good. What's up, everybody? How we doing? Moonstruck, first over there on motherfucking Twitch. What's up? Jedi, first comment over there on YouTube. How y'all doing? What's up, everybody? Whew. We ready? Beautiful motherfucking day, right? I'm ready. We are so ready. Let's go. Let's go.
Rusty Cray, yeah. Pizza is the pizza, yeah, for you and me.
That's my shit, bro. Whew. All right. Welcome in, everybody. How's everybody doing tonight? We're getting everything set up so we can get started here on the debates. But my bit rate is like choppy. Just give me a second. I'm trying to fix it right now. I love you, Carbon. Thank you so much. Love you too. All right, we got. Fuck. My bit rate just dropped. Like, you guys are getting 720p right over there on Twitch or YouTube? You guys, I'm going in good. If I am, then I'll just get started. I don't know why my bit rate's dropping. Seems fine. Okay. All right. It shouldn't crash, but if it does, you know the reason why. Looks good. Sounds good. Let's go. Whew. Y'all having a fun little Saturday? Pulling up on my sources. Also, just like, I'm also pulling up sources. I don't think I'll need them tonight, but just in case. I think this is mainly like a Twitter argument or some shit like that, where they think like calling somebody a fascist isn't like an incitement to violence or some shit like that. So I'm pulling up sources where Trump and Stephen Miller have called people fascists and dictators and shit like that. So I'm just making sure I have those. If I can find my source that I had. There it is. Actually, I had this source from the Trump campaign where they said the lawlessness of the prosecutions for the 2020 election are reminiscent of Nazi Germany in the 1930s. Like, it's just insane. Anyway. All right, let's go ahead and get started with the debates here tonight. Oh, fuck, this thing is starting to hit. I think I drank this shit too fast. I'm starting to get the buzz, you know. All right, we're gonna go and get started with the debates, guys. Looks like everything's up and running smoothly. Welcome in Twitch, welcome in YouTube. I hope you guys are having a fantastic weekend. I hope we can get some laughs in for you and some education in for you as well. Tonight, we're gonna go ahead and get started in the debates. Let's see. Let's do some. Ooh, Pirate's Treasure. I haven't seen that gift before. Have I? What's up, Brecco? Brecco. Alright. It's not my birthday anymore. I'm gonna change that to this one. Brecco. Brecco. Oh shit. Speak of the devil. Brecco with the 5 gifted. Let's fucking go, Brecco. Thank you so much for getting us started tonight. And we still got the Valorant gifted sub thing going on too. So I think every 5 gifted subs I get a free one from the Twitch promo. Thank you so much, Brecco. I appreciate you. Thank you for the 5 drop. Love you. Why are my messages disappearing? I see your messages. I see them in the comments. Hi, Darkly. I see him. All right. All right, we ready, y'all? Are we ready? Let's do it. I still think some of your framing is bad, and that 14-year-old getting married was actually normal up until the 1900s. 4 of my great-grandparents were married at 14. Were perfectly competent. Yeah, so whether something's normal or not is not an argument for whether it's morally permissible, right? Just because, like, our grandparents did stuff, or society allowed our grandparents to do stuff, that's morally impermissible. It doesn't, like, follow from that fact that it's morally permissible. Right, so it was also normal to like, you know, in the ancient Near East to like have sex with children, right? Who were like 13 or 14. They would say, "Oh, they're completely competent. They've had their puberty or stuff like that. They're like, you know." They would make that same argument, but nonetheless, we would find that person to be morally abhorrent and should be in prison. So. All right, let's get started. Let me refill my water real quick. Wait, hold on. Gotta turn this part up. Oh yeah. Also, I got a email notification that my fucking birthday stream was blocked by YouTube. It's still up on Twitch. It's blocked by YouTube because we were watching Jimmy Kimmel. That shit is so stupid, bro. So yeah. So when we start doing reacts again and covering the news, we're not doing that shit on YouTube, bro. Like that shit is ridiculous. I can't like you're not allowed to cover news on YouTube without getting demonetized. It's fucking ridiculous. So we'll start it up on Twitch, cover the news on Twitch, and then start the stream so YouTube can join in when we start our debates because YouTube YouTube's like little algorithm is ridiculous. Magic first. Let's go. All right, what's up, everybody? Welcome in. Welcome in. What's up, folks? Phoebe, thank you for the heart me. Fonzie with Tiny Diny, thank you so much. All right. We got 384 likes already. Fuck yeah, 20 people. Let's fucking go. Keep tapping that screen. Come on, guys. Let's go. And I'll do my intro at like 100 viewers, maybe 90, maybe 80. What's up, everybody? Welcome in. Welcome in. Is the YouTube account restriction here on your channel pretty hard? No, not really. It's just like certain videos, live videos get blocked because like we're trying to cover the news or something like that. It's ridiculous. You can't do a react video that gets taken out. Why? It's stupid. Like playing other videos and like responding to them, you know? All right, welcome in, folks. We're gonna prove the background right, yeah. All right, welcome in, folks. Welcome in, welcome in. My name is Bradley, also known as Carbon. We are live tonight. Let's get some debates in here. If you are a Trump supporter, we love to debate you on various different issues. Go ahead and hop on in that guest request. Let's talk to you. Everybody else, just go and tap that screen. Let's get you in here. If you are a Trump supporter, come on. Welcome in, everybody. Be nice, be cordial, all that good stuff, and let's get some debates in here. Make sure you are 18 or older before you join the request, and make sure you are a Trump supporter. Thank you so much. All right, Marky, thank you for the shares. Offended by what? Drag queens, gay people, trans people. I mean, the list goes on and on and on. Who knows? Let's get the first person in here. Carl, you are live. Can I get your age, please?
24.
All right, you a Trump supporter, my man?
Yeah.
Roger that, man. Yeah, I got a list of things that I've noticed Trump supporters are unjustifiably offended by very easily. Whichever one you want to talk about, I can go through the list.
Okay.
Yeah, we got drag queens, we got the Bud Light Dylan Mulvaney situation, we got pronouns, tampons in men's restrooms, gay people, burning the American flag and banning it, the whole January 6th situation. So I got a list of 16 things, 17 probably. So that's just a few of them.
Okay. So offended.
Yeah, unjustifiably offended. Yeah.
unjustified.
Hmm.
Okay. I don't know. I mean, I don't really see MAGA hating on gay people. I mean, if anything, it's like gay marriage that I've seen that's like a disagreement. So I don't know if they're. I mean, I guess they would be offended if they're religious, but not all right wing people are religious. They just
Yeah, well,
don't
I didn't
be.
say all right wing, right? I just said it's like a general trend that we're seeing. Um, yeah, I mean, their opposition to gay marriage is unjustified. So, I mean, we could start there, but like, there's a lot of things on that list. It's up to you.
Um, I don't know. I don't know what would be interesting to talk about. That's not a very fun list. I don't know. I mean, I don't
It's
want to
not. You
defend
don't
any of
think like
that.
you don't think the fact that they still haven't conceded the 2020 race isn't like an insane uh an insane state of affairs?
Uh, Not really. If they want to do their own investigation, right?
Yeah, they have, but they don't care what like any investigation says. It's just like we can't imagine Donald Trump losing, right?
Well,
So we're just gonna just put our head in the sand and just like la 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 la. We can't hear you, you know.
yeah, that's not great. I don't agree with that.
Yeah, but then on top of
But
that, it gets worse than that because the whole January 6th thing, and then it gets worse than that because Donald Trump pardoned those people, especially the violent ones.
uh, I have a question for that though.
Hmm.
Now, I think this is very fair. Okay, like how long do you think like those people should have been in prison?
Well, it depends on the crime. Some of these people are like complete psychopaths, right? Like DJ Rodriguez was like he stun gun a police officer in the neck. The police officer then retreated, therefore he wasn't a threat, and he was on the ground. He then stun gun him again while he's on the ground, caused the police officer to have a heart attack, right? That deserves at least like maybe 8 to 10 years. He actually got 12 years, but he was pardoned by the current president and barely even served a year and a half. DJ Rodriguez, you can look up his sentencing. And yeah, he was released by Donald Trump. So he's letting violent criminals
And
out onto the streets, who, by the way, a lot of them ended up going back to jail like the week later because, again, they're violent people. Like,
okay, I haven't heard anything about that. I guess I'll have to look into that.
you've heard about him pardoning
So
the every single January
yeah,
6th, though, right?
yeah, all those
Yeah,
people, yeah. So, but you
including the
found
violent
one
ones, though.
example. Yeah, of course. So when you say violent, though, like,
Hmm.
are you saying like they were what exactly? What were they doing?
Like
Violent.
what DJ Rodriguez did. He like stun gun a police officer. That's just one out of like 80 serious. Like there's 1,500 people that he pardoned. Of the 1,500 people, probably yeah, all of them committed a crime, but like I think maybe a few hundred just committed like actually did property damage or some sort of damage, like breaking windows and stuff like that. And of those 340 people, or 400 people, about 80 of them conducted like serious, egregious like violence, or at least intended to. He pardoned every single one of those individuals, those 60 to
Yeah,
70. So like
yeah,
beating a police officer with a Marine flagpole, stun gunning a police officer in the neck. We got one from Enrico Terrio. He was actually planning to overthrow the government through violent means. They brought weapons and things like that. And the outskirts, if you know what a QRF is, if you've been in the military, they had QRFs on the outside of DC, planning to go into the Capitol and either assassinate or kidnap Nancy Pelosi and AOC. These were all in the text messages and things like that. He was also pardoned, so it's just like insane.
hmm, yeah. So I never seen that he was actually planning to do anything. So that's
Enrico Terrio?
interesting.
Yeah, I mean you can. I mean, I don't want you to like go to Wikipedia or something like that, but like
Yeah, exactly.
Wikipedia,
No, I'm not going to do it
but
right now.
go
Yeah,
to his
I'll look into that.
indictment and
That's
go to
fine.
his sentencing, but like it says that there.
That's
So
fine.
yeah,
So, yeah, exactly. The blanket pardon was not like a great idea. I don't agree with
right.
that, right? But not everybody was doing things that like serious. And maybe I believe it would be fair to let those people go who were just like trespassing. You know, if you're violent, like you should be in jail still.
Yeah,
That's how I think. So I don't agree with the blanket pardon. That's kind of crazy, you know.
yeah.
And
I
I'm
don't
not offended by that at
like
all.
he could have easily
And
just
I
said
support Trump, so that's
he could
what's
he could have easily just said, listen, like I think the reason why they were there is just like dumb. Like I think a lot of these people are just cognitively deficient. But like you're allowed to be cognitive, you're allowed to be dumb and like believe conspiracy theories in the country. But like when you commit crimes in response to that, that's just like stupid. So like if he just said, all right, we're gonna pardon everybody who is not violent, right? It would be much harder to produce an argument, right? Like you'd still like say, oh, why is he pardoning these people? There's an argument there, but it's not an egregious argument that you would be levying against him. You would have, but like he said, pardon everybody, including people who almost unalived police officers. It's insane.
Yeah, okay. So, anything else other than January
Yeah, I
6th?
mean, I got all these. I got drag queens. um, the tampons in men's restrooms usually gets. I don't know why people are so offended by that. Like it's just like so it's such a trivial
I
thing,
mean,
but
it's
like
not.
I've noticed a lot of Trump supporters when they
It's
come up here, they talk about it. Yeah.
offensive on how ridiculous it is. I think that's a better way to put it. They're not like offended, like, oh my goodness, there's no way like you would do this. I'm so hurt. Like what would I do? It's more of
Mhm.
like, what are you doing? Like
Yeah.
it's like an offense to someone's intelligence or
Oh
something.
well, I don't think so. Like you're just like there are people who need to use it who go in the men's restrooms. Pretty obvious. Just like there are people who need to use tampons and go in the women's restrooms.
Yeah.
So
I
that's
mean,
pretty
this is
simple.
why Trump is winning. So
He's
yeah, it's
winning
simple that Democrats
because
aren't going to win another election.
well, I mean
That's pretty simple too.
they're already winning elections over and over and over again this year in special elections. So that's just
Yeah,
false. But
presidency.
nonetheless,
We'll
like,
see.
well, I mean,
You know what I meant by
you
that.
guys said that
It's
in the
fine.
2016 election, and then Donald Trump lost. So like, I don't take that to stock.
Yeah.
But listen, like,
It's not really you guys because I'm
but
not like
like,
some
just if you don't
Republican
mind,
dude.
like,
I mean, it's pretty
yeah,
obvious.
if you're saying
Just
that
like where this
people are
country's going,
going
and the left
to,
is losing
if you don't mind, like,
currently.
if you're
I
saying
mean,
that
at
people
least.
are just going to like vote for the Republican Party because like they saw like a tampon in
No,
a men's restroom. Yeah, that's just like softness.
of
Like,
course not. Of course not. That's what you believe, and that's why your party's
well,
losing. It's
like
because you believe
tell
it.
me, yeah. So you think it's an unreasonable view, correct?
Have a tampon in a boys' room.
Yeah, you think that's unreasonable?
The fact that Democrats care about that, and that's like what they're talking
We
about.
don't. Like we
These
don't.
are the
Like you
questions
guys
they're
care about. Like
asking.
it's just like
That's what the
all these
problem
like for
is. No,
example
it's
in school
okay.
administrators, what they're
It's
doing is
okay.
saying like, well, listen, some people who need to
It
use
just takes
tampons.
time to
I don't like. Is
understand.
there a reason why you're over talking me? Is there a reason for that?
Maybe you were lagging, or I was lagging.
Okay.
It's
Yeah.
probably
So I
lag.
was trying to respond to your point. So yeah. So they see that some people who are assigned female at birth, right? For example, go into men's restrooms, butch lesbians, trans men, some women who don't. Maybe the fucking woman's bathroom is, um, is being cleaned or something like that. They go into the woman. Yeah. So like they see that they need that, so they go in there, right? And I don't
Okay.
see how that's unreasonable. Can you give me an argument for how that's unreasonable?
People can bring their own tampons, and it's more of like a
And if they
social
don't,
conditioning thing. Like, then that's on them. Shit, you ain't got no tampons in your boys' room.
what happened? I couldn't hear you.
What?
I couldn't hear
What
what you
did you
said.
not hear?
Yeah, you
I
said like
said it
you
doesn't make
said
any sense.
yeah.
Like,
So if somebody did not bring a tampon, right? Um,
yeah. I
yeah.
mean,
So
then they don't have one. Shit, I don't know.
yeah, well they do. It'd be in the
But
men or the women's restroom. What do you mean they don't have one?
that's fine,
Like
bro. I mean,
you
I'm
think
not
like
that
you think a
concerned about it.
college
I just think
campus?
it's ridiculous.
Yeah. Well,
I don't care if they're, dude, you can have it.
yeah,
If you want a tampon, buddy, you can have a tampon. Okay, I don't really
yeah.
care. I mean,
I
you should
be
just bring one for home.
yeah. Well, you said that, but like sometimes people don't, right? And
That's
sometimes
what I'm
people,
saying. Yeah, that's
yeah.
fine.
But it's like when we're talking about like
Bro,
because a
if a
lot of this is
bro
on
needs a
like a lot of
tampon when he's on the toilet, bro can steal a tampon. That's totally fine. You can have it.
yeah, yeah, yeah.
If you need a tampon,
If a girl needs a tampon, she can get a tampon. Yeah, I agree.
exactly. Yes.
Right.
Yes. It would
Okay.
be a
So
girl in the men's bathroom. Yes. Thank
yeah,
you for
sometimes
admitting
girls
that.
go into men's restrooms. Do you have like is do you deny that that happens?
Yeah.
You do? No woman going to men's restrooms? Wait, can you answer that question?
You're saying you're saying lesbians go into men's restrooms.
That's some of the women that go into the men's restrooms.
Yeah, some of them.
You have women
Maybe
who
some of
have
them. Maybe
yeah,
some of
so
them.
you have women
But
who like go in
transgender,
there.
if
You
you're
have
talking
women
about like
who
a
go into
transgender,
the restroom with their kids, right? Maybe they have a son.
yeah, they go into the woman's bathroom. They don't go.
No, sometimes they go into the men's restroom. What are you talking about?
Yeah, if they're not very wise, most women they would want to be
Yeah,
around other
listen,
women. I'm
like you're
sure that's
just
how that goes.
like you're objecting to something that has nothing to do with the argument, right? The fact of the matter is that
I mean, you're the one who brought up the tampons thing and
well, no,
thought I'd
that's
be
just part
offended
of the
by it. I don't really care. I just think it's
well, that's just
stupid.
part of the list. Yeah, like but you say it's stupid, but you haven't been able to produce an argument. All your arguments are crashing apart.
It's because you don't. It doesn't make any sense. Like
Yeah, well,
I
you
don't agree
say
with the
that, but
gender
then
stuff, and
when
it
I
doesn't
make it make
matter.
sense, you give an objection that's incoherent.
No, I mean it doesn't. It doesn't make sense.
Yeah, what doesn't make sense? What's incoherent? So if so the like for example, I'll give you the argument again and tell me where the reasoning went wrong. Okay.
I do not want to talk
All
about
right.
your boy
Well, I just
tampons, dude.
okay.
You can
Well,
have
okay.
them. You can have your
Okay.
boy tampons.
All right. So
I
you
really
just
don't
to be
care.
clear.
It's
Okay.
fine.
So just to be clear, you don't want to defend your position that it doesn't make sense.
What? No, I already told you I don't agree with the whole gender thing. So it's like
Who
if
said
you
anything
want to
about
have
gender?
like some girls coming into that's what it's all about, buddy. You
Yeah.
want to gender
Who
swap,
said
you want to go into some bathroom that aligns with what you think you are. Like I don't
who
care.
said anything about
Go
trans
ahead.
people?
It's a
Yeah.
gender. I
Anyway.
said gender,
Anyway, so
right?
there are women
So
who go
yeah,
in there with their
anyway,
son.
move
Anyway,
on.
so
You're not a quitter.
I'm just gonna
Let's move
crush that
on.
argument real quick, and then we'll go to the next on the list. Yeah, so there are women who go in there with their
Yeah,
sons. They're yeah, you're over talking me. There are women who go in there with their sons. They're
please
trans. I don't know why you're over talking me. Can you stop? So there are women who go in there with their sons. They're
please crush
trans
it real
men. I
quick
don't know
though.
why you're
You
like.
got
Why are you crashing out? Like, bro, just
you're
stop.
about to crush it.
Bro, just stop.
You're
Like,
about to crush
it's
it, dude.
going
Come
to be
on.
okay. All right, I'm gonna show you how you're wrong, and then we'll move on to the rest of the list. Okay. So yeah, there are women who go in there with their sons. There are trans men, butch lesbians, women who don't want to use the women's restroom for whatever reason, right? They'll go in there, right, because they feel more comfortable, or there's like some good practical reason for them to go in there. All right, that's point number one. So given that fact, not all of them bring their own tampons, right? And so that's why, like a lot of, for example, college campuses will put them in the men's and the women's restroom, right? Because people who need to use them are both in the men and women's restroom, right? Now, I don't see how any of that like is committing any like logical fallacies, right? And you won't be able to produce an argument for how it does. Okay, so now that that argument's been dismantled, we'll move on to the other stuff. So we got the Bud Light Dylan Mulvaney situation. We got we got the pronouns. That one's funny. This one, burning the American flag and banning it. It seems like you guys like Republican Party is having a very hard time defending freedom of speech during Trump's second administration. Yeah, it seems like you guys just like get offended when somebody burns the American flag, and that's okay. You're allowed to be offended, but then you try to jump from there to, banning it. Like Donald Trump says that you should go to a prison for a year if you burn the American flag. How do you feel about that?
I don't really care.
You don't care about freedom of speech?
I don't really care. I don't really
Okay.
care if Trump says like you'll
Okay.
go to
Yeah,
jail for
I'm
burning the flag.
looking like listen, I'm looking to debate people who do care about our fundamental American values like freedom of speech and 14th Amendment and stuff like that. But yeah, if you don't care, if you think we should have like an
If you're
authoritarian government, yeah, I mean,
anti-American, I don't. No, no, I'm saying I don't care if you go to jail. It's
yeah,
fine.
you don't care if somebody goes to jail for their speech, right?
What setting fire?
Yeah, setting
Like
fire
what to the
to a
flag?
flag.
Like
Yeah,
where? Like where? What flag? Where?
the American flag. Have you not been listening?
Where though? Oh, so you're dense?
Have you
Are
not
you
been
not listening to
listening?
what
The
I'm asking you? I
American
said
flag.
where?
What
I
do you
said
mean where?
where?
In
Where are
America,
they
my guy.
burning the flag?
America.
Damn, you're dense.
Are you an idiot?
So
Like I don't
if you
understand
want
what.
to a
Listen,
government
I'm gonna
building,
give you I'm
yeah, I
gonna
know
give
you
you the
can't
argument.
comprehend.
I'm
Let me
gonna
lay
give you
it
the
out for you.
argument again. Okay, I'm gonna give you the argument again. I need you to put your big boy ears on.
Help you.
Okay, stop crashing out. Stop
Talking
crashing
at
out.
you.
Okay, so
Let me help you.
yeah, hold on. I'll take
Speaking to
you through
me,
it step by step. Okay, so stop,
getting nowhere.
stop. You're gonna be okay. I promise you.
You
Okay,
can't
stop
answer.
crashing out. Every single argument you crash out on. Okay, so Texas v.
You can't
Johnson,
answer a
which is I don't
question.
know why you're over talking me. So Texas v. Johnson, 1989. That was, and then he runs. See, they always run. They're so easily offended by like basic facts about um, American, the American Constitution. Anyway, so next, Violent, you are live. Can I get your age, please?
Hey, yeah, how's it going? How you
What's
doing
up, man?
tonight? I'm 50. What's up,
Doing
man?
good. Doing
Hey, you're
good.
having
Doing
a
good.
good conversation. I like how you keep your cool.
Yeah, no doubt, man. Yeah, you wanted to talk about one of the topics?
Yeah, I'll talk about any of them. You were talking about flag burning a second ago.
Yeah.
Most conservatives that I know, including myself, would say that every service member who's ever fought in a war has fought to defend the freedom for somebody to burn an American flag, and that as stupid as most of us might think it is to burn an American flag, we protect the right to do it. So I have not heard Donald Trump say that he thinks people should go to jail for doing that, but I would definitely not agree with that. And most conservatives I know, any of those people that you probably hate, like a Hannity or a Glenn Beck or even a
hmm
Charlie Kirk, none of them believed that someone should go to prison for burning the American flag.
Yeah.
I think
So,
we're in agreement there. That's
yeah,
awesome.
so Donald Trump said it multiple, yeah, definitely multiple times. He said it during the 2020 campaign. I'm not sure if he said it during his 2016 campaign. He also said it last year during the 2024 campaign. He said it explicitly. You burn the American flag, you
Well,
get 1 year in
hopefully
jail.
he's grown from it.
He
Hopefully
definitely
he's
hasn't.
grown
He's now trying to
from that
test it.
belief.
He definitely has it. It was like months ago, right? And now he's trying to test it in the Supreme Court with that executive order that he recently put. So,
Yeah, I would think that would be one that he would be going a little too far on in the Supreme Court. But so honestly, I think you and I both agree on that. So I mean,
okay.
we're both two rational people.
All right, cool, cool.
Um, we go to a different issue. You go back to a trans issue. We can go to the bathroom issue. Whatever you want to do.
Yeah, it's up to you which one you want to talk about, man.
I mean, if you want to talk about bathrooms, I think the one part that you didn't bring up is like I have a problem with it if you have a trans person going into a locker room, like let's say like at a YMCA, which was a current event, a current issue that came up in my town, where there was a basically a man that was changing, that was exposing himself completely inside a women's locker room to with where there were like little girls in there. I have a problem with that. I think there's a locker room that he can go in, that he can dress. If he in his head believes that he's a woman, that's in his delusional head. Go into the right place, put on your one suit bathing suit, and go out and swim in the pool. But you do not need to be doing it in
Question.
front of little girls in a
Do you
locker room.
think it's okay for a cisgender woman to expose herself to little children?
I don't think anybody should be exposing themselves to little
Okay, so it
children.
doesn't matter what their biological sex is. So what does their biological sex have to do with it?
Because when there's a big schlong that's hanging out and you're doing it in front of little girls in a locker room, I have a problem with that. I think most rational people do.
Yeah, do you, but you also have a problem with a VJ, hanging out and a child seeing that too, right?
I'd have a problem with a
Right.
VJ being in a men's locker room because
Yeah.
with like exposed breasts and everything. Yeah, I don't think my 12-year-old son would need to see that. Do you?
Yeah, so it doesn't seem
He'd
like
like
what the
to. Let me tell
yeah, it
Hey,
doesn't
let
seem
me tell
like
you,
it
he'd like
yeah,
to
hold
see
on.
it.
It
But
doesn't seem like it matters what the sex is of the person. It seems like what you're actually worried about is just public indecency, right? Now,
well, it's not public.
when it comes
It's not
to
public
like
when you're
when
in
it comes
when you're in a
to
locker room.
locker rooms,
It's not.
right? There's a
Hold on.
diff
It's not public when
well,
you're in a locker
I
room.
don't know why you're over talking me. So like there's a bathroom and then there's a locker room distinction. Obviously, bathrooms have like their stalls and things like that. And then when it comes to locker rooms, it's expected to not look at other people who are naked, right? You should probably teach your kids that, of course, right? Whether they are male or whether they are female, it doesn't matter. You should not, try to invade somebody's privacy and try to peek through the, around the corner. So when you say somebody's exposing themselves, it sounds like what you're saying. There's two things that could be going on there. One is somebody peeked and then like saw it, invading that person's privacy, or that person purposely tried to get everybody to see their junk. Now that's indecent, right? So which one happened in that scenario?
Real quick with Bobby, locker room is not public. It's usually on private property, usually at a gym. So it's not, I don't
Uh,
know if I'd call that public. I
Public
guess you say
property, yeah.
it's a space. It's a space for people to use. It's a delusion of that person's mind. It's a look, can we all agree that a trans person has a delusion of the mind? Their
Oh,
mind
you
is
won't be
not
able to
in.
justify
If
that
you're hold
argument.
on, let me explain. Let me explain
Well,
my argument
I
then.
was answering the
Their
question.
mind. Oh, okay. Well, I'll give you mine and then you give me yours. I'd love to hear yours. Their mind is not in tune with their body. Am I right? So it's a problem between the mind and the body. Their mind and
Oh,
their body don't match up, right? We all agree on that. That's
wait,
why they're
wait.
trying to
Okay,
change
so
the
when you
body.
say,
And I
so
would
now
just
it
say
seems
change
like
the
you're burden
mind.
shifting. So, I mean, not burden shifting. It sounds like you're shifting the goalpost. You went from there's a delusion
Oh no.
to now you're saying that they want their body to change, right? Which one is it?
I'm saying that the delusion is that they think in their mind that they're one sex when they're
Oh,
actually
really? Okay,
were
so let's
born the other
evaluate that
sex.
claim. Let's see if you're going to be able to defend that claim, right? So
Okay.
you think a trans woman believes that they are biologically female?
I believe that the person that was
That's
born
just going to be a
male,
yes or no.
I'm trying to follow your logic because the whole back and
No, I'm
forth
following
on
your logic. I'm asking
cis and
questions about your logic.
cis and trans this and regular that. So let's just talk
Just
female.
do you believe that they believe that their biological sex is female?
I believe that they believe. So this is so ridiculous. This is where it also starts to get ridiculous.
Can you just answer the question?
I
Like, why are you
believe,
running from the question?
yeah, I believe
Just
that
it's a
they
yes or no.
believe that they were born in the wrong body, that they
That
were
didn't
born
answer
in
the question that I
the wrong
asked you.
sex. Well, I don't know how to say it any more
Okay, I'm
clear
going
than
to ask
that.
the question again. Do you believe that a trans woman believes that she is biologically female?
Okay, a trans woman is actually a man. Yeah, I believe in her mind she believes that she is, but her
Okay.
body is telling her something different.
Okay, so well now we got a contradiction on your part,
Well,
right?
no, it's an
Because you
absolute
well
contradiction,
I'm trying to give
100%.
you the contradiction that you just in your beliefs, not in the trans person's beliefs, in your beliefs, right? Your beliefs is that you said that you affirm that she believes that she's female, and then she also denies that she's female. That's going to be a contradiction in your front.
Yeah, that's a mental disorder.
Yeah, so when you say it's a mental
It's a
disorder,
it's a
wait,
mental
so if
disorder.
you're
It's a
telling me if I
delusion.
brought a trans woman up here and I asked them what their biological sex is, they're going to say male or female.
They're you know what? That you tell me. It's
Answer
so
the question.
confusing.
Just please
I
answer the
it
question.
is
What do you think?
I would
Because
tell
you're
you
making a
that
positive
it
claim
is
that they're delusional. You should be able to answer this question pretty easily. Why can't you?
because it's your terminology that's confusing me.
Okay,
And
what
I think
terms
you're
do you need
playing
me to clarify?
I think you're playing word games. So
What
they
words
were
are too hard
born
for you?
they were born female. I guess
A trans
defining
woman is
female and
assigned male
defining
at birth
male.
typically. A trans woman is assigned male at birth typically. You're muted. Can you unmute? Who muted him?
Yeah, sorry about that.
Okay.
Yeah.
So yeah,
I'm still with you.
so
I'm not trying to leave.
okay. So
I think there's a fallacy there. I think you have a fallacy there.
well, questions are not propositions, so therefore they can't be fallacious, right? So that's just
Oh no,
going to
they
be
can totally be
that's just going to
fallacious
be a
because
blunder in your part. But like when
no,
we're
no,
okay, what do
the
you take? I'm
fallacy is
sorry.
that they
Let's
could
just
be
get this
the
started. What do
fallacy
you
is that
take
they
a
could
male to be?
be born anything other than what they were assigned
What
at
do you
birth.
take a male to be?
I take a male to be someone with the correct chromosomes to be a male and with the correct genitalia to be a male.
Okay, so what is the genitals of a male?
Genitals of a male is obviously a penis.
Okay, and a trans woman is assigned male at birth, correct?
Let me figure this out in my head. Hold on. A trans woman, which is actually a man, is assigned male at birth.
Okay.
That is
Now, is
correct,
it
right?
your
Okay, we
belief?
agree on that, right?
Yeah, so is it your belief that a trans woman believes that they are assigned female at birth?
It's my belief that a trans male,
Trans woman,
say it again,
you just defined what a
trans
trans woman
woman,
is,
which is a man,
believes that
which is a
they are
man.
assigned female at birth.
No,
Okay. So we know that they're
no,
accurate.
they're
Okay.
assigned male,
so I
and
no, I'm not
it's in their
asking.
head. It's in their
Oh my
head
God.
that they
That's
get
not the.
that it gets
Do
messed up.
do you believe that
You
they
understand where the
believe
confusion is?
violent? Oh my
But hold
God, I
on, real
need you
quick,
to lock
time
in.
out.
Okay, I'm gonna need you to
Yeah,
lock
no,
in.
time out,
Do
time out.
you
You now
believe
now
I'm
you're
gonna
understanding the difference
we're
between
not
a
I'm not gonna
liberal.
allow you to obfuscate. It's a very simple question. Just answer the question. I didn't ask if they are male. I asked, do you believe that they are female? Right? Answer that question. Go ahead and unmute.
Honestly, bro, it doesn't really matter what I believe. It what
You
is
made a
is.
claim that they are delusional. I'm evaluating that claim. So what is the false belief that they have?
They the false belief is that they are in the wrong body
Okay, why is that a false belief?
because their chromosomes and their genitalia tell them otherwise.
So, do you
The
think that if
body
somebody were to say
the body
something like,
doesn't lie.
Do you think that if
The
somebody
body
were to,
doesn't lie.
I don't know why
The
hello?
brain.
So if you had a man and this man said, look, my arms are 17 inches. I want my arms to be 24 inches. I'm in the wrong body. I want to be in a body where my arms are 24 inches. Do you think that they're delusional? You think they have a false
Yeah, I
belief?
think they need. I think they need psychiatric help.
You think, okay, so a man who just wants to get bigger arms needs psychiatric help. Okay, yeah, if that's the position that you have, that makes somebody delusional, just wanting to change your body is just delusional. I don't know why anybody would accept that position, right? Because you want to change, you go
I
to the
think they're
gym to change your
well.
body, don't you?
Oh, actually, no, I actually don't go to the gym.
I guess that makes
I
sense.
should probably
Yeah,
should. I probably
listen.
should for heart health.
Okay, so anyway, so why? I mean, why do you want to change your heart? That's delusional.
No, living a healthy lifestyle is not delusional.
Well,
And
yeah,
cutting off genitalia.
you
Hold
want to
on,
change your
hold on.
body.
Listen to me.
You want to
Listen
change
to
your
me.
body in order to achieve
Cutting
some
off,
goal. That's delusional in your view.
cutting cutting off genitalia and taking medicine that gives you either hormones or testosterone or whatever it is to change your body. That's where I think there's a problem. I think the American
You haven't been
psychiatric
able to
community
demonstrate it.
is.
First of all, nobody's cutting off anything. It's inverted. But second, like when you're talking about like surgeries, like I don't why is surgery and like testosterone therapy, why is that delusional? I don't understand.
No, it's feeding into the delusion.
What's the you haven't been able to demonstrate a delusion. You can't tell me what the false belief is.
And I guess that's the difference between a conservative and a liberal right there, is
Yeah, the
because
conservative
it's
can't justify
pretty
their position and
easy.
then I can.
It's pretty easy for, eh, yeah, but that's why we're split 50-50 across the country. Am I right? I mean, you see where the
No,
divide
it's like
is.
40-40. But like regardless, like when you say there was a
I'll give you 40
delusion
40.
and you cannot justify the position, why would anybody take you seriously?
The other 10% just don't give a shit about the
Why
issue.
would I take you
And
seriously if you don't have an argument that justifies your position?
so you're saying that there is no delusion in the head, that the way they're bored and the way they feel and think is correct. I
Yeah,
understand what your position
they
is. No,
want
I
to be
understand your
yeah, they
position.
want to be in a body. For example, a trans woman does not want to be in a male body. They want to be in a female body. Why is that delusional? What's the false belief? Can
The false
desires be
belief.
false?
No, but that's where the
Okay, you're done. You're
psychiatric
cooked.
that's this
That's a
no
concession.
that's
If
the
you yeah,
let me
if you're
continue.
gonna
That's
say
where the
if you're
psychiatric delusion is.
okay, so your belief is that nobody should ever change their body because it's a psychiatric position. It's a psychiatric problem. If you want to change
I
how you
think it
look.
would be I think it would be easier to go through psychotherapy to change the mind than change the body. That's my
What?
belief on that. And I think a lot of conservatives.
What?
You didn't hear me?
No,
Or you just want me to
like this
repeat
is
it?
like completely incoherent with respect to what the objection was. You're just saying like if somebody wants to change their body or something like that, then that's a delusion. That's what you said. You said it's a delusion because some trans women, not all trans women want to, by the way, but some trans women want to appear to be more female. And I don't understand how that's a delusion.
Yeah, that's where we have a difference.
Yeah, that's not an argument. You're just saying we have a difference. That's not an argument. What's the argument?
Yeah, but you're saying it's not delusional, and I'm
Yeah, so
saying that
you
it
can't
is.
demonstrate the delusion. If I just say being a Christian is delusional, right? And I can't give you an argument for it, like, hey, that's just the difference. We just have a difference of opinion. You're just delusional as a Christian. Do you think that's an argument?
Oh, no, I understand we have a difference of opinion on
Okay.
this issue. On this issue
Yeah,
too,
so
obviously,
tell me who has the
because
correct position.
the correct position
Yeah.
is that. Well, and that's the thing. It's the difference between body or mind. And I say, and I think most conservatives would say, fix the mind, not the body. The body was born correct.
Yeah, so if somebody
That's the
wants to
difference.
change
That's
their
all.
outward, so if somebody wants to change their outward appearance, they should change their body. I'm sorry, their body and not their mind, or
They
their
should
mind
get
and not their body.
psychiatric.
Okay,
They
so
should
if
get
I want to go to the
psychiatric
gym,
help.
so if I want to go to the gym and get broader shoulders, I should seek psychiatric help. That's your position?
Yeah, my position would
Yeah.
be
Okay.
if you.
All right. If that's the conservative position, getting buff, carbon getting buff is a psychiatric is a psych. Yeah, he needs psychiatric help. I got you, buddy. All right, we're gonna let the next person. Fucking terrible, bro. All right. Let's get some debates, and then we're gonna get our co-hosts up here. Let's see. Hello, can I get your age, please?
Hey, I'm 39.
Yeah. What's your are you a Trump supporter?
I agree. I'm with you. I actually am a trans man,
Hmm.
and I think that it's interesting. The last guest, you really could just ask him how he knows what his. I'm going to say him because I'm assuming he thinks he's a male.
Hmm.
He's assuming that since the vast majority don't actually know what their chromosomes are because
Yeah.
they never got
You
karyotyped
ask them
before.
like, have you ever been karyotyped? Right? And
Right.
then they'll say no.
Exactly.
I'm like, okay, so you could be a woman, right? And under
Yeah.
your
Sure.
semantics, right? Yeah, they
Yeah.
really
Yeah.
don't
Yeah.
like that one.
No, no, it's a good one too
Yeah.
because again, just the vast majority of humans we don't know our chromosomes, and so to say 100% a fact that you're a male
Hmm.
or a female is actually, unless you got a karyotype test, it's really not. It's a good guess, but
Yeah.
it's an assumption. It's a guess. It's just that, and I would have just asked them that. I would have
Yep.
just said, and I would have said, "Hey, we
I
believe you. I
and
believe him. He said he's a man. Okay, sure, sure.
yeah, and
I
then
believe you. I don't.
especially
I'm
if
not
they're
asking."
Christian, and sometimes if they're Christian, they refer to God as He. Like, what's God's
Yeah,
chromosomes? I don't
yeah,
understand. Does God have a
yeah.
penis? Interesting.
Right. Exactly. It's all very funny. I find it entertaining.
Yeah,
I'm thankful that you guys are on here educating. Really thankful.
yeah. Oh,
So
absolutely.
thank
Well,
you for
thank
that.
you for coming
But
up. I
yeah, I'm
appreciate you.
good.
Okay.
Just want to say that. No problem. Thanks. Have a good night.
You too.
Thanks, man.
All right, I'm gonna let one more person up, and then we're gonna get our all our co-hosts up here. Steve, can I get your age, please?
26.
You a Trump supporter, my man?
Yeah, I'm Trump.
Roger that. Were you listening to the conversation? You want to talk about any of the things I have on the list and what I think Trump supporters are unjustifiably offended by? I
I
have
don't
anyway.
know.
I got drag queens. I got the Bud Light Dylan Mulvaney situation. I got burning the American flag and trying to ban it. The whole January 6th situation. Tampons in men's restrooms, gay people, pronouns, whichever you want to talk about.
What about far left trying to take out people?
The what?
Far left trying to take out people.
Take out like on a date? What do you mean?
Like the Charlie Kirk incident.
Oh yeah, and don't try to unalive people. That's murder. You should go to jail for that.
Yeah, I'm saying, why is the far left starting to do that crazy shit?
The far left and the far right, there's always been crazies on either side that have conducted like egregious acts of violence. Now, the question is, why does the far right do it a lot more? That's the question.
Where?
Every single study that has ever been conducted over the past 20 years, every report, every single study, you will never find a single study that says that the left produces more political violence than the right. That's point number one. Point number two, Donald Trump pardoned violent terrorists on January 6th. So I would say the call comes from inside the house. But yeah, I think we can both agree we should condemn
In the past
political.
10 years, I've seen most violent come from the left.
Okay, when you say you've seen it, do you say you looked at empirical research, or you're
Yeah,
just like,
like the BLM movement and all that shit. That shit was
okay, when you say you've
crazy. Them
seen
riots
it,
was
I'm asking, have
crazy.
you looked at like empirical research to weigh which one is more
Yeah, that
likely?
was crazy.
So
Them
can you give
riots
me
were
the name of that
crazy,
study?
bro. Them riots were crazy.
Can you
Hey,
give me the
that
name of this
Charlie
study?
Kirk thing was crazy too, bro. I
Steve,
seen it with
I'm
my
sorry,
own two
can
eyes.
you hear what I'm saying? Do you hear what I'm
Yeah, I
saying?
seen it with my own two eyes.
And I saw Donald Trump
I'm
pardon
not
violent.
you, bro. I don't go on the internet
Steve,
and believe everything I see on Google.
okay, so did you see Donald Trump pardon the January Sixers, the violent ones?
I mean, you're already delusional. You
That didn't
already
answer my
think.
question, so I'm gonna repeat the
You don't
question
even know what a
again.
man and a woman is,
Listen, if you
bro.
want to crash out already, I'm trying to have a conversation
You
with
don't
you, and
even
you're
know
just
what a
like, okay,
man and a woman
that's
is.
fine. You don't know. Listen, a woman is anybody who covers their drink around you, Steve. Okay. Now, second, I'm gonna ask you the question again. The question was, did you see Donald Trump
It's
pardon the
how old are
violent
you,
January
bro? You
Sixers?
still don't know what a male and a female is.
Yeah, I do.
How old are
It's
you?
anybody who wants to cover their drink around you.
How
Now,
old?
I
How
already answered the
old
question. I don't know why you're over talking, but I'm not going to allow you to run from the objection. Right. So the objection was very
are you?
clear. Don't try to overtalk me. You're not going to. I'm not going to allow you to run from the question. Every time you try to overtalk, you're just going to get muted again, and I'm going to keep repeating the question incessantly because I am extremely petty and I do not allow people to run from questions. Okay. So here's the question: do you retract your support of Donald Trump for his pardoning of the violent January Sixers? Now that's just going to be a yes or no question. If you try to run from it, Yeah, I'm just gonna ask the question again. Go ahead and answer the question. Waiting on you, buddy.
Have you figured out what a woman and a
That
man
didn't
is?
answer my question,
I
so I'm
think
gonna go ahead and
last guest
repeat the
tried to
question
explain
again.
it
So
to
the
you.
question was, do you retract your support of Donald John Jimothy Trump for his pardoning of the violent January Sixers? Now, if you need specifics, I'll give you specifics. DJ Rodriguez stun gun a Capitol Police officer twice in the neck, causing him to have a heart attack. Donald Trump then pardoned him. The question is, do you retract your support of Donald Trump for his pardoning of this political violence? I will not allow you to run from this question. You will either drop from my live or you are going to answer that question. One of those things are going to happen first. Go ahead.
Do you think Charlie Kirk should?
That didn't answer my question, so I'm going to ask the question again. Do you retract your support of Donald Trump,
Charlie
right? Do
Kirk
you
should?
think that, do you retract your support of him for
Do
that
you?
pardoning? I don't, that's a question. I'm not going to allow questions in response to my questions, right? So answer the question. Don't crash out. It's going to be fine. I promise you. Answer the question. Go ahead. By the way, this is a public service announcement. Every single Trump supporter will run like Usain Bolt from this question. And that is what he is doing right now. He is running from the question because he realized that he fucked up. I wanted to talk about drag queens burning the American flag. He wanted to talk about political violence. So I said, okay, let's talk about political violence. And now he's running from the political violence talk. Steve, answer the question. Do you retract your support of Donald John Trump for pardoning the violent January Sixers in January of 2025? That's going to be a yes or no question.
As a whole, no, I don't agree with it, but some, yes.
Okay, so do you retract your support of him?
Support of Donald Trump?
No, yeah, for pardoning violent January Sixers, because you have a problem with political violence, as do I. So I'm asking you, the president of the United States, who is currently sitting in the White House, pardoned and put back onto the street political terrorists. I'm asking you, do you retract your support for him for that? I'm trying to see how serious you are about political violence.
Bro, the left's taking out people, like literally
Yeah, I
KO
condemn
them.
them.
Tried to KO Trump.
Fuck them and put them
Tried
in
to
jail
take
for the
out Trump.
yes.
And you're
Put
worried
them in jail.
about
Steve,
somebody getting
Steve,
pardoned
Steve, Steve. Put
over
them in
tearing
jail.
up a
Steve,
federal
listen, listen.
building.
You're I think you're mad that I'm
What?
condemning. Why are you mad that I'm condemning them?
No, you condemn
Listen, I can do it.
killing over
Listen,
fucking
I
tearing
can
up a
do. Yeah,
building.
I can do it. I can do it right now. Put them in
Yeah,
jail for the rest of their. Stop over talking me. Put them in jail for the rest of their life. Now, can you say the same about Donald Trump? Yes or no?
They need to put you in jail right along with them. Put you
Oh,
in
really?
jail.
So I should go to jail for
Yeah,
criticizing the
you're the
president of the
next
United
Tyler,
States?
dude.
Huh?
You're the next Tyler.
What?
You're the next Tyler.
Oh, you think because I condemn political violence, I am a politically violent person? What the fuck is wrong with you, Steve?
No, you're radicalized, dude.
I'm radicalized for condemning
Yeah.
political violence. So that means you're not radical because you support a political
No,
violence?
you're radicalized, bro.
Yeah, how so? Tell me.
You don't know what a man and a woman is.
What? I just told you what a man
think
and a
it's
woman
cool
is.
to what happened with Charlie
I
Kirk.
I just told you what a man and a woman is. A woman is somebody who covers their drink around you at the bar, right? Why don't you understand that?
What's a man?
A man is anybody who tries to
Do you think a man
wait,
can
hold
be a
on, wait,
woman?
wait. Oh, a man? No, I'm not a Christian. Okay, so a man is anybody who tries to protect you from that person who is covering their drink from you at the bar. That's what a man is. Okay, Steve. So it just seems like you're neither a man or a woman, by the way. But anyway, Steve, you got some problems. You're like very
Bro,
like
you think a man
that.
can be a woman and a woman can be a
No,
man?
only Christians believe that.
No, you obviously did. Dude, the last dude you just
Only
like
Christians believe that.
is a trans man. Like, what the fuck is that?
Christians believe that God can do anything. They believe that a woman came out of a man's rib, right? I don't see why they wouldn't believe that God can turn a man into a woman. That's the only that Christians believe that. Nobody believes that. I don't think a male can turn into a female, right? That's not I don't if that's what you mean by man and woman. Okay. Anyway,
Yeah.
Steve, listen, thank you so much for coming up. Somebody did pay to kick you. Thank you, Grandmaster, for the kick. I appreciate that. If anybody wants to actually debate and stop like crashing out on the live, that'd be nice. I actually want to debate somebody and not like have like weirdos just like come on the live and just start yapping. Okay, appreciate you. Thank you, Grandmaster. I appreciate you. Anyway, let's get our co-host up here. Michelle, thank you. What up, Annie?
Oh, hello.
Aloha.
How are we tonight?
Doing fantabulous.
Fantabulous. We love to hear it.
Yep.
Love to hear it. I feel much better after going to bed early, although I hear I missed some funsies.
Yeah. I am Crush. Thank you for the $5 on Super Chat. I appreciate you. There was a mass shooting 2 miles from my house, Southport, North Carolina. Why should it be harder to own a pew pew than a car? Wow. All right. Where's Satan at? By the way, if you are a Trump supporter, go and hop on the guest request. We'd love to talk to you. Thank you. Let's get these folks in here.
I've arrived.
You've arrived.
Hi, bestie.
I'm a little elevated.
Okay.
Of course you are.
Yeah, of course I am. I do this like once every 3 months.
Damn, you really put those universes last night to work already, didn't you?
By the way, Roxy, thank you for the $1 on Venmo. Ask the pronouns, please. Yeah, I keep forgetting to ask for pronouns. That usually.
I'll just interject
Yeah.
as usual. Thank you, Rufy, for the gifts. Your name Loki makes me uncomfortable, but love it.
Yeah, a little bit.
Rufy. Never mind.
All right. If you are a Trump supporter, go and hop on the guest request. All right, let's get the next person in here. We got Kev. Kev, you are live. Can I get your age, please?
Hey, what's going on, y'all?
What's up? You a Trump supporter, my
Hello
man?
again,
Can I get your age?
29.
All right. You voted for Trump or you support Trump?
Yeah, I voted for Trump.
All right. Which one do you want to talk about? What do you want to talk about?
Thank you.
I mean, why are MAGA so easily offended?
Sure. We
I
got
don't think
Dylan Mulvaney.
I don't think anybody's ever offended. I think we're disgusted with the bullshit that
Yeah,
gets
it's just-
spewed from the left.
Yeah, it's just unjustified disgust or offense, right? So the Dylan Mulvaney situation, pronouns, tampons in men's restrooms, drag queens.
Yeah, we don't
we
care
have-
about any of that.
Yeah, you
stuff.
do because you boycotted. Yeah, you do. You boycotted like there was a massive boycott against like Target and
Yeah, well,
Bud
that's
Light
all-
because
that's
simply
all-
merely
What's the
That's called
pronouns?
trolling.
merely because there was a trans person on a bottle.
You think we're
But by the way, I
scared?
did forget to ask you this question. What are your pronouns, Kev?
My pronouns are American patriot.
Yeah, see, like you guys get really offended very
Those aren't
easily.
pronouns.
Right? Those aren't pronouns. You don't even know like basic grammar, my guy.
Grammatically, those are not pronouns.
Oh.
So you're
It's so
one of
easy.
the people left
Yeah, you're like
behind.
really offended. But anyway, which one did you want
Right.
to of those lists, things on the list? Which one did you want to talk about?
I let me take a look here.
Yeah.
I'm actually not going to look. I want to talk about illegal immigration. I want to talk about the fact that illegals are in our country stealing.
So you think this is your live?
No, I think
That wasn't
Right, that
one of
wasn't on the
things
list,
we
right.
referenced.
No,
I
it's
think
not
that
on
I'm
the
going to
list.
say what the hell I want to say, and we're going to.
Yeah, but then once you
Oh,
say
no.
once you
No, no,
once
no,
you
no.
say
That works, your friend.
once you say whatever you're gonna say, I'm just gonna ask you which on the list did you want to talk about?
Right.
So it
This
seems like
isn't Kevin's show. This is Carbon's show, right? And there are certain rules that you have to abide by.
Yeah, I don't. When it comes to like immigration, I don't take that as like a mere offense that conservatives have, right? I don't take that as that. So that's not on the list, right? So I gave you the things on the list. Which ones you want to talk about? Go ahead and unmute.
let's try it again. Let's start fresh.
But if you hear any weird noises, my kid's next to me asleep snoring.
Here, I'm looking through it now.
Looking through what?
There's a list that I'm supposed to look at here.
Oh yeah, I told
No,
you, but let
Carbon
me
listed
just
them off.
yeah, I said it to you verbally, so you can't like look at it.
Okay, okay.
Hello.
So can
Okay,
you,
did you
why
need
don't you
it?
give it?
Yeah. Okay, so we got
Yeah, I'm a little recruited.
okay, so we got January 6th situation. We got burning the American flag and banning it. We got the Dylan Mulvaney Bud Light situation, right? We got drag queens, gay people, tampons in men's restrooms, pronouns, late night talk show hosts, freedom of speech, and the war on Christmas. Which one do you want to talk about?
Okay, yeah, let's talk about let's go January 6th.
Yep. Okay.
Um, so you have a situation where the entire summer of 2020 you had left wing riots burning down cities all across America. We saw that.
Incorrect.
Uh,
But continue.
and we had a situation where folks showed up at the United States Capitol,
Mm-hmm.
and just like the January or just like the BLM riots
Mm-hmm.
all summer of 2020, you had a lot of people. The vast majority of folks showed up to make their voice heard and express their First Amendment rights. And you had some people who showed up and decided to get crazy.
Mm-hmm.
That's exactly what took place on January 6th, where you had a small percentage of people of the larger group that was there that showed up and decided that they wanted to act crazy.
Gotcha.
So the idea that writ large Republicans, are some type of, that doesn't, we're trying to end
Gotcha.
democracy. It's fucking nonsense.
Okay. Well, let's
I mean,
let's
you're like every single
evaluate that claim.
Democrat, every single
Okay, you've been
Democrat,
talking for like a
final
minute, my
point,
guy.
every single. Okay, you go ahead.
Okay, so first of all, Cats and Cocktails, thank you for the 4 months over on Twitch. I appreciate you. So first of all, Donald Trump pardoned every single violent January 6er that was there, that was charged and convicted and
It
sentenced
was
for violence.
wait
I
a
don't know
minute,
why. I don't know why you're over talking me.
violence is
Is there a
violence.
reason why you started over talking me? Yeah, don't do that again, okay? Lock in. Okay, so the question that we were talking about January 6th, right? Now you made a distinction between people who were not violent and people who were violent on January 6th, just like you made a distinction between people who were violent and people who were not violent during the Black Lives Matter protest, right? Now, when it comes to general conservative thought with respect to January 6th, you guys, prior to Donald Trump being elected for a second term, we're just saying that he denounced it. He's not the one that was inciting it. He didn't support the violence there. But then he won the election, and then he was sworn into office a second term. And then within that first week, he pardoned every single violent one, including DJ Rodriguez, who stunned gun a police officer twice in the neck and caused a heart attack, including Guy Reffitt, who was there to like try to assassinate and kidnap AOC and Nancy Pelosi. He pardoned these individuals, right? And you guys support. And by the way, he campaigned on pardoning those individuals. So the question I'm going to ask to you is, do you support, oh wait, so you do support the pardoning of political violence, people who conduct political violence?
Yes, I absolutely do.
You do. Okay, so you support political violence.
Yeah, sure.
Okay, so you got, okay, so cool. So this political violence specifically was done in order to try to illegally keep Donald Trump in power after you lost. So yes, you
This
do.
wasn't about.
I don't know
This
why.
wasn't about
I don't know
keeping
why. I don't know
Donald
why
Trump
you're
in
over
power.
talking me, but like you said earlier that you're not anti-democracy, but you support political violence to try to subvert democracy. I don't understand how you can drive those propositions. Now you can respond.
Learn how to unmute.
Oh, he knows. He's just like, he's pouting now. Waiting on you,
Your phone
Kev.
call. Did your sister wife call you?
I'm surprised you don't remember this individual.
I remember him, the light skinned one. Yeah. They're not going to accept you, by the
Yeah.
way, bro.
Already. I can't.
Waiting on you, Kev. All right, I'm going to give you like 5 seconds, then we're going to move on.
Can we talk about Dylan?
There you
Mulvaney?
go.
Now
Yes.
you want to change it?
Oh, now he wants to change the topic.
No, friend. You can concede on this first.
Actually, like my entire take on the situation is that actually January 6th was 100% justified, and we 100% will again if you people try to steal another election.
Yeah, so first of all,
You just
point number one, Donald Trump is actually the one who tried to steal the 2020 election, right? After he lost, he tried to do what is called the fake elector scheme, and he tried to illegally keep himself in power. Nobody tried to steal an election from you. You're lying. You were lied to by Donald Trump. He also
Wait.
admitted in court. He also admitted in court that he lied. Rudy Giuliani also admitted in court that he lied. You just fell for it, right? So yeah, if you're just saying, hey, I'm just gonna if you're just saying that I'm going to support political violence because like I personally don't like losing an election, right? Then that just makes you a fucking degenerate. You shouldn't be like an American. Like you should be like in North Korea or something like that.
Did he just preemptively admit to like omitting political violence?
Yeah,
like
he ran. Yeah, he ran.
Is that not
Yeah.
can that not be like an actual crime that could be
Also,
pursued legally?
He literally said, I hope you do it. I hope you guys try to steal the election again so we can do it again. You lost the first time.
Right, like again,
listen,
what
like
did it get y'all?
like far right people, like there's actually studies on this. Like they're not particularly cognitively, you know, there. But
Fine.
like but yeah, you're like conduct this violence, but you're not particularly like intelligent, right? So like it's just very difficult for you guys to like do violence or like plan anything accordingly because you guys are like not particularly smart people. You guys got to get like really
Right.
dumb people to follow you. You got some smart far righters who will be the leaders, but their followers are like stupid, right? And it's just like very
They'll never be
You
the
gotta do
ones
the
that
thing.
fall on something.
I gotta
Yeah.
do the
They'll
thing.
never-
Magic Dove reminded me. Run, baby, run! Don't ever come back.
It's been a minute since we've heard that. Thank you, Logic.
You're welcome.
All right, if you are a Trump supporter, go and hop on a guest request. Hit me up.
I still don't know why it's not a sticker, Carbon, because it should be.
Run, baby, run.
Yes.
I should make one. Yeah, true that. Hello, Hawks. Can I get your age, please?
29.
All right, man. You a Trump supporter, my man?
Yeah, I voted Trump.
Okay, so I got a list of things that we can talk about. I've noticed Trump supporters tend to be unjustifiably offended by, and we can talk about whichever one you want, okay? Yeah, we got the Dylan Mulvaney Bud Light situation. We got the Target Pride displays. We got drag queens, gay couples, pronouns, tampons in men's restrooms. We got the January 6th situation. We also have, them trying to like criminalize burning the American flag too. So whichever one you want to talk about.
Yeah, anything more current? A lot of that is old. A lot of that stuff is pretty old, especially the Dylan
it's
Mulvaney
happening.
thing, man. You just let
Can
it
you
die.
back up
Just
from
let
your-
it. Just let it go.
Listen, Hawks, real
Let
quick.
it-
Can you
If
back
you
up
can
from
like
your
back
mic
up
just
from
a
your
little
mic,
bit?
you're like it's really plosive.
Sounds like yeah.
We hear the.
It's like you're in my
Also,
ear, friend.
get a mic filter, like a pop filter like this. It works wonders, I promise you.
Gotcha.
All right. Yeah.
Yeah, man,
I mean,
a lot of that's
some of
old
these
news.
things, are like current positions of Trump. A lot of Trump supporters, right? A lot of Trump supporters currently believe that burning the American flag should be illegal. They currently believe drag queens are they're offended by them and stuff like that. They currently don't like pronouns. They currently don't like seeing tampons in men's restroom. They currently don't like gay people and stuff these are
so
current.
much petty stuff. You got anything a little bit more, pertinent?
What do you mean pertinent? These are like things that affect people's lives.
The most recent thing would be like the thing that happened with Jimmy Kimmel.
Yeah,
It's a freedom of
I haven't
speech
really
thing,
kept an
too.
eye on that. I don't even know what Jimmy Kimmel said that caused the whole ruckus. I don't even
Yeah,
know.
he didn't really say anything. Like it was mainly just the government threatening the affiliates to take him off air. So it's a free speech issue, like a true free
Well,
speech
you
issue is
know-
the government threats.
No, I support Trump, and I think he's doing a good job for the most
Okay.
part. I don't agree with everything, but
What would he
For the
have
most
to
part, I
do
think
in order
Trump's doing
for?
good.
What would he have to do in order for you to say right now I retract my support of Donald Trump? What would he have to do?
that's a pretty loaded question, man.
Is there a thing that
I
you
mean,
can imagine?
for-
Like, how's that
What if he
loaded?
found out he was in the E files?
Well, he cut off contact with Epstein as early
No,
as I
what if
believe
That wasn't the
2001.
question.
That wasn't the
wait. What if
question.
you
Okay.
found out that was a lie? What if you found out he was actually buddy buddies with him until he went to prison?
Buddy, huh?
Yeah,
Yeah, what would you do?
like
How
writing
buddy,
love
buddy?
letters to
Okay,
each
would you
other.
like
Like
he was
love
part of the
letters.
he was
Little
part of the whole
secrets.
island stuff. Would you retract your support of him?
Well,
He acted like
I'm
a
all for the
victim.
truth coming to light. Yeah, and
So,
I guess you're right. Yeah, that's
Okay.
unacceptable.
That's one thing.
But a lot of Epstein survivors, a lot of survivors that were essayed by Epstein or his associates. I have none of them have come out and named Trump, and even
Katie
Ghislaine
Johnson.
Maxwell.
Yeah,
Katie
there was
Johnson
some
did
that
name Trump.
named Trump. Yeah.
13-year-old girl.
It didn't. Okay, yeah,
so do you
thing is,
relinquish
we
your
just haven't
support?
gotten any more information on that because that got settled either out of court and she retracted her charges.
Oh, can you
Really
retract your
quickly,
mouth from the
I
microphone,
do
bro?
want to get to the bottom.
Please back up a little bit.
Yeah,
If I
and
hear
I-
your
I-
peas puff one more time,
And if,
No,
I
do
find
want us
it
to get to
funny
the
that
bottom
you
of stuff
just
like that,
said-
but
I find it funny that literally you just said, never heard of it, and then we tell you about it, and then you go, well, she
oh,
retracted
they
it.
settled on. Yeah. Do you think a victim retracting their statement doesn't mean that they aren't a victim?
no, but we need to get to the bottom of it, and it's not conclusive. Trump,
Back
it's,
up from your fucking
Oh,
microphone.
like you like
I
this
have
far. Like
headphones
if
on.
you can do like this far,
it's
like
just
a foot and a half. Like
it's
a foot
really
and a half,
bad.
please.
I'm telling you.
it's just it hasn't been conclusive
You
that
haven't even moved.
Move. This conversation is not going to continue until you back the fuck up from your microphone and quit assaulting my ears. Okay? Please, for the love of God, back up.
sure.
You haven't backed up. You're still just as
You
loud.
didn't move.
Okay, well, I guess that's it for this conversation.
Okay, yeah.
So you just want to tongue
Get
fuck
the
your
fuck
microphone
out.
for some reason.
Like,
Jesus Christ.
is it phallic shaped? Like, I don't understand. All right, listen, we'll get the next person in here. If you are a Trump supporter, please go ahead and hop on in the. Please go ahead and hop on in the
He
guest request. We'd love
definitely-
to talk to you. Everybody else, just keep tapping that screen. Let's get up to 100,000 likes right now. We are at 66,000. We're also live over on Twitch and YouTube. Appreciate that. If you guys want to go drop a follow over there. Also, thank you again, Cats and Cocktails, for the 4 months. Resub over
Love you, Cats and
on
Cocktails.
Twitch. I appreciate you.
I just want to say, I feel like that guest eats hot dogs for like the shape and not the taste.
What if you do it for both?
Well, that's just you logic. I don't know what to tell you. Talk to your therapist about that, not me.
Parkers, I need help.
Oh, not you making your partner also your therapist. Oh,
Bye,
man of
Carbon.
you.
Come back, Carbon.
I feel like, honestly, she'd say yes just so she can be like, all right, I'm going to help you and guide you in the way I want to. I want you to be
Okay, yeah.
No more
Annie kick
Power
her for that one. Kick that one.
No more Power Rangers.
No.
I'm a good boy.
Don't. No.
Don't.
Oh, wait, Annie, you missed it. I gentle parented Logic last night and it kind of pissed him off.
I don't remember that.
You're listening, big boy.
Oh, it was that. Oh, yeah, I
Yeah.
did not like that. I was like,
It's
this
so
is too
much fun
far.
with
You're
gentle
doing what
parenting.
Annie does.
And it's amazing, isn't it?
I don't like it.
It wasn't
Well,
you.
maybe you should go sit in the feelings corner and think about those
It's okay.
things.
It's okay
No,
to
I will
have
go
big
to bed.
emotions, but you
I will
need to.
go to bed.
Okay, good night.
Bye.
All right,
Don't
if
actually
you
worry,
want to
your
debate,
guys'
hit me
will
up.
try.
Hit me up. Hit me up. Hit me up. Let's go.
I mean, I've been trying, but like, damn.
Also, it's not that I want Parker's to be my therapist. Is Parker's is training to be a therapist.
All right, Samsonite, I sent you an invite. Go ahead and hit that accept button. Appreciate you.
Ew, magic. Gross.
Yeah, it's a hard.
Wait, what happened?
Magic just asked if me and Logic were dating. Ew.
That one sounded real.
Damn. Wow. God damn. All right.
All right, if you want to debate, go ahead and hop on in that little guest request. We'd love to
so
talk to you. Thank you. We shouldn't have to restart. We had like 700 people in here last night, so I don't think we should have to restart. But
Insane.
You think that?
and this motherfucker got like 80,000 coins.
Yeah, he got to 80,000 last night. It was amazing.
I looked it up. If someone gifts you over a certain amount, it alerts like the rest of TikTok. So your live got 4 alerts last night across TikTok that someone gifted a TikTok universe.
Yeah.
Yep.
Yeah, every time there's a TikTok universe like sent, it gives like across every single live ever. It's like, oh, so and so.
Yeah.
In like
W.
live.
Whitney, by the way.
Yeah, W. Whitney.
I miss you, Whitney. Come back.
We just want her money.
No, I gotta shake it still. Remember?
Right.
Dump on Trump.
Again,
yeah.
what are you shaking?
Whatever Whitney wants.
For that, whatever.
Where the cowards at? Come on, cowards, get up here.
I think so. Where are the cameras at in response to Logic shaking?
Well, it would have happened last night. It got me to 100,000, but it didn't happen. Now, did it?
I mean, well, if you take that with the amount of cash apps you got.
Nope. Needed to be 100K.
Okay. Now you're just greedy.
You can never click on these universe notifications to join the lives, though. You got to remember the name and find them manually. That's crazy.
But yeah, you can. I've done it before.
Taco said
I thought I'd done that before.
I've never seen it before. I've seen. Well,
Yeah,
maybe I have. It was like years ago.
I'm gonna out myself because sometimes I be following those people who sing universes. I'm like maybe.
Maybe they'll follow back and come in the live and gift you a universe.
Yeah, exactly. Is the universe the most expensive?
No.
It is. It's not.
Hold on.
Yeah, but yeah, no, it is on
Why
mine.
do you
At
guys
least.
want
changed. I thought
Greenland?
there
We
was
don't
a
want
new one.
Greenland. That's like a very small percentage of like dumb people in our country. It's not us. Promise.
No, it is the most expensive. Holy shit.
It is the most expensive. Jesus Christ.
Mm-hmm.
Wow. We got the
I
most
click on them and they
expensive
don't link
gift
me
on
to
the-
the live.
All of us did. That was crazy. It was
Yeah.
amazing.
I
Yo,
downloaded the
fuck
clip
TikTok
of me
for how
getting
much
the
they take.
Mm-hmm.
Truly.
67%.
Jesus Christ.
Vaults are
And yo, I
temporary.
looked
It's
up.
also expensive.
You showed the graph how much you get from TikTok universe. That's for a host, not a
That's
guest.
for host, right?
Yeah.
TikTok takes even more for your guest because
Oh, really?
you, Carbon.
Oh,
I
yeah.
got
What percentage do I get?
I think you get
percentage do I get?
7% or 10 or 7%.
Interesting. There was this time I
Laura.
couldn't take anything out of my backup account, so I had to gift my main account. And so like it takes 70% from originally what was given to me on my backup, and then from that it takes 70% of that when gifted to me. It's insane.
Yeah. So you got like nothing basically.
Yeah, basically like out of $100 I gave myself $30, right? But out of $30, right, now you got to get like 70% of that. It's insane. But Mr. Oakby, thank you for the
By the
1,000. I
way,
appreciate
links
you.
in bio.
Yeah. You want to skip that all. Pay links are in our bios and
Yeah.
like mine and Void are up.
Yep. And if you want to say send one of us something that we don't have, like say I don't have PayPal linked, you can send it to Annie and Annie will send it to me just because it has my legal name.
Yeah,
Yeah.
and I don't have PayPal or Venmo, but other people do.
Yeah, and we can just
Yeah,
figure it out.
Yeah, the three of us are more than happy to send each other if you're wanting it to go to someone
Double
else.
taxation. Yep.
Yep.
All right, if you are a Trump supporter, go ahead and hop on in at a little low guest request. I'm gonna give it a couple minutes and we'll probably do a restart. And then after that, we'll do the Christian topic.
Yes.
Yes. Yes.
Nina's been doing that lately.
Wait. How are we feeling about the deal with this app and who's staying and who's going?
I don't know.
I'm gonna stay until my account gets deleted, which will probably be fast.
Also, though, can you talk about Portland? Is that something that's happening in my state currently with the National Guard making way into Portland, the quote unquote war zone?
Yeah. Have you seen like all the videos of Portland just over the past day? It's just like random, like it's just like a normal day, and it's like, look at this war zone.
Like, bro,
It's just the funniest shit
I was
ever.
literally there just last week. It's completely normal. Yeah,
Chill
are
as
there
fuck.
some people outside the ice facility? Yeah. Do they have fishing poles with donuts on them? Sure. But like, it's not a war zone.
honestly, not illegal, but completely legal, by the way.
And like they got charged for that shit too. And they're
For
staying off the
dangling-
property. They're staying on public property.
For dangling
But
donuts
it's
on the
hilarious
gas
to watch it. Because like it's a bunch of like 19-year-old kids standing out front of it with legitimate fishing poles with donuts on the hooks.
You know, I would do that here, but like I'm afraid I would like legitimately get unalived.
Yeah, but that's the worst that's
Yeah,
happening.
he
here.
sees the
sure,
shit
is
online.
it a
Like he's
household
like
problem?
the only reason why he did that is because he said it like maybe 2 weeks ago. He was like, yeah, I saw some videos or saw it on TV or something like that, and that's the whole reason why he's doing this shit, right? And it's not a coincidence that it's timed with like a potential government shutdown imposing, right? Like, and yeah, it's insane.
Yeah, they're also doing bubble guns, like with bubbles and blowing bubbles at them.
I'd do that. That's funny.
No, Portland is not aware of the said war that's happening amongst its streets.
Does Portland know about this?
I mean, unless you count the consistent construction that's been going on for the past 40 years, that's about as crazy as it gets. Yeah. Is it a fucking war crime how long it takes to get through Portland? Yes.
Could be.
It's fucking awful. I've been through Seattle quicker, and Seattle's twice the size. The fucking construction and all of the fucking roads and the bridges, it takes forever to get through Portland. Like just to get to the airport from the main highway, no, unacceptable. Treason, to jail, straight to jail. Tyranny.
Something. All the bad words.
Arr.
But it's not a bad place.
You gotta say it with more like emphasis.
More like guidelines, anyway.
Arr.
Okay,
Oh my
Captain
God.
Barbosa.
Is the war in the room with us?
All right, guys. Okay. What we're gonna do is a quick restart, just so we can get back on the For You page, get some more debates in for you guys. So when you see the live end, just count down from like 10, 15 seconds, and I will be live again. If you're not following, go ahead and follow. Yeah, we'll be back in about 10, 15 seconds to restart the live. That gets us a few more debates. So see you guys then.
Arr.
Right.
Okay.
All right. When am I gonna get 64,000? It's been at 63.9 for like the longest time. Like, what's going on there, bro? That's Portland for you. Well, video's not available anymore. All right, we're back. Carbon emissions. Who was first? Oh, I don't actually know. Wait, I can look it up. I can scroll up. It was Corky Prime was first. All right, welcome back, folks. My daughter just visited Portland and loved it. Seemed very safe. Shh. You're not allowed to criticize the president of the United States and accuse him of lying. You're not allowed to do that. Shh. Shh. All right, welcome in everybody. Welcome. My name is Bradley, also known as Carbon. We're live tonight. If you want to debate, if you're a Trump supporter, go ahead and hop on in the guest request. What's up? What up, folks? What up? Is your mic quieter? No. Hello?
Hello.
How old are you?
I'm 24.
All right, you're a Trump supporter?
I am.
All right. Okay, cool. Got a list of stuff that we can talk about.
Okay.
That Trump supporters I take to obviously be unjustifiably offended by. We got drag
Well,
queens who
what do you mean unjustifiably
they're not going to be,
unjustifiably offended by?
they don't have rational reasons for being offended by or in opposition to.
Oh, okay. So you're saying like Trump supporters are offended by these topics that you're about to okay,
Yeah.
I got you.
We got drag queens, gay people, Bud Light, Dylan Mulvaney situation, pronouns.
I will say this, like I'm a very respectful, like Trump supporter. Like I understand both sides. I'd like to have respectful conversations. I only
fine.
talk about what I know, that I'm passionate about. So if I'm not educated, I'd like for you to educate me. So I'm down for any conversation though.
Cool.
But,
Which
like,
one
if
of those did you
can-
want
if
to talk
can-
about?
Whichever one you'd like to start with, it's fine.
How you feel about drag queens?
Drag queens, honestly, you know what? I'm one of those Trump supporters that's like, well, I mean, it doesn't even have to like represent. It has nothing to do with Trump necessarily. It's more so with me, right? Like, I think like if you're into whatever you're into, like you have every right to present yourself the way that you want to. I enjoy drag shows. I will literally go to a drag show and enjoy it myself. I have no problem with that. But I will say I am more on the side of like, if you're talking about, I know that drag is not the same thing as transgender, right? But I will say that I don't think it's right to like push your beliefs onto somebody else. And I'm saying that with both sides, right? Like I'm not saying that people do. I'm not saying that everybody does. But I will say that under some circumstances, when people are like, oh, you have to accept me the way that I am. No, we don't. Right?
Yeah, so when you say that they're trying to push something on you, what do you mean by that? Like they're trying to force you into a drag show, or what do you mean?
No. Not that they're trying to force me into a drag show. I'm saying like from a broad perspective, because I'm saying like not everybody does. Like I know that majority don't. It's not like nobody is forcing you to go to a drag show. Nobody is forcing you to accept people for being trans. But I will say there are some very rare, some people that have that kind of like sense of you owe me something. You know what I mean? And I'm not just saying it's on the conservative side too. There are some conservatives that are like, well, you have to accept us for who we are, and like, we have to, it's on both sides. I think it's disruptive to humanity to try to force anybody to accept you for who you are. It's like everybody should be able to accept what they believe, right? But I feel like some people I'm sorry.
Are we still talking
I'm
about
not
drag
really-
shows?
No, we're absolutely talking about drag shows. I'm just saying, like, there's some people that will say you have to accept us for how we perceive ourselves, and you shouldn't have to accept that.
Okay.
I mean, don't get me wrong. I love drag shows. I'll go to a drag show, but I don't think everybody should have to accept it.
Yeah, well, I wouldn't say I wouldn't use the language to say you have to accept it. What I would say is if you oppose it, okay, so for example, like I don't like watching romantic movies, right? Like, like I had an ex that kind
Right.
of forced me to watch The Notebook, and I just don't like romantic movies.
Right.
I'm not
Right.
opposed to romantic movies. I'm just not interested. I'm not entertained by them, right? They're cool story, bro.
Exactly.
Right. So if somebody's like that, like saying me or my child are not entertained by drag shows, or me and my friend are not entertained by drag shows, right? Then there's no problem with that. The problem is when somebody says drag show, like they're doing something wrong there. Well, now you're gonna have to produce an argument for that, and they don't. That's what I mean
Exactly.
by them saying. I'm saying that they're unjustified.
Exactly. That's what I'm saying. I have no issue with drag shows. I actually really enjoy going to them. I will say I am a conservative, but I'm I'm a reasonable conservative. I'm not one of those that just like sits there and hates on every aspect that's against conservative values. You know, like I see liberal points. I see liberal ideology and I understand it. Don't believe like don't you know take that confused. Um I understand it and I
Do you
support it,
think that
but
conservatives that are opposed to drag, right? Do you think that they're justified in that view?
conservatives that are opposed to drag,
Yeah. Not just not entertained
well,
by it, not those people. I'm talking about like people who are say, oh, it's wrong to do it or something like that.
people who say that it's like how do I like people that say like it's fucked up, I guess. I'm sorry, I
Yeah,
can't say that on
something like
TikTok.
that. Yeah, you can. Yeah,
Okay.
something like that. Yeah. Do you think they're justified in
I
that view?
mean, I think honestly it's disrespectful because it's like everybody has a right to present themselves the way that they want to, right? You know, like people should have the right to like go out and do whatever they want. You know, people should have the right to like express themselves the way that they feel they should. And who are you to tell them that they can't do that? You know what I
Okay,
mean?
so it
Like,
looks
why
like
does
we
that
generally,
affect you?
that's fine. So it looks like we generally agree on like drag and stuff. Okay, so all right, so I take the t the kind of measuring stick. I'm like, it seems like you're not opposed to like gay couples. But some of the
Absolutely
other,
not.
yeah,
No.
some of the other
I
stuff on the
will say
list.
like I have some like I don't really know where I put myself cuz like I feel like when it comes to politics, right? I see myself more conservative because there's a lot of things that I side with that are more conservative. Um but I do kind of like on most topics I do kind of stand in between. I do kind of stand in the middle.
What
Um
makes you a conservative then?
I'm not MAGA, right? But I'm also not fully liberal. I'm kind
Well,
of just I'm like I'm in the middle. I'm in
I'd
the
say
middle,
I'd say if
really.
you haven't retracted your support, well, knowing, well, okay, let me retract that statement. I'd say if you know what Donald Trump has done and you're aware of it, and you have not retracted your support of it, then you're MAGA.
Okay. Well, what do you say to somebody who's not fully educated and they're just like they're trying to be educated? You know, like what if they do just stand in the middle? Like what do you say to somebody that's like
Well,
trying to educate
mhm.
themselves but they just don't know everything yet?
Yeah, so that's a good percentage of the population. I think. Okay, so I think the way votes.
Honestly, the person that said, let me be
Don't
the
read the
one,
comments.
but I didn't vote. I didn't vote because I didn't want to vote for somebody that I didn't know. You know, I didn't want to vote because I didn't want to vote for the wrong side. You know what I mean?
Okay. So I think when we look at the general electorate, right, I think you'll have like a bunch of people who reliably vote for one way or the other. Like the Democrats will probably reliably get like 38% of voters. Republicans will reliably get like 37, 38% of voters. And then the rest, all elections are capturing that, 5 to 10% that swings left and right and stuff like that. But a lot of those people who swing left and right, and a lot of the people who are reliable voters for either party, are not particularly politically informed. They don't know. Like, if I were to ask them, did you know that
Okay,
Donald Trump?
hold on. I'm gonna say this real quick because everybody in the chat is like saying you didn't do your research. It's not about doing your research. It's more so the fact that like everybody has their own opinion, right? And when you're online and you're hearing everybody vocalize their opinion, there's no way to differentiate that, especially whenever you have family that is so on one side, right? Like, you want to agree with your family, right? Like, that's just a thing.
Are
Not
you
voting
listening?
is a privilege. Okay.
Okay, so just don't read the
It,
chat, okay? Because you're debating me,
all
okay?
right, I got you.
All right.
Yeah, okay, I got you.
Okay, so I would say there are people who come on my live all the time who have voted for Donald Trump, um, and there's just some things that they he turned the comments off. There are some things that they know. You can turn it back on. Just won't read the comments. There's some things that they just didn't know that Donald Trump did, and they're like iffy on. And then they become educated about it, and then I generally broadly put them in like two categories, right? Either they say, well, all three categories. Let's say they either retract their support of him and be like, "Oh, that's fucked up that he did that." They'll dig in and say, "I support him doing that," or "I still support him despite him doing that," or they'll just deny that he did it and just say I'm lying and I'm like paid by George Soros or something like that. Those are usually the broad three categories. Now those last two are MAGA. That's all I'm saying. And so if you're
Okay.
one of those last two, so if I give you something that I find abhorrent that Donald Trump has done, and you fall into those last two categories, I would probably call you MAGA.
Okay, so can you give me one of those, like,
Yeah.
cases?
Yeah. So uh my biggest criticism of him as president, there's like his personal capacity, and then there's like what he's done as president. Just this term, his pardoning of the violent January Sixers, that's abhorrent. That should be like impeachment worthy. Um, yeah, like you're taking people who tried to uh keep you in power illegally. Some of them were violent, and then you pardon the violent ones. That's the point. I don't understand how you can defend that.
Can you and look, I'm being so vulnerable, so honest here. Like, I mean, people can sit here and say like I didn't do my research. Like, I'm uneducated in politics. Like
Mhm.
I'm one of those people that I have not sit here and paid attention to every single thing politic wise, and I'm trying to get into that, right? Like, that's why I'm even here talking to you. Um can you kind of go more into depth as to
Sure.
like what you mean in
Do
that?
you have another device with you that you can look something up real quick?
I do have a laptop, yes.
Okay, so type in, I'm just gonna follow along with you. Type in DJ Rodriguez.
D.
The
Rodriguez.
first link should be a departmentofjustice.gov from June 21st, 2023. California man sentenced to prison. Let me know when you're there.
Kevin. Okay, got it.
All right. Okay, so this is the sentencing. So he was there. He's a Trump supporter. He was there at January 6th. So we can just read some of the highlights of what he did. This is just from this is the Justice Department public press release of their sentencing him. So they sentenced him for prison for felony charges, including conspiracy and assaulting a police officer during Capitol breach. Now, the way that he assaulted a police officer is insane. You have to scroll down a little bit. If you go to um, at approximately 2:52, it's like the fifth paragraph. At approximately 2:52, Rodriguez is seen waving his arms at the rioters outside the tunnel, encouraging them to push forward towards the police line. It is then, court records say, that fellow rioter Kyle Young tapped Rodriguez on the shoulder and provided him with a small black rectangular electroshock weapon as a taser, stun gun. Um,
Right.
Rodriguez is then observed activating the weapon and lunging at officers in the police line. Rodriguez is then seen leaving the tunnel only to return a short while later. After Rodriguez returned to the lower West Terrace tunnel, court documents state that the footage taken from the scene of the incident depicts one rioter, Albuquerque Head, wrapping his arm around the neck of a police officer and dragging the officer out on the steps of the lower West Terrace. Rodriguez is then seen making his way towards that officer and, with the electroshock weapon, plunging it into the officer's neck. As the officer attempted to escape, court records state that Rodriguez struck again, placing the electroshock weapon on the back of the officer's neck. Now, it doesn't say it in here, but that officer, luckily he survived that, but he did get a heart attack. He had to go to the hospital. He almost died from that. So he was sentenced, if you see at the top, I don't know how, he was sentenced to 12 years, but I don't think it says it in this.
Mm-hmm.
But anyway, Donald Trump pardoned him.
Yeah, that's fucked up.
And this is just one out of like I have like 60 other cases that are very similar where this guy like beats a police officer with a Marine flagpole. Another guy like was planning to like literally unalive Nancy Pelosi and ALC. Donald Trump pardoned them. He's part of these people are part of the pardon list. I don't understand how that's not a deal breaker for anybody who finds out about that.
Yeah. Honestly, and I know like me saying this is gonna piss people off, right? Like, cause I feel like the world is so like one or one. It's always like you either have to be against something or for something. Um, honestly, like I think no matter where we end up with whoever our president is today, we're all screwed. Like I really don't think that there's
Hey,
a
do you mind just addressing that what we're talking about here?
no, absolutely. I agree with you. I think it's fucked up. I think it's horrible.
Okay. Do you retract your support from him?
It's more I don't support him in the sense that I think he's a good person. I don't think he's, like I'm not MAGA. I'm not like, oh my God, yes, like he's gonna fix the country. I don't think he's gonna like, make everything perfect. Da 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 da. Um,
Well, that's why I said like I think you're MAGA if you find out about these things and you still support him.
I don't in the sense that like I don't think he's doing good for our country. I don't think he's doing good for our country, but I don't think anybody is. You know what I mean? Like, I don't think Biden was. I don't think Biden was doing good for our country. I think there's things that Trump might be doing okay at. There's things that Biden might have been doing okay at, but there's things
Let
that
me ask you
they're both
this:
fucking up.
because it was Kamala Harris versus Donald Trump, by the way. So like, what do you think Kamala Harris would have done that would have been worse than pardoning a violent January 6th who tried to overturn the last election?
I'm sorry, can you say that again?
What do you think Kamala Harris would have done if she were elected that would have been worse than what Donald Trump, what we just showed that Donald Trump did?
Truthfully, I don't think Kamala Harris would have like been able to figure shit out. Like
What do you think that
you know.
do you think that that's worse? Like if she was just like a mediocre president that just like is just like kind of milk toast and just make sure she doesn't blow anything up. Right? She doesn't blow up
I'm
the
not
economy, but
supporting.
like she's just not. I'm asking you, like, do you think that is
I'm
there something?
racist. That's
Please
racist.
don't read the
Hold on.
comments. Do you think that people like? Do you think that's something that she would have done that would have been worse than what we just described Donald Trump doing?
Honestly, like that's the thing is we don't know, right? Like she was never in office, so we don't know. But I'm not justifying the things that Trump has done. I'm not justifying that he's like, he's in a better position because he made presidency, right? Like he's a fucked up person. He's done some fucked up shit and I'm not validating that. I'm not justifying that. But I'm just saying like
Jesus Christ, bro.
the way that I perceive it, right? Like somebody who is not fully educated and all of this. And I'm being so truthful and so honest with you, right? Like I'm not a fully educated person in politics. And that's what I come here to say is like I'm trying to come here to be educated.
Well,
You know what I'm
there's
saying?
something. So this is like one of my most biggest. I mean, he also tried to steal the 2020 election, but that's his previous term. There's things I think he is as a person. That's probably even worse than him pardoning these violent
Oh
January
yeah, no,
6th.
as a person he's a fucking piece of shit. Yeah.
Well, I mean, there's pieces of shit and then there's rapists, right? Like I think it's very obvious
Yeah,
that
no, yeah. He deserves the jail time that he should have gotten.
okay, so you do agree that he did rape Eden Carroll, right? Or at least sexually abused her.
I agree that the evidence that was found was more than likely true. Yeah.
Okay, so you knew.
I'm not saying he's shit.
I,
I'm just saying I don't know where to fall. Like I'm trying. That's what I
so
come here to do. Like
I
I'm
understand.
trying
Okay,
to like
I
figure out
got
where I
it.
stand.
So you knew when you voted, you knew that it was more likely than not that he
I
raped her.
didn't vote. I
Well,
didn't vote.
in your support, okay, well, we'll say that. In your support, relative to Donald Trump versus like Kamala Harris, who would you rather have your support for, right? you know that he's more likely than not a rapist, but you still support him. Is that true?
No, I don't. I don't support that. It's more so that just like I don't want to vote if I'm not fully educated, right? Like if I'm just voting just to vote, like if I'm just voting blindly, then who does that do justice, right? If I'm just voting just because someone tells me to vote for someone, like what am I really doing, right? Like I need to vote because of what I believe in. And
Why
I
do you?
haven't really fully done
That's a good question.
exactly. You said
Well, why?
educate yourself. That's what I'm trying to
Jesus Christ.
do here.
So
Like
why?
I haven't.
Why specifically are you a conservative rather than anything else?
Honestly, I've been raised conservative, and that's just what I like. And I'm trying to figure out for
Can you
myself.
give me like a
I've
specific
been
conservative
raised.
value that
I've
you
been
have?
raised. I've been raised conservative, but I'm trying to figure it out for myself. Is where I'm
Understood.
at right now.
Can you give me a specific conservative value that you have?
What? Can you like explain deeper? Like, what do you mean conservative value that I have?
The economy, culture, any like what do you think makes you
Like a
conservative?
debate topic. Like a debate topic.
Sure.
I don't believe that abortion is right. Like, I think abortion should be banned.
Because you think it's murder?
I do.
Okay. We could talk about that.
Okay.
Okay. Why do you think it's murder?
Well, if you want to talk about like,
This is too much.
well, okay. So here's the thing. When do you consider abortion to be like acceptable? Do you think like at conception, or do you think like at what point do you think abortion is acceptable?
Acceptable? Yeah, I mean, as long as there's like a person there. As long as there's no person there, then it's acceptable, right? And I just don't have any good
So do
reasons
you
to
think
believe
that
that well, hold on. So when there's not a person that exists there and never has been a person that existed there, right? Then it's morally permissible because yeah, but then
so
well, almost done,
so
almost
you
done.
mean like
I just
before
don't
sentient
have
life?
yeah, so like I think the mind, there's something about the mind that makes a person. I just don't have any good reasons for believing that a 2 week blastocyst makes a person. So like what is your reasons for believing that a 2 week blastocyst is a person?
Well, so I think that life starts at conception,
We
right?
agree on that, but what makes a
When
I
person though?
agree.
well, when the sperm and the egg
Yeah,
can
we know how.
join and they
Listen,
start.
let me
We
just stop.
know
Let me
how
Rhea, let me
conception
just stop
works.
you right there. We know like what conception is. We know what life is. We know all that. We're agreeing with all that. But do you know the distinction between life and a person?
There's a difference between personality. Is
No,
what you're. Is that,
like
that's what you're talking
a
about?
person is the thing that is morally relevant that you want to protect its interests and its rights. Do we agree that that's what a person is?
That's personality.
No,
No,
that's
that's a
not what a
person.
personality. So when
Persons
we're
have
You
talking
mean
about
agency.
like a
sentient
person,
life. You mean
oh my
sentient
God.
life.
Okay, do you agree that a blade of grass is life?
Yes.
Okay, but it's not a human life, right?
No.
It's
Right.
not a
But
person.
you don't think a blade of grass is a person, correct?
No.
Okay,
Right.
so given that it's not a person, what makes the 2 week blastocyst? What makes that a person?
The feelings that they have genuine like sensory feelings.
Not
Gotcha. All
Motorization.
right. So when you
they
say
at 2
general
weeks they
sensory
don't.
feeling, when you say general sensory
They
feelings,
absolutely do. They
right?
absolutely
Okay.
do.
So what studies have you shown that at conception there is a experience that occurs? What studies have you shown that says that?
It's not that at conception that those
When did they occur in your view?
experiences occur. It's a at conception. It's a human life.
Yes, I
Yes, we
agree.
agree with that
A
they're human
fetus at
life.
two
The
Hold
weeks.
on,
question
hold on,
is
hold
what?
on, hold on, hold on, hold on, hold on. Y'all cut me off, so I'm gonna cut you off.
Wait,
You agree that at conception it's human life.
Rhea,
Yes, it's
so we
human and it's
already
alive.
conceded
Anybody
that
who
it's a
disagrees with
human
that.
life. So the question is, do you
So
believe, Rhea? I don't know why you're overtalked.
consenting
Why am I being
to
overtalked?
ending a human life.
Rhea, why am I? Hello?
Rhea.
Okay, so the
Y'all
question,
overtalked me.
Rhea, please, Jesus Christ. Okay, so we're agreeing that it's a human life, right? We know what a human life is, and we know it at conception. You said that there's feelings at conception, or do you not take that view?
Honestly, at conception, it doesn't matter if there is like feeling. It's the census that is a human life that doesn't have the choice to be here or to not be here.
So does a blade of grass have the choice of whether to be here or not be here, Rhea?
No.
Okay, so it looks like both the blade of grass and the conception blastocyst, neither of them have a choice of whether to be here or not be here. But you don't take it to be wrong to unalive a blade of grass, right?
No one's unaliving a blade of grass.
I can literally go outside. I can get a blade of grass right now, and I can unalive it on camera. You won't think I just committed murder, correct?
It's different from sentient life, though. A blade of grass.
Okay. So is conception? Is there sentient life at conception? Yes or no?
No, it takes 14 to 16 weeks.
All right, cool. Then, so if you're saying that sentient life is what matters, so if you're saying that sentient life. If you're saying that sentient life, if you're saying that sentient life, if you're saying that sentient life is what matters, it's not the case that at conception there is sentient life. Do you agree?
I agree.
Okay, so therefore it doesn't matter.
Right. So first of all, sentience doesn't start around to 20 to 24 weeks. We can see this whenever certain parts of the brain develop and kind of get in line with the body. I'm forgetting the name
Mischievous.
of it.
You asked me to tell her why she's a conservative.
Cortex? Is that how you pronounce it?
And now you kick her.
I think that's it.
funny.
Whenever that
Thalamus cortical connections.
Thank you. Yes. Yeah. That. And that occurs around 20 to 24 weeks. Now, my position differs a little bit from Carmen. I think abortion is permissible throughout the entirety of pregnancy, right? But I think around the 20 to 24 week mark, you should opt for methods of abortion that preserve the life of the fetus.
Can you say that one more time?
What part?
That last part?
Yeah, so my position is that abortion is permissible through all 9 months of pregnancy. However, around the 20 to 24 week mark, we should opt for methods of abortion that preserve the life of the fetus.
That preserve the life of the fetus?
Yeah. So, for example, if I was 30 weeks pregnant, I could have what is known as a hysterotomy abortion, which is basically like a C-section preterm. And the baby would be delivered. That's not abortion. It is, because abortion isn't talking about an outcome. It is a procedure that deliberately terminates a pregnancy.
That's not abortion.
It is medically coded as an abortion. My C-section, my emergency C-section was coded as a medical abortion because abortion just means termination of a pregnancy. Miscarriage is considered an abortion as well. It's a spontaneous abortion. My miscarriages were also coded as a spontaneous abortion because abortion is not this like murdering thing. It is just the termination of a pregnancy.
Okay. Well, then going based off of your logic, right? Then like if we're talking about like the basis in which that like human beings like today in today's society, the way that we talk about abortion, right? Like most people, when they think of abortion, they think of a certain thing, right? And if you're going to talk about what you're talking about, where it's just like, it's a pre-planned kind of C-section, like early delivery.
It can be, yes.
Exactly. That's kind of different than what most people see as an abortion.
The way that people demonize abortion, right? That I don't, that's not really how I go about it. I don't demonize abortion.
But
can I finish, please? So I just use the medical definition of abortion. I don't care to use this kind of sensationalized theory or this type of definition of abortion, because abortion is just literally the termination of a pregnancy.
Yeah, and we can see this sensationalization happen around the 60s when the right wanted to try and grasp a new voting group. And so they latched on to evangelical Christians because prior to the 1960s, they didn't care. Christians didn't care about abortion. They didn't have a stance or an opinion on it. They didn't have a qualm in it. But they needed a bigger voting base. And so they latched on to this group of people who they thought would be most likely to have some kind of empathy in this or some kind of thing in it. So they started demonizing it. They started making it look like a big deal. And then we saw with Roe v. Wade happening,
we saw it become a bigger issue. But we had Roe v. Wade, and it was to protect women who needed medical abortions, who needed to have them done in order to survive. You know, things like what is it called? When it latches on outside of the
ectopic pregnancy.
Ectopic pregnancies, or those of us who need abortions due to medical reasons because we cannot carry a pregnancy to term.
Or maybe the fetus was not compatible with life.
Yeah, because you can get to that 20-week ultrasound and the baby doesn't have life-sustaining organs like liver or kidneys. We don't know that until that 20-week ultrasound. And at that point, technically, it has sentience or could have sentience at that point.
Yeah, so Mischievous, thank you so much for the 5 gifted for the kick. I appreciate you over there on Twitch. Thank you so much. Shout out to Mischievous. Also, thank you, Jedi, for the $20 super chat. Caller, be your own person, figure out
you were paid to kick Rio.
Be your own person, figure out what you value. You don't have to be a conservative because you were raised that way. If you think he's a piece of shit, that's all you need. That piece of shit is the face of that party. Thank you so much, Jedi, for the $20 super chat. I appreciate you. Miss John, can I get your age, please?
I'm 20 years old.
All right, you're a Trump supporter?
I would like to say yeah.
Okay, were you listening to the conversation, or did you want to talk about something else?
In and out. I've been pretty busy texting with some other people, but I've heard some things.
Okay, so I have a list of stuff that I've realized Trump supporters are pretty unjustifiably offended about. Just let me know which one you would talk about. We got the January 6th situation, burning the American flag and banning it, Target pride displays, Bud Light, Dylan Mulvaney, drag queens, gay couples, pronouns, freedom of speech, all that good stuff. So which one you want to talk about?
I'm curious on the drag queens and the pronouns, just like where that fits in with political.
Yeah, just a lot of Trump supporters are, for some reason, just like oppose drag queens. And when they don't oppose drag queens in general, they oppose like Drag Story Hour. They don't like, for some reason, they don't like to see a kid. They don't think a kid should see a woman in men's clothing or a man in women's clothing for some reason. I don't know why.
More
just,
or less, really I think weird. That's radical. I think that's super extremist. I don't necessarily have a problem personally with any of that stuff, but I do know people that are associated with MAGA that do feel those types of ways. Can we talk about the transgender community and
do you have a problem with trans people?
No, I don't have a problem with trans people. The community, I think there are some flaws in.
What problem do you have with the community?
Most of the time, I mean, personally, when I've asked a person who is trans or supports transgender people, they cannot even give me a proper definition of what they believe. Let's say what is a woman? They can't even answer that question without it being a circular definition of them just saying the word woman within their definition, or saying that it's a social construct. Which I disagree with also.
Well, so I'm trying to figure out what's the problem though. I can ask you a question and ask you to give me a definition of any word that I want, and I'm pretty sure you won't be able to give me a comprehensive definition of it.
Like what?
Is that what is a horse?
What is a horse?
Mm-hmm.
I would have to look it up. I don't know much about horses, but
do you know what a horse is though? Why would you need to look it up?
well, a horse is an animal with 4 legs and a tail, but I mean,
okay, that's a dog. That sounds like a dog.
That's not no, exactly. That's what I'm saying. It's not a scientific definition. I wouldn't be able to define what a horse is specifically without looking it up necessarily.
That made my point.
But you should be able to define what a man and a woman is.
Well, you should be able to find what a horse is.
No, because I don't know what a horse is. Everyone knows.
You don't know what a horse is?
No, let's say I didn't. Let's say I don't know what a horse is.
So just to be clear, are you being honest with me? You don't know what a horse is. You never heard of a horse. You don't know any concept of what a horse is.
Let's say, just for the sake of argument, yeah, that's the case.
Okay, so now you're lying.
Well, no.
You're lying to me. No, you are lying to me. I'm asking you about your personal beliefs. I'm not asking you about your hypothetical beliefs. I'm asking you about your actual beliefs. Right. So what I'm saying is some people have definitions of words and I don't see how that's a problem for the community if some people can't define a word in a comprehensive manner.
Let's get past the definition thing too.
That's just a semantic argument, but that's not really a problem with any community.
Then do you believe that a woman is a social construct?
Some definitions are, not all definitions of women are. So for example, the definition that is biologically rooted, which is an adult human female, That's just like something about like the anatomy, right? That's not a social construct.
Okay, so how would you define a woman as a social construct? If
Yeah,
that's what you think.
yeah. So either like a net disposition, a persistent net disposition towards being female, or a gender identity that's aligned with being female. So those would be like, or like a psychosocial schema that's typically associated with being female, or maybe you might say like a cluster concept with an infinite disjunctive set of traits typically associated with females. That's like four different definitions.
Okay, so why would you support trans people in general? Like, just
Because
why?
they're human beings and they're people with
Because they're
sentient
people
life.
who deserve rights.
Do you think that they deserve to be the gender that they weren't assigned with at birth?
What do you mean? This when you say deserve, do you think you're asking me a legal position?
Yeah.
Yeah, you should be allowed.
Yeah.
You should be. Wait, can you clarify what you mean by the question? Do you think legally I should stop a trans person from transitioning? Is that what you're asking?
No, no, I'm getting confused. I'm sorry.
Yeah. Try to be more specific with your question.
Like, why would you support a person who is lying to themselves? How am I lying when I tell you I don't
believe that they're lying to
Okay.
themselves, and I
So
think
What is the lie?
a lie is to intentionally try to deceive, So to deceive, there's like some fact of the matter that's just like wrong. So first we have to
okay, but to
understand
say you are a
what's the
woman and you
wrong.
are an adult human man,
Uh-huh.
like what?
Well, so there we get
Ask a
into an
question real quick,
equivocation
Carvin.
fallacy, right? So yeah, I got you. So an equivocation would just be when you're swapping the definitions of terms in order to come to a conclusion, right? If I go up to if I what I believe a mother to be is somebody who has given birth, and then a woman who has never given birth has adopted a child and calls herself a mother, I wouldn't say she's lying to herself. I would say she's using a different term for the mother, a word mother than I'm using, right? Otherwise, I'd just be equivocating. Go ahead, Demi.
I've just got two questions from what they've said so far. Well, technically, I've got like 20, but we'll keep it at two. Can you define what a female is?
Wait, are you talking to me?
Yes.
A person with XX chromosomes.
Sure. Do you tell people you're female?
I do, yes.
When did you get karyotyped?
Stereotyped?
Stereotype.
When did you get karyotyped?
What does that mean?
Yeah, that would be finding out what your chromosomes are. So since you never found out what your chromosomes are, can you stop lying to people? Because you don't know definitively that you have
Wait,
XX
whoa!
chromosomes.
I've known my chromosomes since the moment I was
no,
conscious.
unless you were karyotyped,
And
no, you don't.
First of all, no. Not since you are a conscious being. That's kind of crazy. And unless you've actually had genetic testing, you don't know what your chromosomal makeup is. They don't do chromosomal makeup testing on newborns.
So what are you trying to say?
That you don't know
Demi
your
is-
chromosomes.
Yeah.
So you made an argumentation that individuals are going to have specific chromosomes. This was your argumentation to what it is to be female. I asked you if you tell people if you are female. You cannot definitively tell someone you are female by your own definition because you've never been karyotyped. You don't know what your chromosomes are. Now, you have a pretty good guess because typically a female has XX, but this is not always true. You have females that have Turner syndrome, which are XO chromosomes. You have females with Klinefelter syndrome, which is extremely rare, but it's XXY chromosomes. You have females that are phenotypically female, although they have male chromosomes, which are XY chromosomes. You have females with triple X chromosomes, quadruple X chromosomes. So again, what it is to be a female is just XX chromosomes, you should not walk around telling people that you're female because you could be lying.
Huh. Okay, I don't have much to say on that. I would assume that. I mean, I'm not lying when I say that I'm a female,
But you don't know though because you define female as XY chromosome, and you've already admitted you don't know your chromosome.
I define it as XX chromosomes. But
yeah, but you don't know yours. You've never had your genes tested, right?
Void, you accidentally said XY. That's why they corrected you.
Oh, my bad.
So what I'm saying here is, but it's by your definition. I would never define a female that way. I would stereotypically, or not, I would typically use the dictionary definition, although I could use the scientific dictionary definition of or denoting to the sex that typically produces large gametes and bears young, because we know not all females can bear young. We know not all females that produce large gametes, but they denote to this in some way, shape, or form. We can use that definition, but so many people come up here and it's like they forgot biology, or they only did biology from like 6th grade, and they say it's chromosomes, except they don't know how many pairings of chromosomes we have. They don't know what karyotyping is. They don't actually know anything about chromosomes. So
yeah, I don't know anything about chromosomes, but you didn't ask me to define what a chromosome was. You asked me to define what I thought a female was. So I said someone who has XX chromosomes, because technically XX chromosomes do fit into the category of a female. Is there probably more
that's a different statement there. You're saying category of females. So you would say if you have a category, you would have multiple defining factors in a category that make up female. It wouldn't just be XX chromosomes.
No, I said
that's why I'm asking you to be specific. Yeah, but that's actually not part of any definition. XX chromosomes is actually not part of the definition of female in any way, shape, or form.
Seriously?
Yeah.
Correct.
Damn, I didn't know that.
Yeah, so like I said, the definition is of or denoting the sex that can typically produce large gametes and bear young. That's actually the definition of female.
Okay, but
like I'm an intersex individual. I talk chromosomes and I study them. This is specifically why I asked you this question, is because so many people have very little concept of how complex sex is, never mind gender. They think that they are synonyms for each other when they have strong correlation. I will agree with that, and every day of the week, but they are not synonymous with each other.
Okay. No, that totally makes sense. I'm not disagreeing with you at all.
Sure.
I actually appreciate you for educating me a little bit more on that subject. But to move on, I also wanted to ask, do you think that like all people that are Trump supporters are like offended easily?
Not all. It's like that'd be like a deductive argument, right? Like there's no way to prove that, right? So I would just say a vast majority or a not insignificant amount. Yeah, I wouldn't say all, like, 'cause that just like it depends on what you mean by like Trump supporter, I guess. But yeah, if what you mean by Trump supporter is just somebody who voted for Trump, versus like somebody who takes like some of these like staunch issues, then I would say yeah. But it just depends on what you mean by Trump supporter. But yeah, most of them, there's definitely a general tendency.
Do you mind if I stay like in the board and just like keep myself muted for a minute until there's something else?
Well, we have a lot of people in here, so like I do have to leave some space open. But if you do have any other questions, you can always just jump back in here. Okay.
All right, sounds good. I'll talk to you later.
Take it easy.
Bye.
Bye.
Mischievous, thank you for the gifted sub over to Nanners. Let's go.
W. The pivot was crazy.
All right, if you are a Trump supporter, and only if you're a Trump supporter, go ahead and hop on in the guest requests. We'd love to talk to you. Thank you so much. Keep tapping that screen. We're almost to 50K. Appreciate that. Thank you guys also for the donations and everything on Cash App, Venmo. Helps out a lot. I appreciate y'all. We're going to let up our next guest in here. Let's get this guy up here. Hello, can I get your age, please? Hello.
So I just wanted to re-elaborate on what you guys were talking about.
Sorry, what was your?
About
can I get your age, please?
Chromosomes or gender.
We need your age.
Can I get your age, please, my guy?
You have to be 18 to get on live.
Yes. So can I get your age, please? Okay, so you're over 18. All right,
and
you're a Trump supporter.
So if you
Hello.
if you don't know your chromosomes before,
Are you a Trump supporter?
I don't know why this guy's like, he's not listening to anything. All right, just stay in the comments, my guy.
He wants to have a conversation with himself.
Yeah, it's like talking to yourself, bro. Like I'm literally asking you shit about yourself, so I gotta introduce you, my guy. All right, we'll get the next person up here. Hello, Ivan. Can I get your age, please?
38.
All right, you're a Trump supporter?
Yeah, I'm a strong Republican, so Trump is on my list here.
Okay. Okay. So yeah, I got a list of things that I noticed Trump supporters are unjustifiably offended about. I'll go through a couple of the items on the list. Just let me know which one you want to talk about, okay?
Yeah.
All right, we got drag queens, Dylan Mulvaney Bud Light situation, banning the American flag being burned, the whole January 6th situation, Target Pride displays, gay people, tampons in men's restrooms, and pronouns, whichever one you want to talk about.
I'm a gay married man, and I'm a Republican.
Okay.
That's great. Which one do you want to talk about?
Amy.
I'll go with the gay issue. There's a lot of gay Republicans out there that don't reveal themselves because of being conservative and being like in the zone. But my bedroom has nothing to do with politics or skin color.
Yeah, I mean, we agree with that, but why are
shouldn't, but it
Republicans trying to
I
make
think
it
people talk about
political?
I think both sides are. So that's a
No, no.
2020 catch.
It's catch 21, but okay.
Like if
I mean,
gay people were
I
just
think
allowed to
both
get married without like conservatives constantly trying to, like, for example, send it to Supreme Court to overturn Obergefell and Texas v. Johnson, nobody would be talking about it. They're the ones who are constantly trying to poke the bear and trying to get those rights overturned.
There's never been a president in my bedroom. There's never been a politician in my bedroom.
Yeah, but whenever the
I'm sorry, you said you're
certain
you said you're
party,
37?
I'm 37 years old, yes, sir.
Okay, so you're old enough to remember Texas v. Johnson.
He never was in my bedroom. He never ever was in my bedroom.
Who's he?
it was a
What
court
are you
case. What are you talking
He?
about?
No, you keep. Y'all
Texas-
keep on, I was talking about gay issues. And
Yeah,
y'all
that's a
won't
gay
keep
issue.
about that.
Texas v. Johnson is a gay issue. What are you talking about?
He never affected me.
Who
like
is
Texas
he?
issue. Well, whatever you're trying to go to, no one has.
It's a
Who the
it's a
fuck
Supreme
is
Court
he?
case,
Who are you
friend.
talking about, bro?
Exactly.
It's a Supreme
Okay,
Court case
so
that legalized
Supreme Court
for gay
case.
people to get married.
Carmen,
Yeah.
You're mixing up court cases. So Texas v. Johnson's the flag burning one.
Uh,
And Lawrence v. Texas.
Lawrence v.
is
Texas.
the-
Sorry, yeah, Lawrence v. Texas.
Yeah.
My bad. I've been talking about Texas v. Johnson because of the flag burning thing. Yeah, Lawrence v. Texas. Sorry about that. Yeah, so Lawrence v. Texas is specific. Actually, that was ruled in 2001, if I'm not mistaken. And that was specifically, yeah, and that was in regarding two gay men being able to do what they wanted to do in the privacy of their own bedroom, right? So Texas had a law against gay men being able to do that until the Supreme Court overturned it. Clarence Thomas noted in his Roe v. Wade decision that that was based on substantive due process, and that the Supreme Court should have to look at that again. Likewise for Obergefell, which is gay marriage, right? So these are what conservatives are trying to get overturned.
I wasn't offended. You seem like you were offended.
What? No,
Are you gonna address anything that anybody
conservatives
is saying?
are offended by gay men being married and
Is this
gay
your
men
backup
being able
singer?
to do. I don't know why you're
Is this
over
your
talking.
backup
Is there a
singer?
reason why you're over talking me?
Because I'm
So
trying
is
to
there a reason
involve
why
them
you're
in
still
the
over talking
talk.
me, Ivan? Why are you over talking me? Okay, so they're very
not- I
offended.
don't have
You're
to
still
talk to
over. What the fuck, bro? Stop. It's gonna be
Yeah.
all right. Okay. All right. So they are offended, and they're using that offense. And by the way, it's unjustifiably offended. You're
Gotcha.
still over talking me. Stop crashing out. It's gonna be okay. I promise you, it's gonna be okay. All right. So they are unjustifiably offended, right? It's okay to be offended by things. They're unjustifiably offended, and they're trying to. You're still over talking me. If you over talk me again, you're getting dropped. Okay. So they're unjustifiably offended, and they're using that to try to oppress and take away people's rights. For example, a right to what they do in the bedroom, right to what whether they can get married or not. Now, my question to you is: do you believe that they are justified in doing that, or do you think that they are unjustified in doing that? Answer that question.
Nobody has ever called me a faggot or a homosexual, and the white.
You can't say that.
That didn't
Don't
answer my
fucking
question.
say that on
That didn't
that.
answer my
Once
question.
again,
Ivan,
you're
that
back
didn't
up to
answer my
the
question, so I'm going to ask the question again, since you ran from the question. Right? So the question was, do you think that conservatives are justified or unjustified in those kind of policy positions?
I think we're all cool. I think you're bitching and
That also
complaining.
didn't answer the
Like I'm
question. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to repeat the question again, Ivan.
You don't
So the
repeat
question
it. Once
was,
you don't
do
fix
you
your
believe that they're
list.
justified or unjustified in their position? Go ahead and answer that question. Stop running from the question. It's going to be okay.
You're twisted, dude.
I didn't answer the question, so I'm going to ask the question again. Do you believe that they are justified or unjustified in those policy positions? I don't understand why this is like a difficult question for you to answer. right?
I don't know what.
Are your gears turning or something around it? Like, are you like really thinking about it? Are you typing in the question into ChatGPT and trying
Why
to
do you
get it to
need?
answer the question for you?
Why
Yeah,
do you
you're
need
over talking me, so stop over talking me. Thank you. So all I need is
Just wanna shut the fuck
an
up.
answer for you to say like whether they're justified or unjustified. And now, by the way, when I ask you this one more time and you fail to answer, you're gonna be dropped. I'm gonna move on to the next person. So here's the question again. Bye bye. Since you tried to over talk me. Thank you. All right, we're gonna get the next person. All right, let's get the next person in here. Please, only if you're a Trump supporter, and hope also make sure you don't like a crash out. That'd be nice too. Thank you.
Or slur, even if you can reclaim the slur, please don't say it.
All right, let's get this guy in here. He wants to hide in the comment sections. Oh, he doesn't have live access. Oh wow. Who next? Oh yeah, I already called this one out. Yeah. The gifted sub over to Mommy Nanners. Nanners, are you
That's
here?
me.
Oh, there you are.
I am here. Sorry, I'm trimming my hair. I'm listening though.
Oh, okay. All right, if you are a Trump supporter, go ahead and hop on in the guest request. We'd love to talk to you. Thank you so much. Appreciate you. Let's see what we got in here. I don't think. Let's try this guy. That guy's gone. Okay, I'm gonna clear the guest request. Please, only if you're a Trump supporter, go and hop on the guest request. A lot of these people are gone already, so I'm gonna clear the guest request. There we go. We got 100 motherfuckers over on YouTube. We got 50 motherfuckers over on Twitch. We got almost 600 over there on TikTok. Let's fucking go. Be ready for it.
Hey, Glitch,
Actually,
how
it's
are
a
you?
Trump supporter. They changed their name. America. What?
I'm good. I know. Hey, how are you?
I'm doing okay. So
All right, Ray, you are live. Can I get your age, please?
Yeah, I'm 38.
All right, you a Trump supporter?
Oh, hell no. I just wanted real quick. Hey, Nemo, good to see you. Hey, Battle, Karma. As a cisgender man, the lady you had up earlier, it really upset me because of the fact that as a man who's got 2 children with my wife, I wanted to say, men in this chat, listen to your wife. If you plan on having children, go ahead and go through the centering classes that are available for you because you will learn a lot. I thought I knew everything about childbirth until I had actual children.
Yeah.
So go through that centering class. For instance, I learned about a Foley balloon, and guess what happened? I had to use both of them on both of my children.
Gotcha.
And I'm like, whoa, but I was so much more comfortable because I went to that centering class and I learned so much. So if you're a man in this chat, you think you know something about women's health, you don't, because I can tell you right now, I've learned so much. And my wife is actually in the medical field. She was a public health specialist for her undergrad. So I'm like, oh yeah, I know what I'm talking about. No, I wasn't. I was so outside of my league. Listen to these women on this chat. If you saw how Nemo sat there and kept his mouth shut because it wasn't his place, that's what you need to do. Listen and learn. And that's where I'm going to land my plane. Thank you, Battle.
Thank you for coming up.
Thank you,
appreciate
Battle.
you, man.
I think you're in what, Tropic Thunder?
All right, thank you, man, for coming up. I appreciate you, my man. All right, if you are a Trump supporter, go and hop on in the guest request. We'd love to talk to you. Thank you so much. Please make sure you're a Trump supporter. We'll get you on in here. And everybody else, keep tapping that screen. Let's get up to 100,000 likes. I appreciate you. We're at 57.9. Now we're at 58. Let's go. That's the number that Barack Obama won Michigan by in 2008. Just a fun fact. That's the percentage of the vote that he got in Michigan. So, yeah, cry about it. Anyway, so go ahead and hop on in the guest request if you are a Trump supporter. We'd love to talk to you. Let's go.
W.
Only you would know that. I know literally like I okay, give me a swing state. I bet you I can get what percentage Barack Obama got in 2008. Throw one out.
Maine.
Was that a swing state? I don't think that was a swing state at the time in 2008. Try another one.
You right, you right, you right.
Not current swing states at the time. Pennsylvania. Pennsylvania he got 54%. I'm almost certain it was 54 or 55. Let's look it up. 2008 Pennsylvania election results. 54.49. Let's go. All right. Who next? Florida, he got 51%. 52% in Florida. Let's look up Florida. Let's go. Florida was 51%. Let's go. All right. Keep them coming, go. Keep them coming.
Ohio.
Wisconsin, 53. Ohio, he got 50. I think he got 50 or 51% in Ohio. It was closer. I'm gonna say 50%, 51%. Hold on. Ohio, 2008 election. I could be wrong about Ohio. I'm not as confident on that one. 51. Listen, keep them coming, guys. Let's go. Guam is crazy.
Hello.
He did not win South Carolina. He won North Carolina. I don't know about Maine. Maine wasn't like. I'm pretty sure he got maybe like 52. Virginia wasn't a swing state. Well, I guess at that time it was. He probably got. Virginia was more red back then. It was like, cause like even I think George Bush won it one time.
What about West Virginia? Like,
well, like he ate into the numbers. Yeah.
West Virginia, it's weird.
Yeah.
So I watched, I'm like a West Wing fan, and at the end of the show, there's an election, and West Virginia comes up, and the commentary on it from like the newscasters is, West Virginia, which has traditionally been a Democratic stronghold. And I'm just sitting here saying, well, goddamn, how long ago was that?
It made a turn around the 2000s. I'm not mistaken.
Yeah,
it was longer than 1952. I'm pretty sure.
Yeah, he got
they slowly crept up to
42%.
be red.
Yeah, you look at like every single state pretty much in 2008. Barack Obama, like it was hard for him to get into the 30%, right? Like typically you're gonna expect like a 30% in like a red state, but he was getting consistently 40, 41% in all these like extremely blood red states. He even won Indiana, which is insane. But by like 1%, like it was less than 1%, I think. Santana, thank you for the raid over on Twitch and YouTube. I appreciate you, Santana. Arizona was much more red. He was in the mid 40s in Arizona, low to mid 40s. Let me look it up.
Yeah, that's to be expected too, because he was running against
45.
John McCain. So
yeah, and he was from Arizona. Yeah, but yeah, those swing states he like dominated. So like Michigan, he got 57. He actually almost won Missouri.
Yeah. Nemo, if you haven't seen, there was a journalist who documented Bernie Sanders' visit here to West Virginia. And it was really interesting.
Yeah, I watched that.
It made me really sad. It really did.
What's the topic right now? We're waiting for Trump supporters.
I watched the documentary you're talking about. Like it really was frustrating hearing so many people in West Virginia say all of these things about like, just standard working class issues and just
Imagine how I feel living here. I'm like, guys, they don't care about us. We're a forgotten state to them. They do
Like
nothing for us.
it kind of like dawned on me. It was like farmers voted for Trump and then lost their farms and went bankrupt because of Trump's tariffs, and then still support. Like I realized like there's
Yeah.
nothing you really can say to these people. It's just like they're locked in,
Well,
right?
it's to the average West Virginian, right? I really do think that it's mostly education, right? We don't have a great education system here, and I do believe that Republicans tend to prey on undereducated people. And if they keep us poor and keep us uneducated, then we never really learn. You know what I mean? I feel like if our
Yeah.
education system was fixed, it would help a lot.
Oh, absolutely.
Okay, girl toy.
Every time that we talk about Trump supporters voting against their best interest and stuff, there was just the quintessential thing, which is it's similar to the farmer thing. So there's this dude, and he kind of, I guess, sort of went viral on TikTok for a minute. This is the tariff thing. So it's funny. He owns his own company. It's Montana Knife Company, and he posted this video before, and then the after's great.
Put a number next to the price of a product on their website to designate how much the tariff is of whatever you're buying on their website. At Montana Knife Company, we're going to do the same thing. We're going to put a number next to the price as well. And that number is going to look a lot like the shape of this goose egg. Well, it's a chicken egg because I didn't have a goose. But anyway, this is the shape of the number that's going to be on our website next to our knives of how much tariff affects the prices of our knives. Because we've been preaching this all along. We're American made, buy American. You don't have to worry about this shit. Also, that is
American
actually
made
chicken shit
doesn't
on the
mean
site because
it's not
we also
Okay,
raise our
buddy.
own. Right, for those of you that say buy American made equipment, the tariffs won't affect you. This is American made heat treating furnaces.
So this is just a few weeks later.
July 17th, 2024, base price $519. July 23rd, 2025, base price $612. The thermocouple interface upgrade.
So he proceeds to read off all the numbers. The summary is everything is more expensive. His commentary at the end is very funny.
Same stuff, 18,100, 20,400. So this is my point. This is what I'm getting at. We're trying to build American manufacturing. This is American-made equipment, 100% made in America. This stuff has an effect. Again, I'm questioning why is the cost of equipment to manufacture in America going up that drastically in 1 year?
Surprising.
It's almost like you need materials.
Again, I'm trying to point out that their policies need some adjustments. We should be focusing on finished goods coming in from overseas. We shouldn't be making the cost to buy equipment made in America for American manufacturers go up by this amount of money.
And then it's just like people are like unintelligent, and then like they do get punished. They punish themselves for like for not being able to like sift through that. And like this, by the way, this was readily available, right? Like not only was it mentioned by Kamala Harris in the debate, but like multiple different like economists and economic analyses have demonstrated what his tariffs were going to do, especially blanket tariffs. And people saw that and said, you know what, I want that. I want my prices to go up. I want the economy to slow. And guess what? That's exactly what you're getting.
I don't want to laugh at it, but you just kind of can't help it. Like, just like this I told you so moment, right? Like, you don't want people to suffer, right? But like, when you yelled at them until you're blue in the face, and there's like, nuh-uh, it's really hard not to have that I told you so moment.
They're just people are like advocating for bills. I don't know how it would be implemented where I don't even know if it'd be constitutional. It probably wouldn't be. Like if you just vote for a particular candidate and then that candidate like takes away, for example, like cuts Medicaid, the first people, the priority of people who should get their Medicaid cut should be the people that voted for them. So that
Mhm.
way it's like a direct
Right.
impact or something
Like,
like that. Like
mhm.
you need to like
I've
people
seen a video like that.
like if people are unintelligent, right, and they're not able to like connect their actions to consequences, then you need to force those actions to like you need like if they're voting for like you know a politician who like takes away like yeah, like their Medicaid or Social Security, then you should be first in list that of your Social Security being
Mhm.
taken away, not the person next to you voted
I,
the
I've
other way.
seen.
Oh, sorry, Boyd, go ahead.
It's really. I've seen a video that was something similar to that. It's like when you vote, you get like either like a little like red stamp on your ID or a blue stamp, right? And whenever you go certain places like the grocery store or the doctor or things of that nature, they look at that and then they apply those policies to you.
Oh yeah,
Like,
that's basically the one I saw. Is when you vote, they
Mhm.
hand you you know how if you have state insurance or even just your insurance card, you're handed a card. Is
Mhm.
when you vote, they hand you a blue card or a red card, depending on what you voted as. And then for the next 4 years, you have to hand your card over to be scanned every time you go do anything, whether it's go to the grocery store, whether it's you go to get doctor care, whether it's you go to school. All of that
Mhm.
is handed over. Yeah.
Mhm. And honestly, for like 4 years, like not even permanently implemented, just for 4 years, just for 4 years.
All right, if you're a Trump supporter, go and hop on the that guest request. Come on, let's go. Let's go.
The sweet baby snores are adorable.
Yeah, I was about to say it sounds like.
Do you hear my
Vader.
kid snoring?
So cute. Shut up! It's not my.
Do you hear my kid?
Yes, she's a girl.
I think she's getting the sniffles. So
We're finally.
when she has the sniffles, she has to sleep near me.
All right, let's get the next person
Yeah,
in
my
here.
kid is fine.
Hello, can I get your age, please?
Glitch is an abomination.
Can I get your age,
Is that
please,
your
or are you gonna
age?
be a troll?
You can tell I'm old enough.
Okay, so you're over 18.
That doesn't sound like an age, friend.
Just give us your age. Stop being problematic, please.
Yeah, stop being a
Stop being
child.
problematic, please.
Okay, he's
I'm
a child.
37.
Yeah, this is this is
37?
this is a grown person's like debate. Like we don't allow children on here, my guy. Just grow up a
Grown man, by
little
the
bit.
way.
All right, please only if you're looking to debate. Go ahead and hop on the guest request. I appreciate you. If you're not looking to debate me, please do not join the guest request like that guy. All right, let's see. Ray, I'm gonna get you out the guest request because you're not a Trump supporter. Yeah, let's get it in. All right, if you are a Trump supporter, go and hop on the guest request. We'd love to talk to you. Come on.
Hey there, common sense boy. You're gonna get blocked if you keep requesting. Just be aware.
Yeah,
I
you're
mean,
not
at this
trying to
point, I
debate,
just
my guy.
kind of enjoy living rent free in all their minds.
Yeah, that's how you know you're doing something right.
Why are you so obsessed with Demi? Is the question. Why are you so obsessed?
I mean, have you seen Demi?
Yes, I get. Listen, no, I get why I'm obsessed.
He's
Right?
trying
I
to hit
get
on
that.
you. He's trying to hit on you, Demi. That's what it is.
Demi's married, and I'm next in line. Fuck off.
Excuse you, I'm definitely next in line. You're
You
like
can't be. You can't be next in line for Carbon and Demi. Pick one. Stop being greedy.
Listen, Linda. I get first dibs on everybody because I'm me. Thank
No,
you.
because you're greedy. You're
Yeah,
greedy.
so yeah, it's just gonna be special pleading. Yeah, so that's just gonna be fallacious reasoning, incorrect reasoning. It's just gonna be a
Carbon,
elementary blunder. Yeah.
I'll be falling
Given
blunder.
given the context, fallacious is
a
wonderful
that's right.
word.
You're fallacious.
Sounds self-fallationary. Is it? No.
About
Falatory.
fellatio? What?
Fellatio
I was
is
going to
crazy.
say,
Self-fallatory.
I think that's a different argumentation.
Hey, let's figure that argument together, Carbon.
Lord.
It's been a while since I've had a good zinger. Leave me alone.
And I mean, to be fair, of Boyd and Nanners, I would have to give Boyd like cutsies in line Just because Void actually answers my Discord messages.
Yeah, I give her attention. You want to be first in line, but no attention giving is crazy.
Wild.
About greedy.
Wild. Listen. I will give you that Void is prettier than me. I will give you that Void.
I did not say that.
No. I'm granting this. But I'm needier. Thank you.
Well, I'm needier than both of you, so that's
Hello,
fine.
new guest. Can I get your age, please?
Glitch is a fucking abomination.
Oh, it's this fucking guy. He's
Bro, if you
degenerate
want to
that
go
keeps
on a
adding
date,
them.
just
Just DM Demi and then ask her on a date. You don't have to come up here and like try to like spit game. This is a debate live, okay?
spit game is crazy, Carbon.
I mean, at this point, I just want to know which reason I'm an abomination for.
He won't be able to give an argument. You know how it goes. Thank you for the heart, man. Does Carbon have a 3D
So do we
printer?
take- You guys
want-
No. I want one.
We taking bets on how many more accounts they come up with?
Yeah. T, thank you for the heart, man. Appreciate you.
Let's say 2 more.
The real question is, am I hungry enough to get Taco Bell? Do I need
Yes. Thank you, Left Jess.
Should I order Taco
Jess or
Bell
Jessie?
just so that I can get Baja?
Baja.
These are the real...
I mean, I feel like there's a what is this? A positive correlation between how late it is and how much you should order Taco Bell. Like the later it gets, the more you should just say yes to ordering.
So wait, when does late become early is my question.
4 a.m.
That depends on if you have slept.
No sleep, just in general. Like if I'm up at like 5 o'clock in the morning.
They're not open at 5 a.m.
I think probably 4:30. Everything after 4:30.
4:26.
Considered early.
When Taco Bell closes.
When Taco Bell closes, it's so fun.
You know what I do
They close
like
at
is
like
when
11 a.m.
I
here.
go to DoorDash and I click Express and the driver is on another app, right? So they're delivering that app from like Uber or whatever first before they drop off to me. Like, motherfucker, why did I click Express? And now they're waiting in line for like 30 minutes for their other order from the other app, right? When my food is ready, right? And so then I get my food and my food is cold.
But why do you click Express? Could you just like not click Express?
I click Express because sometimes these people like take forever, and I don't want cold food, and then I get cold food because they say, okay, I'm gonna get around your Express.
It's not Express.
Yeah, like it's not Express then. It's supposed to be if you're
That seems
only
like a
using
user
that.
error.
Yeah, so it's
Dude,
just
maybe
like a
you should get
useless
good.
button
Have you tried
sometimes.
that before?
Just get good, bro.
Yeah, just get good, bro.
But by the time I
like
pick up my
Amazon with
food,
Prime
it'll be
shipping.
cold, so it doesn't even matter. And then I tip
That's
a
why you
lot
order in
too.
the pocket.
I've
You
run
do
into
tip a lot, Carbon.
situations.
Hey, wasn't that...
I've run into these situations where like Amazon Prime, it shows Amazon Prime, and then I'll like get to the cart and it says, oh yeah, it'll be there in a week.
Like that's not Prime. Like,
7 months
later.
Nemo, you know they had to actually update their terms of service because they were getting in trouble for their Prime because it used to be guaranteed within 2 days. They updated their terms of service, so it's should be there in 2 days.
Yeah, because it never is.
typically, mine are always there within like 2 to 3 days, right? I don't know.
I get stuff from Shein faster than I do Amazon.
That's crazy. My Shein orders take like 2 to 3 weeks,
Everything takes forever to
and that's
get
where I
here.
buy most of like. That's where I buy like my nail charms and my like nail tips, my full cover tips. That is Shein. Don't say nothing about tips.
Can I get the tip? You should check out Shein for their children's clothing because that's where I've gotten most of Nina's wardrobe is from Shein, and it's decently quality. And
I feel like the material that they use is so bad. Like I hate their
So
clothing material.
if you like live in New York City, you'll get that shit within an hour. It's insane. Like you get Amazon
Hydro
Prime
said
within an
express
hour.
only means
All right, hold on. Everyone, there is no ethical consumption under capitalism. I am a poor mother living in Trump's fucking economy. Don't judge me for being fucking broke as shit and needing to fucking put clothing on my children's back.
I don't want to hear any of y'all say anything about Sheen if y'all eat Hershey's. I don't want to hear it.
It's fine.
Or drink Nesquik.
Hydro in the chat said express only means your order gets priority to get made, not getting delivered. Then why is the app called DoorDash? Why is it not called
DoorWalk?
I don't know. Cook
Food
faster.
quicker, make
Like this
cook
bullshit.
faster. Make faster.
Someone explained to me how inflation has gotten so bad that it's cheaper to go to some sit-down restaurants, something like a Chili's, than it is to go to like a McDonald's.
Yep.
Yeah. Also, the portions at Chili's, right? Because I can order, I think it's like a whole like platter of like ribs and things like that, and that'll do me literally all day for like $30.
Oh yeah, I get the Cajun chicken pasta. That's a
shit's so
meal
good.
for that's a meal for 3 days.
3 days is crazy. I'm a little bit more big back than that, but you know.
I definitely eat like a bird.
Yeah.
But I've already discussed with you that I do have an eating disorder.
My eating disorder is I can only consume Taco Bell. Everything else makes me sick. I'm not even joking you. I cannot hold down any other food. I don't know why. Like my brain will not allow me to eat other food.
Well, if you ever come visit, I'll cook you homemade tacos.
Can you get that homemade taco? I'm so sorry. I'm gonna ground myself for that
I'm
one.
sorry, I was having flavored air. I almost unalive.
My favorite go-to for Chili's is the smokehouse combo, and like you pick 3 different like main things, and that'll do me like literally all day, and it's so good. Chili's is one of my favorite places to go.
I had vegan tacos.
Oh, I absolutely adore Chili's.
I had these vegan tacos, and they were like some of the best. And I'm from Texas, okay? They were like some of the best fucking tacos I've ever fucking taken. Them shits. So I don't know what they did with that shit, and they were vegan. I expected it to taste like dog shit, but yeah.
What made you get them?
I was curious. I
Thank
was
you,
like,
B, for the
I wanna see
dollar.
what they're- I
Thank
don't know
you,
what
B,
the
for
meat
the
substitute
dollar.
was.
Sheen question mark. She's in trouble. My child is snoring in the background, guys. I apologize. If it's too loud, let me know. She's sick.
All right. Should we
getting
restart
us
with the religion topic? I think I should.
Yes.
Poor logic.
Oh, do you
It's
go to
never
sleep?
here for it.
Well, soon he'll be in Texas, and for a little bit he will be.
Religion, trans, spanking, pick a topic.
Moderate conservative friend. You
mean you should
my
only spank
whiteness
your
does not
trans
erase my
religious-
poverty. It's wild work. Just because I'm
I'm not
white
sure I gotta-
doesn't mean I can't be broke. What?
Right.
The Bible
Also-
was actually mistranslated. It's not spare the rod, spoil the child. It's spare the rod, spoil the trans.
Yeah,
Oh.
there you go.
Spoiled child.
I mean, y'all
Whitney,
obviously
what's up?
didn't
Thank you for having
read how to handle the strong
Hey,
willed
Whitney.
child book. Hi, Whitney.
Yeah.
Hello, Whitney.
How much do I gotta pay to get the spanking topic up tonight? Or would it be next stream?
Tylenol taking child.
Listen, you leave me and my autistic child alone. Thank you, Nico, for the $3 to buy more nail supplies because you're so talented. Thank you.
All right. We're gonna restart with the Christian topic. We're gonna debate some Christians tonight. That's gonna be our last topic for the night. So I'll restart. You guys are welcome back up here. We're gonna restart to get some debates in here. So I'll see you guys in about 10, 15 seconds after the restart, and let's keep it going. Let's go.
The answer to that question was no monies. Okay.
All right. Yay! I'm at 64,000 now. Fuck yeah! Let's go.
Battery 80%.
Let's fucking go. IHOP and Applebee's are teaming up. All right, let's do some religious debates. This should be good. Melatonin. Crust. Why do you keep doing that, bro? You know what? It's not alive. It's not alive until it's not a restart unless somebody comes into the comments asking what happened to the previous live. I love it. The comments are fake news. Did anyone just hear battery 80%? No, I
Battery
did not.
80%.
Did you hear that? Zamir, thank you so much for the euro. There is one carb that is for you. That's you, mate. Thank you, Zamir. Appreciate you. Oh, you heard that?
Battery 80%.
I asked even though I know the answer. All right, let's see if we get some Christians in here, y'all. If you are a Christian, go and hop on the guest request. Give us an argument for why we should be Christian. Thought my headphones stopped talking. Yeah, I got one for you. They're asleep at churches early tomorrow. Yeah.
And it just
Oh,
feels
that's
like
a
it gets
pound. I do keep saying euro. It's a pound. Thank you for the 2 pounds over on Super Chat. Appreciate you. I don't know why I keep saying euro.
Yeah.
Yeah, I'm an atheist. Thank you for gifts. Thank you for the heart me. I appreciate you guys. Ez or Ease, or is it Easy E, or is it Ez? I just watched Den of Thieves 2. The second one that came out this year. It's pretty good. I don't know why I thought of that. Why did I think of that? Oh, because I thought of Easy E, which made me think of Ice Cube, which made me think of Ice Cube's son, who starred in the Den of Thieves. Okay, where'd Annie go?
So just out of curiosity, Whitney was the one that was making today's live interesting.
Yes.
Whitney,
yeah,
huge
last
shout
night.
out for blowing out my eardrums last night with those massive gifts. That was amazing. That was so
Also,
good to watch.
me yelling probably didn't help any. But
No, not at all.
I downloaded a
That
clip
is-
of the whole. I think that's the TikTok. Is that what it's called? The TikTok universe one?
There's like 2 or 3 different TikTok universes now, so I don't know specifically which one was sent. It might have been the original.
Interesting.
No, the original just put the planet up with a ring around it, so you got the new version of it because it had the dancing people in it, right?
Yeah.
Correct.
Yeah, that's the new TikTok universe.
Oh, cool. All right, if you are a Christian, go ahead and hop on the guest request. We'd love to talk to you. Thank you so much. Tell us why we should be Christian. Go ahead. You got some background noise here.
Me?
Somebody's watching anime.
Oh,
or
my
something. I don't
husband.
know.
I'll go on mute. Oh,
Oh.
I'm sorry.
All right, let's
But
get
yeah, no,
Christians.
TikTok universes are cool, but I still like the Phoenix and the Dragon the most.
I like. Let me see, which one do we have? I like. I'll look it up. Music. Can I get your age, please?
43.
Are you a Christian, my man?
Not really. I don't go to church.
Okay, so we're looking for people who have arguments for why we should be Christian. Do you have an argument for why we should be Christian?
Yeah, you should be Christian because you're all going to jail after Epstein files are fucking filed.
So why are you going to? Why were you
you're
there
all
with
gonna-
Epstein?
Because
so
you're
you were there
all-
with Epstein?
All you Republicans are going to jail.
We're not.
Wait, don't
after
just.
the Epstein files are released.
So
all of
me,
you.
So
You're
me
all
being
fucked.
so music. I'm gonna play along. So
We have to
so
put
me
we have
wait
to put
music
a
music.
barbed
Let
wire
me
fence
respond.
because
Let me respond.
Christians want to come over into heaven, and they are not able to come into heaven. We've been putting up barbed wire fences and fucking walls.
Gotcha. So
Because you
music,
stupid fucks.
music,
Anyway.
music. So when you say us Republicans, what do you mean?
What do you mean, you people?
Oh, are you saying us? Are you a Republican?
Yeah, because you called me a Republican, right?
I didn't call you a Republican.
Yes, you
Why'd
did.
you say you Republicans?
Are you a Republican?
Well,
I
you
don't know,
called
you
me
tell
one.
me.
You said I'm a Republican.
Are you a Republican?
No,
Yeah,
ask.
back the blue, I guess.
Are you? Are you?
All right, listen, man.
Yeah,
I'm looking.
MAGA,
We're not. This is not.
2027.
We had the time for the political talk. Right now we're debating Christians. I appreciate you coming up. Ben, can I get your age, please?
Thank you, Sunday.
Oh, I'm 27.
All right. Are you a Christian?
Sam.
Okay. Do you have an argument for why we should be Christian?
It's what God tells you.
Well, I mean, if
Obviously.
God doesn't exist, He can't tell you anything, right? So what's the argument that the Christian God exists? I didn't get anything from any God.
Do,
So.
do you argue for randomness, or do you argue for sake of like what are you talking about?
Okay,
Are we
so
random?
you said God told me something, right? How do I know that God told me anything? I don't believe God told me anything because I don't think God exists. So why are you saying God told me something?
He just doesn't speak to you.
No, I don't. Like usually when people like think that God is talking to them, they're just thinking. They're just confusing their thoughts with another person speaking with them, right? So no, He doesn't speak to me. You're muted. You're still muted. Hello? There you go.
All right, sorry, my internet's breaking up.
Yeah, so no, I didn't hear any like deity talk to me.
I mean, honestly, when you're debating religion, the problem goes back to the amount of scripture. There's just so much.
What was that?
Uh-huh. He's gone. I think he was trolling. That scared me. Yeah,
His voice gave me bubble guts. His
Bubble guts.
Okay, we got through the two trolls. Okay, so please, if you're a Christian, go ahead and hop under the guest request. We'd love to hear from you. Why we should be Christian or why Christianity is true. Let's go. Oh my God. Oh, Jesus. All right, let's get the next person in. They're all behind barbed wire and walls. Thank you. TWP, you are live. Can I please get your age? That's
46.
Crazy. All right. Yeah, you're a Christian?
Sort of.
Do you have an argument for why we should be Christian?
Because my wife said so.
Actually, you know what? That's a good argument.
What? Yeah, that's a great argument. You do what she says. Everything.
Yep, exactly.
The problem is the Bible also
why-
says that women shouldn't have authority, so it's a little contradictory there.
No, that's bullshit. Fuck the Bible.
Okay, W.
Thank you for coming.
W.
Yeah.
Bro, I muted this person. Why are they still commenting?
It does have some time. Wow, what a message.
All right, if you
Now, do you mean like figuratively
how'd you
or
unmute?
Because I had to remute him to get that comment to go away. So you have to unmute and remute. It's obnoxious when they do that because they're sending it as you hit the mute, and it gets around the mute.
I see.
Calling from the microwave is crazy. What?
Also, Carbon, my husband wanted me to make sure that I said, Ziff says hi.
Who? What?
My husband, Ziff.
Oh.
Ziv, like Shiv, but with a Z?
I just said synth or something.
Yes.
Okay. The Sith say hi. That's crazy.
Hi.
Did you not know my husband's name?
I knew like somewhat, but I didn't know how to pronounce it properly.
God gave you free will. Well, you can't give anybody anything if it doesn't exist. So it's already there. Yeah, if you're a Christian, go ahead and hop on the guest request.
Auntie tonight. I haven't seen him tonight.
He drank hemlock tea.
Prove that he doesn't
He's-
exist. Yeah, so listen, if the Christian God exists, right, then there would be no gratuitous child torture. There is gratuitous child torture. Conclusion, therefore, the Christian God does not exist. Right? So, if you have an objection, go ahead and hop on in the guest request. We'd love to talk to you. Thanks. Shalom. Hey, we finally broke 50 viewers over on Twitch. I fucks with it. Let's go. Yeah, where'd Nemo go? Well, I guess Nemo doesn't do the religious debates that often.
Is he religious or do you know?
I don't know.
Did Nemo get raptured?
Can tell my husband needs to go to sleep. He's not behaving in the comments.
Verillion, thank you for the $2. God gave me free will. I call her wifey. Thank you, Verillion, for the 2. Appreciate you. If you're a Christian, go ahead and hop on in the guest request. We got 300 people in here. No fucking Christians. It's insane. Did we convert? Oh, did y'all get raptured? Is that what happened?
They all got raptured.
I see.
Don't lie. They're not good enough to get raptured. Stop lying to them.
I was actually you low key praying they all would, then maybe our planet could start healing itself.
Right.
Hey,
We couldn't get that lucky.
I usually watch on
universal
YouTube.
healthcare.
Yeah.
What was that, Timmy?
I said universal healthcare for a start. No orange peels for president. Oh, sorry. No politics.
No
Hey, it's
president.
true. It's a
maybe.
logical entailment, right?
I read Twilight fanfics. I knew I wasn't getting raptured.
Annie, you know you don't have to come in here on your alt account, right?
Come on, man. Where y'all at? Let's get this guy in here. All right, we got a new guest. Live, you are live. Can I get your age, please? Hello. Hello.
Yes, I'm 47 years old.
Are you a Christian?
I am a Christian.
Do you have an argument for why we should be Christian?
I do not have an argument for being Christian. I'm from Denmark. I believe that everybody should believe in what they want to believe in.
Okay. Yeah, agree. Well, thank you so much for coming up. Yeah, we're looking for somebody to who has an argument for why we should be Christian, but yeah, I appreciate you for sharing your views, okay?
But I don't understand the question, so I was just asking. I just wanted to know what you wanted to.
For anybody who has an argument for why Christianity is true. Yeah.
What, can you say that one more time?
If we're looking for people who have an argument for why we should be Christians.
Well, I do have an argument for why you should be Christian, but I do believe that you should believe in what you want to believe.
Yeah. Well, I don't know if beliefs are based off desires, right? I don't think people choose what they believe in. I don't think people choose what convinces them either. So,
Well, so
yeah.
Can you elaborate?
Yeah. So, like for example, if you told me to like, if I can change my belief that the Earth is flat, I like because I don't believe the Earth is flat. But if you said, hey, for like the next 10 seconds, I want you to believe that the Earth is flat, I just can't do it, no matter how hard I try. Right? I can't. I even if I had a desire to do it to see what it's like to believe that the Earth is flat, I just can't force myself to do it. There's something stopping me there. Right? So like when you say like people can believe what they want, I don't know if people want to believe the things that they do. I think they just come upon these beliefs based off of like experiences and reasons and things like that.
Okay. What is your argument?
For Christianity being false?
So you believe that Christianity is false?
Yeah, I think it's false. Yeah.
I actually, so when it comes to Christianity, I believe that people want to believe in something that they can grasp. I don't believe in Christianity, but I do believe that people want to feel careful and that they want to have something to grasp to.
Yeah.
So I do agree that Christianity is false, but I also believe that people want to hold on to something.
Yeah, yeah, I agree
And
that people have like they're more inclined to like fall upon a belief or something like that based off of like, for example, if somebody wants to live beyond death, right, in heaven, they're more inclined towards believing sort of worldviews that tell them that they could, like for example, go to heaven and things like that, right? So, yeah, I just don't think that people can like choose their beliefs. But yeah, I mean, yeah, I don't think you and me are gonna find much disagreement here.
but why would you want to like hurt people and not want them to believe in something?
Yeah, well, mainly I debate a lot of Christians who use their faith to like justify oppression of other people. Um, that's the main people who are coming up on these live streams. But nonetheless, it is also an intellectual exercise, right? To like challenge a belief that somebody has that could just be a false belief, right? But yeah.
But what I mean is like, okay, my English isn't very isn't great, but why would you so, but the people who are good and they want to believe in these things, why would you want to discourage it?
Why do I want to what?
Discourage.
Yeah, because well, like there's a lot of people, especially if they have a false belief and then they're using that false belief to justify their oppression of others. Don't you think that I would have like some justification for disproving that belief?
Does that happen a lot in the US?
Oh yeah,
Yes.
How?
People try
Donald
to
Trump.
implement Christianic like laws.
But can you repeat that?
Like Donald Trump.
Oh, Donald Trump is terrible. But
Yeah.
but he's not Christianity.
He promotes and he has people in his executive branch who are trying to impose Christian nationalism. Yeah. Pete Hegseth,
But
Stephen Miller, people who are in the Supreme Court, Justice Kavanaugh, Amy Coney Barrett. These are all people who are supportive of Christian nationalism.
but Christianity is all over the world.
Yeah,
And
I agree. Like for example, you said you're from Denmark, right?
yes,
Yeah, there's a lot of Christians there, but they're not like radical, oppressive Christians, right? They're generally more progressive Christians who keep their faith to themselves and, broadly speaking, are more likely to vote for policies that don't oppress people, but lift people out of like poverty and don't try to, you guys have like much better policies on trans people than we do, right? So, or like gay people than we do too, right? So it's different. Like we have different types of Christians here. So yeah.
it just feels like you're throwing a blanket over everything that's a Christianity when
No,
it,
I just did not throw a blanket. Like I just said, the people in Denmark, the Christians in Denmark are different from the Christians in the U.S., right? Typically, that's not a
yeah.
blanket statement. That's differentiating between types of Christians.
So American Christians are different than Denmark Christians.
Yeah, on
Yes.
average, yeah. And just like the same thing, like New York Christians tend to be different from Alabama Christians, right? So,
Okay, I apologize for jumping in. I just
you're good.
needed to understand.
Okay,
It's
well,
fine.
thank you so much for coming up.
Thank you.
Bye. All right, if you are a Christian, go ahead and hop on in the guest request. We'd love to talk to you. Thank you so much. Yeah, we have the type of Christianity where they just say fuck Jesus Actually, we kind of like what the Old Testament God did. Fuck the New Testament. Let's get the 20K. Yeah, let's keep tapping that screen. Let's go. This dude's talking out of his ass. Well, go ahead and hop on in the guest room. I'm gonna send you an invite. Go ahead and accept that invite. Don't be scared. I don't allow people to hide in the comment sections. Come on.
Yeah, I don't think it would. I mean, and Jesus said that you should be ready at any point to defend your faith, so
let's
go.
Yeah. What would Jesus do?
Jesus would run from the debate. He said, no, I can't defend my God. I can't defend him intellectually. Run away from the debate. That's what Jesus would do, right? All right, let's get the next person in here. Story time. You are live. Can I please get your age?
What's up?
Can I get your age, please?
Age.
Sorry, I not what you said.
Can I get your age,
I
please?
can hear you. 46.
You're a Christian?
Yes.
All right. Do you have an argument for why we should be Christian?
Why shouldn't we?
Yeah. Do you have an argument?
No. Why shouldn't we be Christians? So.
Well, that's a question. I'm asking if you had an argument that we should be Christian.
I'm asking you, why shouldn't we not be Christian?
Wait, are you just like taking the background and then like adding the word not to it? I'm asking you a question. I brought you up so you can answer this question.
No. There's the three major religions in the world: Christianity, Muslim, and Judaism.
Yeah.
Those are the three most. I don't want to be a Jew because they told you to cure that to unalive your enemy.
Wow.
Right. So
hold on. I don't want to be a Muslim because they say to unalive your enemy. I want to be a Christian because Jesus said, love your enemy.
Okay, so when you say we should be Christian, I don't understand the argument. You're just saying we should be Christian because Jesus said love your enemy? Is that the argument? You're muted, my guy. Hello? Wait, why is he staying muted? I don't understand.
Unmute there, bud.
Yeah, can you unmute, my guy?
Yeah, unmute. I sent you several requests to unmute. You just literally have to hit accept.
All right, I'm gonna give you 10 seconds to unmute, then we'll move on.
There's also a little microphone button at the bottom of the screen next to your little chat bubble where you can type in the chat. If you hit that, it'll unmute you.
Yeah.
You can also, if you hit your little box, it'll show you a camera. Yeah, there's a little microphone button.
Okay. All right. Well, looks like he doesn't want to debate, so bye-bye. All right. Please, if you're a Christian, only if you're looking to debate, and if you can answer this question, go ahead and hop on the guest request. Appreciate you. Oh, no, yeah. You don't gotta pick one of the three. It's not a trichotomy. It's not a true trichotomy, right? There's other beliefs other than Islam, Judaism, or Christianity. There's Jainism, Zoroastrianism. There's Norse mythology. There's Buddhism. There's Hinduism. There's also atheism, which is not a religion. It's the absence of one. There's a lot of different religions. So
there's Taoism.
Carbonism.
That's
I am the high priestess of carbonism.
That's crazy.
Yep. We get carboners.
Very much so. That was the corniest laugh, Carbon. I'm so sorry.
Jesus Christ. That was a corny joke, so I had to give a corny laugh. Let's go.
Okay, buddy.
Yeah. Be here all week.
All right, let's see if he actually wants to give a debate or not. Yeah, so what's the argument for why we should be Christian? Go ahead.
Why shouldn't I be a Christian though?
Why shouldn't we not be a Christian?
Exactly.
Yeah.
Exactly.
Okay.
Because if we go by your logic,
yeah.
okay, the three most biggest religions are Judaism, Muslims, and Christians.
Yeah.
But the Jews, they say unalive your enemy. Muslims say honor your enemy. Christians say love your enemy.
Gotcha.
So why shouldn't I want to be a Christian?
Right. So there are also atheists who say love your enemy. So why don't you become atheist?
I don't believe
Didn't think
in
so. What about Jainism? Jainism says you shouldn't harm anyone. Why not be a Jainist?
No.
Okay, Story, stop. You do not overtalk me. Do not overtalk me. You're gonna get muted. You are about to get muted. You are 5, 4, 3, 2, 1, 0. Okay. Now you're muted. All right. So the question is, since we now know that just because someone says that you should love your enemies, that's not a good reason to believe it, right? So we have atheists who say love your neighbors, right? We have Jainists and Buddhists who say love your neighbors, and we have Christians who say love your neighbors. Why should we choose Christianity? Give the argument. Stop running from this argument, please. Go ahead. Okay, while he waits to unmute, we're gonna big shout out to Natalie. Thank you so much, Natalie, for the $15 over on Venmo. Natalie sent 15. Nightly dono to my comfort streamer. Thank you so much. Appreciate you. If you or your co-host ever want hand-drawn stickers for your subs, I'd be more than happy to draw them free, of course. Okay, cool. Sounds good.
Actually, I do want a sticker drawn for me, but it's not for subs. I don't know if I could maybe download them and actually make them for my business. If that's something you can do.
Like one for subs with the flower of the hemlock plant and then an all caps hemlock. Thank you.
All right, we're waiting
and
on
then
this
also
guy.
a Baja.
A Baja.
Baja.
Waiting on you,
Does he
Story.
know he's muted?
Yeah, he knew he was gonna get muted. That's why he kept talking. He talked knowing that he was gonna get muted. He did it on purpose so he doesn't have to justify his position. Yeah. He knows how to unmute, by the way, guys. He's pretending. How would Jesus unmute?
Just like most Christians.
And women.
Yeah.
They pretend a lot.
Brett, thank you for the hat and mustache. I appreciate you. All right, story time. We're just gonna let you go, but I appreciate you for coming up. Thank you. All right,
Don't
get out of
This is a general PSA to all of the women. Don't pretend like he's actually pleasing you. Make him work for it and shame him.
Shame him is crazy.
If he ain't doing it right, you shame him and make him try again.
Annie, I'm going to send you a message on Discord because it's definitely not TikTok friendly.
Oh.
Okay.
I thought that said BBL Brett. Oh my God. I was like, nice name, but thank you, Brett.
You too, BBL Brett.
Thank you guys for the gifts. I
BBL
appreciate
Brett.
you. Carbon is my alarm clock streamer. Is that what I am? All right. If you're a Christian, go ahead and hop on the guest request. We'd love to talk to you. Thank you so much. Appreciate you guys for the gifts too. Thank you so much. Let's go. I really hope somebody asks me or tells me that we're made in God's image again today.
Don't. No. My child is snoring. That's why you hear heavy breathing. My bad.
Let's see if Randy wants to debate. I'll send him a request.
Randy? The Navy has what? So the Navy has pretty much proven other life forms exist. Why wouldn't God? not
God is
either.
not a life form.
There's no
The fuck?
proof.
God is
There's
not
no
some-
proof. That's why.
You think God is like a biological system? Fuck. Anyway. All right. Waiting for Christians hop on in the guest request. Come on, don't be scared. Randy Newman. It's a jungle out there. It's all
It's
in the
fucking funny.
confusion everywhere. You know, I read a monk book. It was Monk Goes to Hawaii, or Mr. Monk Goes to Hawaii. It was before I even moved to Hawaii. I went to the library. I was like, oh, that's cool. And it was like, yeah, it was actually a pretty interesting book. Could have been made a movie.
I saw a bunch of monks on San Juan Island when I was in Washington.
You know
last-
what Monk
2 months ago.
is? The show.
TV show.
Oh, I
Wow.
was thinking of like monks.
Wow, Annie.
I thought you were talking about monks too. To be
We're talking about the
Thanks, thank you.
detective. His name is Adrian Monk.
Why the fuck would I know
Yeah,
that?
that sounds silly.
Why
Because
would
he's
I
like
know
a
some
genius
niche,
detective.
like,
He's
ref-
not niche. It's a
To
very
be-
popular
to be-
Why would I
detective
know?
show.
Wait.
He's like the modern day Sherlock
Why would I
Holmes.
know a niche? Why would I know a niche reference as opposed to a whole religion?
Thank you. Thank you for it, but I know you always have my
Hello.
back. Thank you.
I was gonna give Annie the benefit of the doubt because they just read a short excerpt about how I shamed a man for being useless in the bedroom.
I love
New
that
guest,
for
can I
you.
get your age, please?
28.
You're a Christian?
Yeah, I'm a Christian.
All right. You have an argument for us for why we should be Christian?
Yeah, you should be Christian because Christian is the most influential religion of all time. There's nobody surpassing. Nobody's even on that level. You could form a little small baby group, but it's not going to compete with Christianity. And
Have
that's
you
just
heard of
my opinion.
argument ad populum? You know what that means?
Argument at what?
Argument ad populum. Have you ever heard of that
Ad
before?
populum? Sounds Latin to me, but
Yeah.
what?
So basically, it's a form of fallacious reasoning. Something is true because it's popular, right? Do you think something is true just because it's popular?
I think it gives it more influence.
Really? So, like, if the majority of people were just like Muslim, you would be Muslim.
I think it gives it more proof that it's better, if that makes sense.
Why would that be true?
Because if more people are doing something, then that means more people enjoy it. It's better for more people.
Well, I'm not asking whether it's better for more people. I'm asking whether it's true, right? We're trying to analyze whether it's true or not. A lot of people used to believe that, slavery was morally permissible, right? That doesn't make it true.
Not most people, but
Yeah,
some people.
most people believed that at the time.
No, not most people. Because
Yeah,
It would have been most people.
Yeah, like
most
70%.
people. So you're saying most people in this whole globe are white people? That's it. Most people in the
No,
whole
I'm
globe.
gonna say it again. Most people used to believe that slavery is morally permissible. They
I
don't
don't
hold
think
that
it was
anymore.
most people. I
Most
think they
people
portray it
also,
like that.
most people prior to Christianity, most people were not Christians, right? Does that mean that whatever that religion was the true religion?
I think a small minority of people were slaves.
Here,
Not the whole world
can I
was
test
slaves.
something real quick,
That's a
Carpenter?
The whole
question.
world was not slaves.
I know you want them to answer. Mine goes with the same thing that you just said. So you do realize that most people believe that the Earth was flat. So by your logic, we should still be teaching that the Earth is flat.
People believe that the earth is flat.
Try that again.
Where do more people believe that the earth is flat?
Over the course of history, before we scientifically proved it's not flat, most people believed it was flat.
Oh yeah, where'd you get that from?
Oh my fucking God.
Wait,
Where'd you get that from?
just answer the question. Do you think prior to
I
Christianity,
don't
most
think that's accurate
wait,
historic
hold
evidence.
on. Do you think prior to Christianity, most people were Christians?
No, because there was no Christian.
You're right. But there was a religion that was the majority, correct?
It was Jews before Christianity.
Okay, so is Judaism true? Was Judaism true then, and then it changed to Christianity being true?
Yes.
So both Judaism and Christianity are true.
No, Judaism was a thing back then.
Yes.
And then as time happens, right? As time happens, things change.
Yeah. So I'm asking, when Judaism, let's just say hypothetically, Judaism was the dominant religion prior to Christianity, right?
Yeah.
Does that make Judaism true? Not does it make people not whether
makes it true, yeah.
Oh, okay. So
It's still
Judaism became false and then Christianity became true?
No, Judaism isn't false. They're both true, but one is a little bit more true.
What? That doesn't make any sense. Okay.
Christianity is Judaism with an
Okay.
extra category
Oh
added
my God.
onto.
All right. So the truth maker of a proposition, right, is not going to be predicated on how many people agree
It's actually
with
the other way around. Jews
right?
don't believe
Can
Christianity.
I don't know why this guy's like, listen, do you think that whether a proposition is true, that is determined by the amount of people or the percentage of people who believe it? And that's just going to be a yes or no, by the way.
I think it's just you said, now it's just a yes or no question. So
Yes.
That's the only way. A yes or no question. You're trying to use a question that
Yes.
you already know the answer. Everybody knows
Answer
the
the
answer.
question.
So go ahead, do it again. You already
Okay,
answered the
let's
question.
hypothetically say the majority of people hold a belief that the sun does not exist. Does
So
the sun still
we're
exist?
in a completely made up scenario right
I'm
now.
going to ask the question again. So the question was, if the majority of people held a belief that the sun does not exist, does the sun still exist?
No, the sun doesn't exist in your fantasy world example.
Wait, I didn't say, okay, so in this example, merely because a majority of people, 51% of people, do not believe that the sun exists, and 49% believe that the sun exists,
Yeah, but that never
means
happened in history, though.
that
never
means that
happened.
I'm asking you, does that mean that the sun does not exist?
It never happened though. You're going
I'm
against
gonna
the
ask
laws
the
of
question
physics. That would
again.
never happen.
Does that mean that the
would
sun
never
does not
happen.
exist? I'm not gonna allow you to run from the question. Does that mean that the sun does not exist?
Does that mean that?
Yes.
Does that mean in your example that never happened in life?
I'm waiting on an answer to the question.
No, it doesn't. It doesn't mean that, but it never happened though.
Okay, so it looks like you agree that whether the majority of people agree with
But
some
then why would the
proposition,
majority of
is
people
there a
agree with
reason
it?
why you decided to start over
Just give
talking
me
me?
one reason why.
Is there
the
a reason why
majority
you
of
just
people
started
agree.
over talking me?
No, because you got
Right,
10
you're
questions.
still over talking me. Okay.
You had 10
So
questions.
you're
I
still
was-
over talking me. Okay, so we've established now that it doesn't follow that if a majority of people believe something is true, that doesn't make it true. Okay, so now we're going to throw that argument in the trash, and now I'm going to ask the question again. What is the reason for why Christianity is true? Go ahead and answer that question.
Because we're not in a fantasy world, we're in a real world.
I'll repeat the question. What is the reason for why Christianity is true?
Because we're not in your fantasy made up world. We're in the act.
Yeah, so what's the argument that Christianity is representative of the actual world and not just some fantasy?
So more people, reality in real world, and not in a made
Wait,
up.
we just established that the majority of people, yeah, we just established that a majority of people who believe something, it doesn't make it true in any hypothetical or the real world. Because I can give you examples in the real world where a majority of people believe something and you wouldn't agree with it, right? You wouldn't say that it's true.
Real world
Right?
stats.
So, for example, do you think being gay is wrong?
Yes.
Okay. Majority of people don't believe that being gay is
Yeah,
wrong.
majority of
So,
people believe that.
you believe something that's
Majority
false.
of people believe that. All the other
No, wait,
countries
listen.
In every other
The
country.
majority of people do not believe that being gay is wrong. A majority of people also believe that abortion is morally permissible, right?
Not majority.
But yep, it's a majority of people. It's about 60 to
No, it's
70
not.
people.
No, it's
60
not.
to
You don't even have the
70%.
number.
Right,
You
I
just
do.
made
I
up
can
the
get. I
numbers in
can.
your head.
Nope. It's from
Everything you say is made
Pew
up numbers.
Research. Nope. Pew Research Gallup poll. They polled these issues among people.
So how did
who were
Trump
able to
win
be
then? How
polled.
did Trump win the election then?
Yeah, they didn't win on gay issues. I don't know what
Your
you're talking
numbers,
about.
your numbers are.
Wait.
your numbers
Hold
are
on. Wait.
skewed.
Is there anything that you
Trump won the
disagree with
election,
Donald?
though.
Is there anything that you disagree with Donald Trump on?
Trump disagrees with LGBT. And he
I'm
won
gonna
the
ask the
election.
question
So
again. Is there anything you disagree with Donald Trump on?
anything I disagree on?
Yeah.
Sure.
Okay, so you must be false about that then, because majority of people disagree with you, right?
I must be. I'm not right in every scenario.
Yeah, so every disagreement that you have with Donald Trump is false, correct?
If more people believe in what he wants to do, then yeah, I'm wrong.
Then you're wrong. So
That's
okay,
life.
so
That's
so
life.
in a world where more people think that slavery is permissible, you
We don't
would
live in
say,
fantasy world.
I'm gonna ask the question, and I need you to answer the question. Do not run from the question, because if you
We
run from
know
the
real
question,
world stats.
why are you over
That's not
talking me?
about,
Why are you over talking me?
real world
Why are you
stats.
over talking me? Okay, so I'm gonna ask this question, and if you don't answer the question, I'm going to repeat the question. Okay, so here's the question. If a majority of people believe that grape is morally obligatory, would it be true? Answer the question.
Is that a real world stat?
That didn't answer my question, so I'm going to repeat the question. If a majority of
20
people
questions.
believe, I
20.
don't know why you're over talking me, right? If a majority of people believe that
How many
you are,
questions?
I don't know why you're over talking me. If a majority of people believe that you are required, right, to grape someone, right? Would you grape someone? Would you believe that you should grape someone? Would that be a true statement? That's going to
Is
be a
this
yes or
line of
no.
questioning?
That's just going to be a yes or no. This is not a
This
line of
line of
questioning.
questioning.
This asking about like whether it's a hypothetical is that's not an answer to the question. I just need a yes or no.
What's up with the line of questioning?
What's up with the line of questioning is not an answer to the question. The question requires a yes, no, or maybe an I don't know. Go ahead and answer the question.
Line of questions, no answers.
Chat, do I ever allow people to run from the question? We can do this all day, bro. I'm Steve
That's what the,
Rogers in this bit. I can literally ask this question all day and I will not get tired. So it's up to
lawyer,
you.
line of questioning, lawyer.
Let me know.
As a prosecutor.
That doesn't sound like an answer to the question. Waiting on you.
Only prosecutors say that.
Only a prosecutor is not an answer to the question, right? That's not a yes, no, or I don't know.
Only Sith deal with absolutes.
You asked me 20 questions back to back.
I asked you a single
And yet
question.
you answered
I need
none
you
of
to
them.
answer the question. So the
I
question
answered all of
was,
them.
the question was, if a majority
He
of
can't
people
answer my
believe, I don't know
question.
why you're over talking.
He can't answer.
I don't know why you're over talking me. So if the majority of people believe that you are obliged to grape people, would you be obliged to grape people? Is that a yes or a no?
He can't answer. I answered 20 of his
That doesn't
questions.
sound like an answer to my question. Waiting on you, buddy. You think I'm gonna drop the question
I
just because you're
answered
running
20.
from it? The reason why you're running from it
I
is
answered
because you
20.
know what the answer is, and that is the reason.
I answered more
Well,
questions.
that's the reason. Listen, I'll show you how a question is answered, and then we'll get back to you.
I
Void.
answered more than.
Void is if a majority of
Yes.
people in society believe that it was
Answered
morally
more than you.
obligatory for you to grape someone, is it true that you should grape someone?
No.
I
Okay.
answered more than
Oh,
you.
that was quick. Annie, if a majority of people in society believe that you were obliged to grape someone, would it be true that you should grape someone?
No, ew.
I answered.
Okay, so we got two no's very quickly. Demi, if a majority of people in society believe that you were obliged to grape someone, would it be true that you're obliged to grape someone?
No. Gross.
Oh my God, look at that. That's so fucking
answered
easy.
more than
So
everybody
now
else.
I'm gonna ask you
I
again. So
answered
here's
more
the
questions than
question. So here's the question. If a majority of people in society believe that you were required to grape someone, would it be true
answer one
that you're
question.
required
You
to
didn't
grape
answer.
someone? Right? And then just give me a yes, no, and I don't know.
answer
And then
one.
you can ask me whatever question you want. But I'm
You
not gonna
couldn't
allow you
answer
to
one.
run from the question. Go ahead.
You couldn't answer one
You
question.
couldn't answer a question is not an answer to my question, right? So the question was, if a
I
majority of
answered
people
more
in
questions.
society believe that you was obligated to
It's
grape
actually
someone, is it true that you
my
should grape
turn.
someone? That's a very simple question,
My turn.
right?
It's
You
my.
can run away as long as you
I
want. I'm
gave
not
you
gonna
many
drop the
chances.
question.
I gave you many.
Somebody can
But
pay to kick you. You can drop. It's not going to change my
Look,
mind.
I gave you.
I will not change this topic. I will not allow you to run. I will not allow. Everybody's telling you in the chat to answer the question. This is all on you. Answer the question, and then we can move on. You can ask me whatever question you want. If a majority of people in society believe that it was morally obligatory for you to grape,
It can't be a yes
is
or
it
no question.
true?
You can't.
Is it true? It's either true or it's not true for
I'm not
you
saying.
to grape a child or a woman.
I answer. I don't.
Answer the question.
I
All
don't
right.
do.
Well, looks like that's fine. Looks like you ran from the question. That is embarrassing for you. Right.
This is
Thank you,
fucking
Grandmaster,
fast.
for the 25 to kick. I appreciate you.
W
Now,
Grandmaster.
W.
Now we're gonna get to the next one. Albert, you are live. Can I get your age, please? Oh, he's gone. Okay.
Goodbye, Albert.
All right, that was too easy. All right, who next? All right, let's get this guy in here. Oh, he's gone. Never mind. Yeah, this is like that's what it's like debating. Debating a Christian is very similar to debating like a Trump supporter. They're very similar in how they just don't
There's a
answer
lot
questions.
of overlap.
Yeah, it's almost a complete circle, honestly.
Right. Wait, have you ever met a Trump supporter who was an atheist that you can recall?
Yeah, there's a few. You know, they're usually the turfs. Yeah, because turfs are probably a lot of turfs are Christian, but some of them are atheists. Yeah. What was the question that he couldn't answer? Yeah, so he held a belief that if the majority of people believe X, then X is true. Right. So I asked him if a majority of people believe that he should grape someone, right? Then is it true that he should grape someone? And so he realized he fucked up, and that's why he wouldn't answer the question. That's how it usually goes. All right, who next? Yeah, Deso or Deso, you were in the guest request, and then you went out of the guest request. What's going on there?
Sorry, I've been in and out of the live tonight. My girlfriend's pup passed tonight, and I'm trying to collect photos. But I think I'm good now. I was here. I'm here, Alyssa. Sorry. I'm also being emotional support because she's not having a good time tonight. She lost her second baby today, so she's having a rough time.
That's how you are live. Can I get your age, please?
42.
All right, you're a Christian?
Yes.
All right, what's your best argument for why we should be Christian?
I think it gives us the best epistemic base for what we consider moral or immoral.
Okay, why would you believe that?
I think we need some type of foundation for morality, and I think that it's the most universally accepted form of like what we consider moral or immoral is mostly based in Christianity.
When you say Christianity, do you mean like commands that are issued from God?
Commands issued directly from God.
Yeah, you think he's the source?
No, more like divine inspiration would be. I guess that would be what would be considered.
Divine just means from God, though, right?
Yeah, divine inspiration. Like it's not written by God himself, but like people that were.
But it's an accurate representation of what God's desires and actions and will is and stuff.
Not completely sure about that, but it's just interpretation of what those individuals that wrote the Bible got from their whatever interpretation they got from that.
Do you think that they accurately assessed what God's will was when God? Because like there's some things that are very widely, out of accord with most people's moral intuitions, right? Like 1 Samuel 15:3, where he commands the genocide of the Amalekites. So why would anybody accept that that's like something that's acceptable within a moral framework?
Well, stuff like that. If you're talking about like stuff that is like what we consider quote unquote God's will, that's not anything that I could technically explain. I mean, just their foundation of morality, as far as like stuff that like most of our laws, most of it is based on Christian ethics. So,
well,
I can't really speak to the atrocities in the Bible. I don't know what they.
Well, specifically, I'm inclined to agree with you, but not in the way that you think. Like slavery, for example, in the United States, in the southern states, I think a lot of that was justified via the Bible. You can look at some of these secession documents, like for example, Texas. They explicitly cited that it was their right to be able to own, non-Israelites as slaves. Some slave laws on how to treat your slaves, for example, in Virginia, perfectly mirrored slave laws that God commanded. So again, I don't see how that would, most Christians now believe that slavery is morally impermissible, and yet God believes that it's morally permissible. So I don't see how that explains those moral intuitions.
There are some contradictions in the Bible because there are also inferences in the Bible that actually speak against slavery as well. So there are some contradictions in there, but I think that with an addition of a bit of secularism, that combination, there's a bit of a moral framework where now we understand that it's just morally incorrect.
Well, like if we can't trust what the Bible says, then how can we use it as an explanation for morality?
Well, I said it's more of a framework. I didn't say I don't think everything in it is perfect.
So okay, so you agree that there's an imperfect moral framework with respect to Christianity,
Correct.
right? And then but I'm trying to figure out why does that better explain things rather than like things like empathy, having like empathy for others. Why wouldn't that better explain it? Why would you need God there?
Well, the reason why it's important because, like I said, it gives an empathetic framework for those morals. Even though there are some things that conflict, it's better than nothing.
Well, empathy isn't nothing.
I'm saying it's better than not having no framework whatsoever. Because I don't know if just relying purely on our intuition has necessarily been for the best either.
Yeah, but like I'm trying to figure out like what makes if somebody like is just I don't know, like a secular humanist and they just go based off of their empathy for others. What brings them to the jump to be Christian? Because like and by the way, I don't even know if this is even an argument to be Christian. You're just saying like it gives somebody a source for morality, right? But that doesn't tell me whether it's true or not. That just tells me, like, I can use Captain America as a source for morality, right? He's pretty good. Yeah, he's a pretty good like source for morality. What would Captain America do? That would I'd probably be a good person if I just followed that. But that doesn't say anything about whether Captain America is real.
Well, I think that universally, like most people don't really believe in Captain America. But I'd say Christianity is the most widely accepted universal framework. Whether or not it's perfect, I can agree that it's not perfect. But most people don't believe in Captain America.
Yeah, but if they did, then that wouldn't that still didn't give credence. Like if I just say Captain America, if he existed, he would be a very good person. There's a good percentage of people who believe Captain America exists, right? But even from those two facts, I still can't jump to the conclusion that therefore Captain America exists. In the same way, I could say, even if I granted you that Christianity was like some sort of moral framework that we can go based off of, and I grant you that it's the majority or a lot of people will believe in it, that still doesn't get me to therefore Christianity is true.
That wasn't really the question. You said why should people be Christian? I didn't say whether or not it's true.
Well, that's just what I mean by why we should be Christian. Why should we believe the like when I think of like okay, maybe we were just talking past each other what we mean by Christian. Yeah, it's a doxastic state. It's what you believe in, right? Whether you believe, that the Christian God exists, Jesus was resurrected from the dead, he did the miracles, those kind of things. Those are like you affirm those beliefs as true.
Well, there's several different interpretations of that because, within the umbrella of Christianity, there's like lots of different doctrines. So,
do you think if somebody followed all of Jesus's words except for anyone that has to do with like the magical claims, like the supernatural stuff, like God, so they can be an atheist, they don't believe he was resurrected, they don't believe that he turned water into wine, all that stuff is fake, but they just follow some of his moral commands, do you think that person's a Christian?
Yeah.
Okay, yeah, we just have different meanings of what we mean by Christian. Yeah.
Okay, cool. All right, man. Yeah. Thanks for the debate, man. I appreciate it.
All right, thank you. Yeah, I think most people would take problem with the fact that an atheist can be a Christian at the same time as being an atheist, but yeah, that seems like a proprietary understanding of Christianity, but it's all right, whatever. There are people who believe Captain America's real. They're called kids. Yeah. All right, we'll get the next person in here. Hello, can I get your age, please? Oh. Hello. Hark. Ooh, wait, audio test? Can anybody, is anybody talking? Why is nobody talking? Where's everybody at?
Because I don't want to overtalk you. You get upset.
Oh. Oh, okay. I thought okay, so Hark wasn't talking. Okay. Steve Jobs did not invent the iPhone. Okay. Did I join by accident? Is that your name? No, you didn't join.
No.
Because it's the best, it's crazy.
Was it me, Jesus?
All right, if you are a Christian, go ahead and hop on the guest request. Looking for, I got like 1 or 2 more debates left in me before I call it a night. So, looking for debates, hit me up. Let's go.
Early night, I see.
Early? Yeah, it's like 4 hours ish.
That's pretty early for you.
To be fair, you usually have me in bed by like 6 a.m. It's only 4.
Oh?
Hey yo.
Correct.
That's the night I'm looking for. Let's go.
Crazy. Gift the host and panel. Yeah, let's go.
Don't gift the host. Gift the panel.
Right.
Exactly.
We need reparations for the gender wage gap.
I was going to say, only gift me. I need to play catch up from last night.
We got a long way to go, friend.
Okay, y'all talking gender
I
wage
know,
gap,
right?
but what about the racial wage gap? Yeah, threw one back
that's where
at you.
intersection-
Uno reverse. Uno reverse.
Well, no, that's intersectionality, right? Where like,
I mean, granted,
okay, let's compare.
Olympics, but like as a queer Latina woman,
Not you trying to pull another Uno. That's crazy.
just saying, Uno reverse.
Reverse the reverse.
Yeah, taking rep. Yeah, exactly. See, Sierra knows what's going on. Sierra sees the.
Not to mention the wage gap that also comes into play whenever a woman becomes a mother.
Oh.
Right. Whereas likely whenever men become fathers, they actually get a pay increase.
Oh. And paid paternity leave.
Yep.
Actually, that's something I've never understood is they want to control women's bodies so badly, but they don't want to make being the mother for the next 18 years a paid job.
They don't want to give any incentive for it.
Yeah.
They want us to be breeding cows. That's literally how they see it, as breeding cows.
Exactly. That was my point.
I had to quit.
Oh, my bad. Y'all can hear me chew. My bad.
I literally decided to quit my job because they weren't going to give me paid maternity leave. But my husband got paid paternity leave. I'm grateful for it because I needed him home after my C-section for those first 2 months. But what?
Yeah, that was actually
baby.
that was actually something that a few of my friends went through. They both actually got maternity and paternity leave, but the paternity leave was longer than the maternity leave. I'm very confused on that one.
Yeah.
If you're non-binary, what is it? They maternity leave?
I would think it would still be paternity because isn't paternity like can be considered both? Like, is it gendered? I don't know.
Is it sex-based or is it gender-based?
It's like when we.
If
like
it's
when we
sex-based,
talk
okay.
about-
But if it's gender-based,
I was going to say, I'm pretty sure it's sex-based.
Mm-hmm.
it's just leave.
Well, my
just leave.
Maternity.
I'm only questioning this because when we talk about like paternity tests, this is for both sides of the equation, all sides of the equation.
Parental leave, yeah.
Parental.
Just parental leave. There you
Parental
go.
leave.
I did all that
Because I
just
think
to
that's what they would do.
parents leave in Denmark. Yeah, you guys have like fucking 19 years of parental leave there. Like Jesus Christ. Like we're over here fighting
Yeah.
for like
Some for
a
us.
day.
Right. Not to mention in a lot of states, they don't even have to hold your job if you take
Paternity.
maternity leave.
You want 7 minutes off for having a child? Absolutely
How
not.
dare you?
Tomorrow.
And it was actually pretty close. Like Biden was that was going to be in the Build Back Better bill, but then fucking Joe Manchin and Kristen Sinema shut it down. Like this close to like paid maternity leave. I think it was 12 weeks. Like controversial.
See, that's another thing that I don't get. Like you see these things that would benefit so many people, and you're like, nah.
Yeah.
Like people vote for these people to keep them in office.
Yeah, thank you so much for the.
No, right now.
Pardon
me? Not on topic, but no, right now I'm trying to contemplate through logical logistics, although logic doesn't play well into this current administration, that if we have a government shutdown, how bad things are going to get and how quickly.
Also,
yeah.
Logic. Cancel logic.
I'll come up if Carbon says a prayer. All right, I got you. All right, here we go.
Is it gonna be the ship?
No, it's not gonna be the ship.
You should just do that one.
All right, Lord, I don't know if you exist or not, right? And you know me, I'm very scientifically minded, so I need hardcore empirical evidence. So if you're real, what I want you to do is I want you to make a set of AirPods appear in my hand, and if they are in my... Oh my God! Guys, I'm Christian. Let's go.
Not the old ass AirPods. That's crazy.
Hey now.
I'm Christian. Shays G's.
Okay.
No, actually,
Y'all ain't got
I've
sugar
always...
daddies? That's crazy.
Jake, you stole mine.
Get another one.
I've been trying. Hello.
Hey, man, can I get your edge, please?
Question mark?
Green man, can I get your edge, please?
Are you playing with chopsticks? What's going on?
Walk around again.
I think we're in a pocket. I think we're in their pocket or something. Not even the new AirPods, my lord. Let me know. Listen, all right.
I was gonna say, don't attack.
The Lord is on a budget.
To your phone, okay?
I guess the Lord is on a budget.
I've never understood why he doesn't like create like a TikTok account and like come on these streams and talk to it. Like, why are you so absent, bro? Like an absent father. Like, just you can do anything. Create a TikTok account, come in and go on these lives and talk to us. It's very personal, right? And then guess what'll happen? Like people will like TikTok will go in and they'll like probably issue a press release. We're like, hey, we have this new account that isn't even in our database, right? It's the God account. It's not even in our data. We don't know how it's hopping into these live streams. It's not connected to anything. It just appears and reappears, right? It's not even like a physical account, right? It's just like you do all this testing, right? He gets on his camera on. He's like, hey, here's heaven. Like, why not do that, bro? Yeah, I could have asked for an air conditioner, but I didn't. Yeah.
Bro went for measly ass AirPods.
It's saying they tried to join. If you want to give them a second chance.
All right, let's see if he wants to. Green man, you are live. Can I get your age, please?
All right, you hear me?
I can hear you now.
All right, sorry, man. I'm at work.
Wait, why can't we like take selfies in heaven? That'd be interesting. All right, I'm sorry. Are you a Christian?
Yes, sir. I am actually.
Okay. All right. What is your best argument for why we should be Christian?
You know, it's not exactly. You know, I believe people from other countries. You come from, like, let's say, Iraq and Iran. That's mostly Muslim territory. I mean, they can believe what they want to believe. For me, Christian means like like the Lord Jesus died for our sins, and we need to try to walk in his shoes as best we can, and if possible, let him carry us the rest of the way. But it's hard to give yourself up truly to God or even to anyone or anything, especially when sometimes your prayers aren't answered. But
Understood.
You should be Christian because it's the right thing to do. The morals, the beliefs are all set there in the Bible. We were taught this at an early age, and I feel like it gives you a more moral, empathetic background.
Okay. Well, so when I ask why we should be Christian, to be specific and to be clear, what I'm asking is why is Christianity true, right? Not whether it helps me personally, like to be a Christian, like, oh, you'd be more empathetic if you like just followed Christian rules or something like that, right? That says nothing about whether Christianity is true. I told the last guy, right, if I followed like a principle of what WWCAD, what would Captain America do, right? I'd be a pretty good person, and a lot of people would agree that I'm a good empathetic person, but that doesn't make Captain America real, right? So like the question is like, what's the argument that Captain America exists? In this case, what's the argument that Christianity is true, even if it were to give me like good outcomes in my society? In society, it could be that it was false and still produce good outcomes in society. So that would be basically it's called an argument from consequence, which is
Well, I
that
mean, there's
a
a lot
proposition
of
is true
written
because it has
facts.
desirable or
I mean,
undesirable.
so many people have written about you.
Yeah, go ahead.
And can you ignore history? I mean, there's everything books, I mean, written about him. I mean, the Bible alone had 13 apostles, or 12, actually. There's not 13.
Yeah,
12 apostles
I grant that Jesus
writing about
existed, but
what
that doesn't make
Jesus
me.
did. I mean,
Yeah, I grant that Jesus probably existed, but that doesn't grant any of the other stronger claims, right? Like he walked on water. These just seem to be ridiculous, right? Like,
you mean like all the miracles he did? Yeah.
yeah,
I mean,
like why would I believe in that
he
stuff?
immediately cures people, made
Yeah.
people walk. I mean,
Yeah, he believed that
but, I mean,
seizures
if you think
were like caused by
about
demons,
it, I mean, I know
right?
other people wrote about it, and you could write fiction all day long. But what about all the other people who were there who witnessed the miracle? I mean, it's almost impossible to like really truly believe. Like, no, you're asking if you could know. You can't know.
Well,
You
like
have to have
I'm
faith,
I'm not
and
even
that
saying
is
no.
freaking
Right?
hard.
I'm not even saying no. I just like saying somewhat justified in believing it, right? Like, if first of all these other religions have miracle claims. They claim that their prophets or their leaders or the people like who like they had miracles, right? The whole Dionysus, that the water turning into wine thing. Yeah, the Christians got that from Dionysus, right? Not the other way around, right? Like, so all I'm saying is like, why would I agree with some of these claims, the much stronger claims that we definitely don't see at all in our experience? Why wouldn't I just take those to be religious claims that are being expressed in the Bible?
Man, that's a good question. I don't have facts like that. I'm not that person who can just spit out the Bible. I listen and try to learn, but I don't understand like half the words of it. I just try to dive into the words behind it because sometimes it's written in older language and you're like, what is this passage really saying
listen, I
to
don't.
me? And
It's a great
what does
story,
it
and
really
there's
mean?
there's some good advice that you could take out of there, right? That applies to your life. But again, that's just an argument from consequence, right? Like, there's
I
a
was
lot
gonna
of
say, if I can
books.
do
True.
with a
There's like
child's book.
Buddhism, Jainism, they have like, so I'm not a Buddhist or a Jainist, but like they have some pretty good principles in there that I don't see Christians making that I would like to apply to my life. Like, that are a little bit like a lot more pacifist than Christianity.
Yeah.
But yeah, like that I'm not a Jainist. I don't believe the propositions of Jainism and Buddhism are generally true. I don't think we're reincarnated. I don't think those things. I just don't have those beliefs. But they do say things sometimes that apply well to your life, right? But that just doesn't say anything about the truth of the world. That's all I'm saying.
I know it's a strong. It's hard to be. To me, it's like thinking backwards. I can't think of like, well, how is I don't know. I'm a very logistic science type person too. So like, it's just so. I want to question it, but I feel like everything in there you should be questioning it, and I think Jesus and God would want you to question everything, and at least come to it that
I
whole
don't know. The book of
grain.
Job is all about not asking questions.
Repeat that.
Like the whole book of Job is God like lambasting Job for asking questions.
No, that's true.
He's like,
But
oh,
you got to be
like,
able to think.
I created the trees and the mountains. Why are you asking me about like what?
But back then, people would live 1,000 years, man. Like, you
I mean,
know.
that's a claim that the Bible said.
The entirety of Christianity, especially like if you go to church, you are condemned for asking questions and questioning the legitimacy of the Bible. You asking questions is like the worst thing you can do in Christianity.
I kind of disagree. I feel like it also opens your brain, like asking the question of what this sentence means to you.
It depends on it depends on how you ask. But if it's like a hard question, especially if it's like a difficult question, like okay, if you come up to them with the problem of evil, right, and you just keep like noticing the flaw in their reasoning, they start like you start getting lambasted. You're not gonna become a
I was
body
going
of
to
the
say,
church.
I still remember being 6 years old and asked if we were all cousins because we all came from Adam and Eve. I got smacked on the back of the head with a Bible and kicked out of church for the day.
That's child abuse.
Agreed.
This is because she's probably a child of this 80s like me.
Hey, don't call out my age like that.
I'm old. I'm almost 50.
Damn.
I was guessing you were like 29 by your voice.
Yeah. No, because like you sound very young.
You sound extremely young.
Is that you in the profile picture?
Everybody tells me that.
You have a very youthful.
That's James Hetfield.
Oh, okay, never mind. I was about to say playing guitar keeps you young.
No, I'm actually an ER nurse. I'm just kind of not busy right now. I'm a little freestanding ER, and I'm walking around it. I feel like I need God in my life.
How are you 50s in the 80s? Can you explain that one?
No. I turned 48 because I was born in 77.
God, okay. The way you phrased your sentence, I thought you were saying you were born in the 80s. I was like, I don't think that works.
But I'm more of an 80s child because I don't remember the 70s.
Right. Yeah, I get you. Oh, it was just your sentence structure. It confused me.
Yeah. Sorry about that.
But no, like I commend you for like questioning and asking questions. But like the majority of Christians that I talk to, questioning Christianity is like highly frowned upon. I know my entire upbringing, most individuals that I know were brought up in Christianity. And even now, like if, like I don't want to go down this road, but people will try to condemn the LGBTQIA using the Bible. And you're like, well, what about the fact that it condones slavery? What about the fact that it condones genocide? What about the fact that it condones slavery? And getting them to think about these? How dare you question the Bible? You're taking it out of context. Like they immediately snap back. Questions have, in my experience with Christianity, have always been deemed as highly negative. I commend you for questioning.
I grew up Catholic. Like, I turned to Christianity myself. I was in Catholicism basically until I was like 13. But my parents were both alcoholics, so they quit going. So, some point in my life, I didn't have.
I think you're cutting out a little bit, Green Man. I don't know.
I was
if it's cutting
just
out for
going to
anybody
ask
else.
if they're cutting out for anybody else.
Yeah, I think there's a bit of a delay for them as well. They've been.
Yeah.
Thank you.
How do you?
Oh shit.
Also,
Thank
big
you.
shout out to Daniel. Thank you for the $2 on Venmo. Daniel says, "What would Captain America do? He walks in, plops down on a chair, sits on it backwards, and says, "So, you voted for Trump." Thank you so much,
Oh
Daniel. I
shit.
appreciate you for the $2. What's
Wait
up,
a minute. When
Christian?
the hell did I get this 677 coins? Thank you
Raina.
all. I appreciate that. Thank you,
Yeah,
Raina.
we got you there. All right,
But
great
no,
man.
good. I mean, that
I'm gonna
was
place you.
really the only thing I had to say was I commend you, and I see they're gone. I commend you for questioning, but it from my experience, it's definitely frowned upon within Christianity.
Yeah. What up, Christian? Christian the Christian.
Modern conservative is so
I
bothered
just
about my
came up
fucking
because
profile picture. I know I'm hot. Calm down. You're just mad I'm married.
I just came up because of the whole story of Job is about not asking
I'm listening
questions.
to girly pop right now. Love that.
I'm gonna meet you up top, okay? All right. Sorry. Go ahead.
I just came up because you said the whole story of Job was about not asking questions, and I just wanted to know, why do you think that?
Well, I didn't. Well, the whole story of Job was specifically Job asking questions and God saying that Job. A lot of it was just God saying that Job was unjustified in even asking these questions, even so much as having the audacity to question why God is doing something. Right. So he went on this whole soliloquy, this Shakespearean soliloquy about how he created, like, the frogs and the trees. Right. But he never actually answered the question because you just like criticized him for even asking. Like, and very clearly Job was justified in asking, why are you doing this to me? Like, why are you even allowing this to happen to me? Right. It seems to be that that's justified, and God just, he had like an audacity, like this what? It's like he seems like he didn't even respect him or something like that. It's just very odd.
Okay, got it. And what about like the I'd say the rest of the story, like kind of like the ending where you kind of see that Job is, I guess how I saw it is God allowing Job to go through everything so that he realizes that he, whether good things happen to Job or bad things happen to Job, it's not necessarily because of what Job does, but because he actually wants Job to know who he is.
Yeah, I mean, there's logic. There's like some logic there, right? Like it's just like it seems like he knew who he was before, right? Like, but he just didn't understand why at the end of the day, Job didn't know. At the end of Job, and maybe I'm forgetting this wrong, but Job didn't know that God made a deal with Satan, did he? He didn't know that at the end,
He
right?
didn't.
Right.
I don't think
So,
so. No, he didn't.
yeah, so he still actually doesn't know why this stuff was happening, like the real reason why this stuff was happening. Right. And I mean, maybe he could say it's not his fault, but he doesn't really know the reason. And he was asking God and pleading to him, and it just seems like God was disrespecting him. But like, yeah, I would say at the end, it doesn't seem like Job got any more new knowledge about what happened there, and I don't,
No,
yeah, I
but
don't know what to make of that.
I think if Job got knowledge of what was happening, wouldn't that undermine the whole point? Because I think the point of Job going through what he was going through is so that he would not see God as a genie, in my opinion. Like, I think, because you see throughout the narrative of Job, like, he asked his friends, his friends go, oh, you must have done something wrong because look at all these things that are happening to you. You're getting sick, your family's dying. So you must be doing something to displease God. And then at the end, he's like, oh, now I understand that Job kind of gives his little poetic speech about how I now see I was blind, now I see, and like, I think the whole narrative is about how Job kind of saw God as like, oh, he was a servant. Have you, like, even when God goes, have you considered my servant Job? I think the whole story was about how Job followed God out of like fear and trembling and like reverence for God, but never really understood that God actually cared about him in a sense. But I can see how you could take it. Like, I understand the whole like, oh, he made a bet with Satan that was sadistic, as some person said in the comments. Like, I obviously I'm familiar with like the skeptical rhetoric. So
yeah,
but yeah. I don't know.
And then there's like this thing where Job doesn't really see. Yeah, it's a very I don't know. Just imagine like your parent doing that to you. It's just like you know, those parents that like kind of hide from their kids for like a couple of seconds just to see if their kids are like gonna look for them. They just hide behind the bushes or something like that. It's kind of, and then their kids like their some stomach drops a little bit because they think they lost their parent, but they can't stomach seeing their kid like freaked out for more than like 2 seconds. So they're like, hey, so it's like a little prank or whatever. Um, but then like this seems like that times like like
Oh yeah, it was tragic.
oh
What
yeah,
happened
it
to
just
Job
seems
was
like
just tragic.
the parent just went to another country and just said, "I'm gonna stay over here for like 8 months, and then see how they feel, and then come back and be like, I love you, right?" And I was making sure that you understand. Like it just seems like bad parenting, but
That's emotional and mental abuse, just for the record.
Correct.
And like, I'm sorry, but if I treated my children the way God treated his quote unquote children, I'd be in jail.
Well, yeah, because I mean,
It's abusive.
but you can't really.
I
That's
can
a
really, because as
no.
a
No, I
parent,
mean,
and I
that's
look at God
they compare.
supposedly as
You
being
can't
a
compare
parent
yourself.
and a father, I'm sorry, that's supposed to be my example I lead by? Absolutely the fuck not.
But
I would never treat my children the way God treated his people.
well, you shouldn't. You're not. You're not a omnipotent being.
I am a creator. I am their creator,
why
right?
would being omnipotent be morally relevant?
It's morally relevant because there's like there's different. There's different. I don't want to say laws that God has to obey, but there's different things that God has to consider. Like if God ultimately has to justify or be able to justify all of humanity or everybody that chooses to love him, there's certain things that God has to do or can do that humans just can't. I don't I don't want to call them rules because I think it's gonna what
Well,
I'm
I mean,
trying to say is gonna get
yeah, I mean, he has
misconstrued.
to follow like like if he judges a potential action that he could take, flood the world or don't flood the world, right? And he
Hmm.
comes to the conclusion that the best thing for him to do would be to flood the world. Then he has to follow it. Like he
Hmm.
can't just say, "Oh, I'm just not going to do that," because that would be the less rational thing to do. But yeah, so it's like self-inflicted rules, whatever you want to, however you want to cash it out.
Yeah.
But
So
specifically when it comes to like the omniscient, omnipotent thing, I don't know what omnipotence has to do with anything. But like if you mean like omniscience, that he knows more, he has a lot more facts to consider, then you're just saying when
mhm.
a parent does something distinctive from God, that such that if God were to do that, I mean, I'm sorry, if God were doing something such that if a parent were to do it, it'd be wrong for the parent to do it, but it's good for God to do it, then you're just saying that the way that we parent our children is just based off of limited information. If we had more information, we would do something that, all things considered, a lesser mind would consider to be abusive.
Wait, hold on.
Let me give you an analogy. I'm gonna
So
give you an analogy.
yeah, give me
You
an
run,
analogy.
yeah. So I use this one a lot. So you, okay. So Christian, you come running into my room right now, and you have like blood
Hmm.
all over your shirt, and you're sweating. You're like, "Hey, Carbon, bro, this guy's chasing me with a knife. He's about to unalive us both. He's about to unalive us both, bro. Get the Glock." I'm like, "Oh shit, what?" And I go get the Glock, and I look outside, and sure enough, there's a guy running to my fucking door with a knife in his hand, and then I pop off. Okay. Now the question, like, is did I do anything wrong? Right. Now I think
Hmm.
most people would say no, right? Because based on the information I had, very clearly, I'm a little justified. But turns out, Christian, you were actually lying to me. You put
Hmm.
ketchup on your shirt, you douse yourself in water, and you went up to a random knife salesman. You'd be like, "Hey, bro, I'll buy your entire knife collection if you just chase me with that knife." And he's like, "Poor, or whatever." So he's like, "All right, bet." And he like chases you, and then I shoot him, right? So now, if I knew that information, that what you did, that you left out from like the story, I wouldn't have shot him. I'd be
Yeah,
unjustified. I'd be wrong to do that. So what I'm saying is like,
exactly.
maybe you might say, given my limited knowledge, I'm justified in shooting them, right? But all things considered, remember, all the facts considered, I'm unjustified. So you're saying when God treats his quote unquote children in a particular way, he's doing it based off of uh, informed consent. And we're treating our children, based off of limited knowledge, which is not informed consent on how to treat our children.
Yeah, but there is a certain level of knowledge that we do have. Like, I'm simply just operating under the idea that if God exists, he would know. And there's all these other things that I'm not even the possibilities of what he could know. But there's certain things given the Christian theology that are necessary for God to do that I do not have to do. So I don't have to judge the world. I don't have to justify the world. I don't have to reconcile the world back to me. I don't have to make all things good for people that love me. There's a lot of things that I don't have to do. Now, God does. I also don't have to try to win people's hearts. I don't have to. There's a lot of burden of that's not on me. Now, if I'm negligent to my kids and I just go, oh, I'm just going to leave them there and let them be harmed in any type of way, and there's no reason why I do that, there's no justification, then I think that makes me very different than God. You're operating under the idea that God does not have a justification. And I'm not even saying
Oh no, that's not the
that
argument.
there has to be. You're saying that it has to do with limited knowledge.
Yeah, so
But
like
I don't think we have limited knowledge.
you don't think we have limited knowledge?
I'm talking about indexed to like whether we're being negligent or not. No, I think we know if we're being negligent.
Okay, so like if like you just take like, I mean, this gets into the problem of evil, but like if I just see like a child being tortured, right? I just doesn't seem like there's any more knowledge I need in order to know that should, if I'm able, if I'm capable, if I'm sufficiently capable to prevent that from happening. Um,
Hmm.
but like God apparently says I'm not gonna like intervene in those cases because I know a little bit more that Carbon doesn't know, and that's gonna justify me not intervening, right? So it
Well,
just seems
no,
like I'm stopping it on the basis of limited knowledge.
I think God not stepping in is not because of like it being a bad thing, all things considered, for him to step in. I think if God were to step in any moral atrocity, it would be a net good. But you're also not a God that says he can make all things redeemable. Like I think what
Jesus Christ,
I
bro.
think I think the whole point is that if Yahweh can make, if all these things are ultimately defeasible, Job going through the hardships that he went through, me going through the hardships that I go through, you going through the hardships that you go through, if all these things are ultimately defeasible for a God, then there's really no issue in my opinion.
Like when
But
you
for
say like,
humanity,
mhm.
we don't have the power to make all evil actions defeasible or redeemable.
Okay,
So
but okay, so like it just I don't understand what it means to say that because it seems like it's not necessary. Now, well, okay, do you think it's necessary to bring about those redemptions? Like the child torture case? Or could he have
I
given
don't think
those
necessary is
redemptions?
really. It
Is it
could not be necessary,
gratuitous?
but yeah, gratuitous. So this is like the evidentiary problem of evil. So if I don't think whether gratuitous suffering happens or not, or whether this thing is necessarily supposed to happen, it contradicts God being good. I think it would
No.
contradict God being good if
I would say,
is
well,
it
it wouldn't even be evidentiary. I would just say it contradicts that God existence, right? Because like if you were to say, if we just grant that God is good, he's all powerful, he's all knowing, and then he looks at a case where he's opposed, right? Like the case of child torture, and it's gratuitous, meaning that if he were to stop it, he's not stopping some greater good to go about. Then, I mean, you just get from that he has no good reason to not stop it. And but it is the case that
nope.
a lot of Christians will affirm that at least some cases of child torture exist that are gratuitous, means all things considered they should be prevented, right? And then it would follow from that God doesn't exist.
Sure, but okay, sure, but again, you're assuming that because something is gratuitous, then it like I feel like if God can bring about an ultimate good from these things in every single case, whether a Christian believes that this thing should occur or not, like for example, gratuitous suffering. then if I'm able to look back on my life and say, okay, I didn't like that experience then, and it's still a bad thing that happened, but I can look back on my life and go, okay, I understand it now, which is the Christian position. I don't think that contradicts the existence of the God that I'm describing.
Well, like, could you come to that realization, or build that character without that happening, though, is the question. Because when you say, um, you can get this greater good or this other good or whatever as a result of that happening, right? The question is that suffering necessary to bring about that good? If
No,
it's
no, no.
not,
It's not necessary. I'm not saying that again. And when I was originally talking about like the redeemable aspects of God, I'm within this idea. I'm embedding that in this idea, it's embedded that God, whether these things are necessary or not, it doesn't really matter. It would really just matters is, can God redeem these things? Are these things defeasible? Are all these evil things
it
defeasible?
would be necessary, because if he's opposed to it, it would be, it matters if it's necessary, because if all things considered, X should not occur, but it's possible that you can bring some, greater good Y out of X, but you could also bring Y without X, right? With just like, instead of a grape occurring, you can bring Y about by, just like a leaf falling on the ground or something like that, right? You would just choose the leaf falling on the ground and not the grape, right? Like,
So
because it's
sure. Sorry.
Yeah, you're
So
good.
sure, like you could bring about a why happiness. Let's call it happiness right now. For now, you could bring about ultimate happiness for human beings without a grape occurring, or any atrocity happening. But I don't know what God values. So like, if God, there could be a higher standard of good where like, if without gratuitous suffering, you can't. There's certain virtues that you can't attain. Like you can't have.
Then it wouldn't be
Like
gratuitous.
some.
That's what's
Huh?
not what that's what gratuitous means. It wouldn't be gratuitous. If you say without gratuitous something, you can't get this, then it's not gratuitous. That's just a contradiction in terms.
Well, okay. There's certain. I would consider grape gratuitous suffering because there's suffering that can occur that's not grape, that would still bring about like triumph, like this law of triumph. Like so, sure. But I think suffering itself isn't gratuitous. I think
Well,
that
what do
there's
you think we
certain
mean when we
like
say gratuitous? What do you mean?
like it should never occur, right? It's not
No, it's just
necessary
not
for.
necessary to bring, like, yeah, it's just not necessary to bring about, something, right? The word gratuitous doesn't talk about morals, but you can, like it, it's gratuitous for me to drink that extra bottle of water, right, when I'm thirsty or something like that. I don't really need it, but it's gratuitous. I like
Mm-hmm.
to drink it, right? Okay, so, um, yeah, so when we say gratuitous suffering in the case of like the child torture, right, what we mean is to say that, it is not needed to bring about something that justifies the torture, right? It's not needed to bring about. You can it's not needed to bring about Y, because Y can be brought about with something significantly less egregious than, the torture, right?
Sure.
So that's just what it means to say gratuitous. So cards on the table, if God were to look at a situation and he looks at a case of child torture and he says, um, you know, there is some good that I can bring about from this, but I can bring about that good without having this, right? So what I'm gonna do, like, it just seems to be obviously, um, if the thing that he can bring it about with is less egregious, or uh, yeah, is less egregious than the torture, then, I mean, given that he's perfectly good, he's just going to be committed to, preventing the torture, in that case. But if it's
Wait. So
non-gratuitous, meaning
how?
it is necessary, then yeah, he's just going to allow it to happen because it's a good thing for it to happen.
So how are we distinguishing between gratuitous suffering and suffering that must occur for like the law of triumph, or like for you to have courage? Because in order for you to have courage, you have to fear something, and we would
Hmm.
fear something because something bad would happen to us. So
Yeah.
Like, how are you
Yeah,
distinguishing
the
between?
courage is the good thing that comes about from the thing. And if God believes that it's a better thing for you to have courage than for you to not experience that thing at all, then it's just going to justify whatever the thing is happening to you. And the problem there is that if it's justified for that thing to happen to you, then that's just a good thing for it to happen to you. That's the logical problem of evil. It's not an actual evil thing. It's a good thing because God justifies it. Versus gratuitous evil, which is you can have that courage, that same courage, without that thing happening to you, right? And then God still decides to give it to you, right? So
Well, 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 yeah, you could have that same courage without a specific evil thing happening to you. Like,
or
I'm
without
talking
any
about
without can you the question is, can you have that courage with no evil happening to you?
with no evil. Okay,
Yeah, is it logically possible?
so
If it is logically possible, what justifies why God would want the evil to happen to you?
so do you think it's logically possible for us to have courage without evil?
God has courage. He didn't have evil. So yeah, I see no
Does it
contradiction.
say God is courage? Does
I mean, I don't think he's scared of stuff. But yeah,
okay?
well, when I say
Yeah,
logically
okay,
possible,
okay.
like, yeah, it's just like, sorry, I'm going through puberty. It's we we have there's no contradiction, at least that I'm aware of, in a human being courageous without having gone through any troubles. I
Okay,
don't see a contradiction in that.
and also so having no fear, or that would just be courageous. Do you
Yeah.
think that tenacity, for in order to have tenacity, do you need suffering?
Um, does God have tenacity?
Is
Yeah,
God tenacious?
it's like okay, so we have, you know, we had Jim Crow, and then we have Martin Luther King. Martin Luther King was a good thing that kind of like we wouldn't know about Martin Luther King if we didn't have Jim Crow, if we had like racial equality, right? But
Yeah.
we still say I would rather live in a world where we didn't have a Martin Luther King, where Martin Luther King was not a necessary voice, right? Because we would have racial equality, right? But it's still nonetheless a good thing that we had Martin Luther King because he rose up from that
Sure.
evil. But but like I think most people would still say it's a better world where you don't need a Martin Luther King to come up from that evil than anything at all. In the same sense, um, this tenacity uh, that somebody has.
It's
I
only
mean,
good insofar.
yeah, but
It's yeah, it's
like
only good insofar we
is
have
it
this
possible for us to have this
evil.
racial equality? And I had a dream view without Martin Luther King. Um, and the answer is very clearly yes, but like I just don't see any contradiction there, and that's
Well,
the
wait. So
yeah.
you think we can still have like the virtue or the well certain virtues from Martin Luther King that were directly indexed to
Mhm.
like Jim Crow without like the racial inequality
Yeah,
aspect?
like I mean, there's hypothetical and counterfactual senses, and then like the broader understanding. Like Martin Luther King, I have a dream that little white boys, little black girls, whatever, will be able to like play together, whatever. So you can say that without having ever experienced racial equality. Like you can hold that belief and strongly be convicted in that belief, or just have that virtue without have ever experienced racial equality or racial inequality. I'm sorry, racial inequality or racial inequality having ever existed. It seems like you can imagine, because you're intelligent, a world in which people oppress each other on the basis of race, and then say that would be a terrible thing to do. Why not just like in that
Okay,
world? Yeah, something like that. What a
interesting,
sentence I just joined in on.
interesting. Okay, okay.
Yeah.
So, just from your perspective, are there any is there anything as humans? Do you think there's anything as humans that we value that wouldn't be possible without suffering?
Um,
From like a triumph type of view.
well, no, it's hard because like all you have to do is be able to imagine it, right? Like
Well, no,
because
because you
I
can't
like
imagine something that isn't real.
yeah, you can. I can imagine a world in which there's a bunch of baby foot traffickers, right? They take babies' feet and they traffic them and people hang them in there.
But
I can imagine that.
feet
Yeah,
and feet
I can.
exist
Yeah,
in
but
traffic.
baby feet traffickers don't exist, right? So I can imagine
Sure,
that world
but
and be like, that's an
but
egregious world. And in that world, I would stand up to that and like try to stop that. But it doesn't
but
exist.
we're talking about a world where evil itself can't exist.
Yeah, but you can still
So
imagine an evil though.
you're telling me you can imagine an ought not that doesn't exist?
Yeah, you can imagine that. All you have to do is imagine a state of affairs, right? There's a like
Because
for example, humans don't have the ability to fly using gravitational like, Superman kind of stuff. That's not we never seen anything do that, right? Or any
but
being do that. But I can imagine a world in which God says, don't fly on Sundays, that's immoral or something like that. And then like just be like we shouldn't.
but that's because you can imagine, because you have days that exist. You can imagine a gravitational power because gravity exists. But we're talking about a world where evil as a whole, the concept of it wouldn't even exist. So I wouldn't have anything to pull from.
Well, there's a difference between evil not existing, and the concept of evil not existing. Those are distinct, right? I can conceive of a world in which evil doesn't exist, in which I can conceive of a world where evil exists in a world where evil does not exist, right? I can conceive of that world, right? Just because there's no logical contradiction. And, like, for example, let's say we lived actually, yeah, actually. So there's a case of this in the Bible, right? It's the Adam and Eve situation. They never saw evil. There was no evil in that world. And Eve imagined an action that she would take, maybe a few seconds in the future, where she would bite the apple. So she conceived of that, and then she used her actions to follow that conception, even though evil did not exist until that point.
Did she imagine evil, the world of evil?
Yeah, I mean, that's what you have to do if you're gonna like. She imagined an evil action that she presumably knew was evil, right? Because like she just,
Did,
in order to take an action, you have to imagine yourself doing the action first. You have to intend to do it. Otherwise, like it doesn't make any sense, right? I can't imagine, you know, picking up a square circle. Like it just doesn't make sense.
that's kind of what I thought. Imagining evil not in a world where evil doesn't exist would be like you're trying to pick up a
Yeah,
squared circle. That's what I
it's a.
thought it would be
I
like.
understand. It would be a contradiction. For example, if the logical problem of evil is true, it would be a contradiction for there to be evil, actual cases of evil. Which means if God says don't do X, right? It's impossible for um, X to occur, right? That's impossible if the logical problem of evil is true. But nonetheless, right, when he issues that command, clearly you have a concept of that command. If God says don't murder, you have a concept of what it means to me murder. Otherwise, you don't know what you ought not do. And if you don't have that concept, God would have no reason to issue the command in the first place. Um, but yeah, like
That's another problem. That's another problem that you would
yeah,
see in the Adam and Eve story, right?
what?
That God never made it clear what was evil and what wasn't. So how would they know?
It was my understanding that she was deceived um, by the serpent. So
Well, yeah, I mean, me too. But
about what the moral facts are to be. Yeah,
yeah, yeah. So
yeah,
yeah, because she did say like, "Oh, the Lord God told me I will die,"
yeah.
but
So she because like it seems to be that when God gave Adam and Eve um their cognitive faculties, right? Uh, if the Bible is true, those cognitive faculties are unreliable, just even from the first humans, right? So God made it to where it's possible for a human being to misperceive what they ought to do, right? Because in First Timothy 2:12, it does say that Eve was deceived. She was truly deceived, meaning, like the knife salesman scenario. I was deceived about what the moral facts were to do because I didn't have maybe the relevant information. In this case, you were the serpent that deceived me, and I thought I was doing the right thing. That's why I chose that action. In this case, that's probably what happened with Eve. She was deceived on what she ought to do. But in a world where God gives you, you can't fail with respect to your moral perceptions, right? That wouldn't be possible for Satan to do, right? If God says don't do X, she can't be deceived about that because she has perfectly functioning moral faculties. But yeah, something like that.
Got you. Okay, thank you.
All right, no doubt, man. Good seeing you. Cammy, can I get your age, please?
Yeah, I'm 30.
All right, you a Christian?
I am.
All right, what's your best argument for why we should be Christian?
Okay, so I'll be honest, it's really late and I've worked a long day, so I may not have the perfect answer on the spot, but and I don't claim to know everything, but I can share what convinces me that, you know, Christianity is true, because I think that's what you're asking for, right? Why Christianity is true and worth trusting. Personally, I believe in Jesus because I'm convinced he really lived, died, rose again. You know, Christianity isn't just a philosophy or a set of morals. It stands or falls on a historical event. You know, why Christianity true? You know, Jesus' crucifixion is one of the best attested facts of ancient history. Multiple independent eyewitnesses source reporting seeing him alive again, and these accounts were written within decades too soon to be legend. You know, the early disciples were so sure of the resurrection that most were willing to suffer and die rather than deny it. You know, no alternative theory, stolen body, hallucination, legend adequately explains the empty tomb, you know, the sudden explosion of the early church, or even the conversation of enemies like Paul or James. You know, and if Jesus really rose from the dead, then his claims about himself, I am the way, the truth, and the life, and John 14 are true. Beyond that, I think Christianity makes sense of why the universe exists, because, you know, why humans have a built-in moral compass and how to face suffering with hope. You know, I don't think it's about earning God's favor. I think it's about grace and what Jesus already accomplished on the cross.
Okay, so a couple of things. So one, like the fact that if Jesus existed or that he was crucified, I don't see how that would lead credence to the fact that he's like God, or that the other claims of Christianity are true. But like it seems like you cited some examples in the Bible, the claims in the Bible. For example, his resurrection. It's my understanding that there's no extra biblical sources of Jesus' resurrection, only extra biblical sources of Jesus' existence, but not Jesus' resurrection. Nonetheless, like the hypothesis that these people were, you know,
What about Mary Magdalene?
these
She was
people,
the one that.
what happened?
Oh, sorry. I was just going to say, what about Mary Magdalene? Because wasn't she the one that actually went to the tomb and it was empty?
That's in the Bible. Yeah.
Thank you, Auntie.
But
So
with,
she,
like,
was she not
like,
an incredible eyewitness?
well, like, what was she an eyewitness? Like, what? Like, we can grant that she went to the tomb. I'm just granting these things. Like, there are some things that if somebody were to make a claim that I take to be like trivial, right? Like Jesus's mother. What was that?
Sorry. That was Raina, thank you. Jesus,
W.
sorry,
Raina.
didn't mean to interrupt
No,
your
you're good.
conversation.
So okay, so let me back up a little so you can understand where I'm coming from. So there are like trivial claims about history, right? There was a man named George Washington. You know, there was a man named Julius Caesar. Somebody rode a horse one time, right? These are trivial because we expect them. We know that they're cities. We know that they're buildings, right? These are very trivial claims. And then the claims start getting less trivial, like the less we expect them to occur. For example, if somebody starts saying things like, you know, I was abducted by aliens and things like that. It just seems like the less trivial it get, the more we're gonna need to, you know, critically analyze it and not just take it for granted. So when it comes to things like Jesus was alive, he was crucified by Pontius Pilate, he was buried in a tomb and things like that. Those are just trivial. Those are expected. I just grant those for the sake of argument. But then we get to the claims like after 3 days he was resurrected. And then we say, okay, well, what reasons do we have to believe that are like critically analyzed? All we can do is point to the Bible because there's no extra biblical sources of the resurrection. Let's just grant some cases, like for example, that these people actually believed and believed that they saw Jesus post-resurrected, right? And they were willing to die with it. Well, that hypothesis is consistent with, well, I mean, it's consistent with a few hypotheses, like the twin brother hypotheses. It's it's consistent with the hallucination hypotheses, the minimum witness hypotheses. These are all consistent. I'm trying to figure out why would we accept the supernatural hypothesis over all the other natural hypotheses, even if we take a natural hypothesis to be very unlikely. How is it the case that we're taking the supernatural one to be more likely? That explains why people believe that he was resurrected. And then I think it actually gets worse from there, because let's say you got me over that big hurdle, and now I currently believe that Jesus was resurrected. And you made a statement. It was like, if Jesus is resurrected, then he is who he say he is. Well, no, I don't even think that's true. Why would I would still be stuck in this natural?
What about the other registered miracles and stories of Jesus? What about those?
Like which ones?
I mean, you
Water to
earlier
wine?
mentioned the one where he water to wine, walking on water. I heard you mention that one earlier, and like, trust me, I get why that sounds far-fetched. Okay, if someone told me today their neighbor walked on water, I'd doubt it too. But people closest to Jesus, fishermen who knew the water firsthand, staked their lives on what they saw. They weren't naive about it, yet they reported these events and were willing to die for their testimony.
Right.
I think if God created the universe, superseding natural law is impossible. And Christianity ultimately stands on one miracle, the resurrection. If that happened and the historical evidence is strong, then other miracles like walking on water fit who he is.
Okay, so
Wait a minute. Do you believe in the Loch Ness Monster?
No, that's
There's fishermen that would stake their lives on the fact that they saw the Loch Ness Monster. That just doesn't make any sense.
Yeah, like, and like the 9/11, the people who did 9/11, they had strong beliefs in what they believed in, but you don't believe that those are true. But like, I think also, all of that stuff, the walking on water.
I mean, I get what you guys are saying. I get what you're saying. Belief doesn't equal truth, right? But exactly, the Earth wasn't always round, whether or not people believed it or not. But I think Christianity doesn't depend on popularity. The resurrection is either historically true or it's not.
Yeah, but what I'm saying is like there's like ways that we determine what's the more likely hypothesis for some data that we're seeing. First of all the examples. Well, okay, consider this. The fact that Jesus turned water to wine being expressed in the Bible, right? I mean, that doesn't sound unique. Dionysus, he turned water to wine all the time. That was expressed there. But like, that's only one source of people saying that, right? So why would we it's posited as if it's some sort of supernatural event that occurred, but like, if I don't have any independent reasons to believe that the supernatural exists, why wouldn't I just take it to be a natural phenomenon that somebody just believed to be a supernatural phenomenon? We see this happen all the time. We see what just happened with the rapture. That didn't happen. We see people are wrong about what they think are supernatural interventions and phenomena all the time, and it turns out to be something natural.
Can I say something?
Sure.
Personally, anybody who says they know when the rapture is happening,
I agree.
Those are not people that you should ever listen to, because it's not biblically correct at all. Like, the Bible literally says no one knows when. No one knows the time or day he will come back. So like, anybody who says they know when that's happening is lunatic, in my opinion.
And yeah, just like, why wouldn't we accept a natural hypothesis over an unnatural, given that the overwhelming majority of our experiences in the overwhelming amount of times in history where we thought things were supernatural turned out to be natural, like lightning and things like that. Why wouldn't we just say that these are natural phenomenon, either that we can posit a hypothesis for, or that we currently don't have a hypothesis for?
I get what okay. I get your challenge there. I don't even know if I have an answer for that, to be honest.
It's like, the hypothetical I use sometimes is like, because Usain Bolt is like the fastest man on earth, right? So at least that we know of. And if he were to like come out tomorrow and say, well, listen, the reason I'm able to run so fast is because I'm a descendant of the Greek god Hermes, who was the fastest god. It was the messenger god, right? Now, maybe, I mean, I think people who already believe in these Greek gods would be more inclined to believe that than somebody like you and me. But then we're gonna say, well, yeah, he is the fastest person. He's doing something that no human can ever do, or no human has ever done. This is a biological feat that we didn't even think was possible. And now he's saying that the reason why he's doing this biological feat that we didn't think is possible, now we think it's possible, but it's only possible because of some supernatural reason. So if like, let's say I just gave you everything and said, yep, you know what, I believe Jesus is resurrected. Why wouldn't I just take that to be like something that I take humans to be capable of, but it's extremely rare, extremely rare.
Yeah. Okay. Listen, you're very good at debating. I'm gonna be honest.
There's a book I read on this. It's called Theism and Explanations by Gregory Dawes. He goes into these arguments about um, inference to the best explanation and like explanatory virtues. And he gives like good arguments for um, why we take certain things to be more likely than others. And if we abide by those rules, then it seems to be that theism probably doesn't explain um, some phenomena because it doesn't make expectations or predictions or something like that. But yeah, I would definitely encourage you to like, yeah, think about those arguments because they really perplex me sometimes.
Can I challenge you on a few of the other things that you
Yeah,
said in the
sure.
live that I heard you say? Okay. You spoke on the book of Job and how it shows that you shouldn't ask God questions. You know, I think actually Job is full of questions. Job cries out why again and again about suffering, justice, and God's plan. You know, I think the heart of the book isn't don't ask, but that God welcomes honest wrestling while showing his wisdom and, you know, is bigger than ours. And don't quote me on this. I think it's Job 40, 42 or something like that. He admitted that he spoke of things too wonderful to know yet. You know, and he also said that Job spoke what was right. You know, that means that questioning itself wasn't condemned. It was part of the relationship.
But why did God feel offended when he asked him and started talking about like how he created like trees and mountains and stuff? Like what's the explanation for that?
I don't know if it's on my connection or yours. Can you say that one more time?
Yeah, like what explains why God, when Job was asking him all these questions, why God was just like felt offended that he was asking these questions. Like he was like, "Have you built a mountain? Have you measured the edges of the earth?" Like he was like being very condescending.
I don't necessarily think it was condescending. I think the Bible teaches us that he is a teacher. You know, we're to learn from him. He's, you know, obviously in the Christian world represented as our father, right? And, you know, every good father is going to teach their child right from wrong. You know, so I don't necessarily think it was condescending. I think it was a teaching moment.
Yeah, but if we use the teacher analogy, it's like the teacher giving you a C on a test or something like that, and then you're like, "Why did you give me a C? Did you go to college? Did you learn about how to teach children? Did you learn mathematics and get a PhD in mathematics? You didn't learn it. It just seems like you're not answering the question, right? It seems like when the student asks you like, "Why did I get a C?" You should probably just like answer the question why you got a C, you know? Like because at the end Job didn't know that at the like even after Job like the book finishes, Job never finds out, at least that we know of, that God made a deal with quote unquote a deal with the devil about what Job could handle. He still doesn't know that that's the reason why what was happening to him. At least that's my understanding. I
Yeah.
haven't read Job in a while, but that's what I took out of it.
Okay. Okay. I think we have different views on that, but I respect it. Okay, another thing I wanted to challenge you
Can I
on.
ask you on that real quick? Like just like
Yeah.
because two people can read the Bible and come out with different interpretations. That itself, like, why would God allow that? Right? Why wouldn't God make it explicitly clear? You know, like we have legal documents, right? Like laws and stuff like that. You should not it is illegal to like steal or something like that. And then they'll go very explicitly, this is what it means to steal. Here are some exceptions. It's like we lay down the law so that way people can't misinterpret it, especially in the court of law. But in the Bible, it's very loose. It's very like, that there's so many different denominations of Christianity because of how loose the interpretation can be. Many people take 1 Timothy 2:12 to many different directions. The Orthodox Church will say that means a woman cannot preach in church. And some Orthodox people, they'll say women can't have any authority ever anywhere in society. And then versus the Methodist Church, they'll be like gay people can get married, right? Because like these aren't like strictly defined, or like there's a lot of different interpretations. And we also can't ask the original authors themselves. So like I think that's a good reason. Me specifically, I think that's a good reason to like be skeptical, is because of how loose the interpretations are. I don't really know if I'm following the true religion. You can respond to that, or you can ask me the next, but it's up to you.
No, you're good. I think God used certain people to, the disciples, the apostles. I think, he used those people to obviously write what we know today as the Bible. I don't necessarily think it's like, maybe I just need to ask this. So you just think everything was taken out of context is basically what you're saying?
Well, I mean, there's a fact of the matter about what the original authors actually intended for certain things to mean. But the question is like, scholars, even like the most advanced scholars, biblical scholars, kind of sometimes have to guess what these people meant on very consequential things, right? Like consequential moral questions. They just kind of have to guess what's going on based off of like where that person was at that time, and then maybe try to apply it to their thoughts. So yeah, that's what I'm saying. It's just like, it's very difficult to like get a clear picture out of that sometimes. Yeah.
Okay. Do you believe, I guess for me, there's different types of laws in the Bible, right? There is moral laws. There are laws about what you're supposed to eat and things of that sort. Like there's different types of laws that are in the Bible. I think you said that you don't follow the New Testament. Is that correct?
I mean, there's some things like love your neighbor sounds pretty cool, but like, yeah.
Yeah, but I mean, love your neighbors in a lot of different religions. Right. But
I don't follow that because it's from the Bible. I just follow that, and it happens to be in the Bible.
Okay, so I'm going to touch on that. Okay, because yes, I agree. There's admirable wisdom in those traditions, compassion, nonviolence, simplicity. Christians can learn from what's good, but Christianity isn't mainly a moral system. At its center is a person, Jesus, who claimed to be God and defeated death. Our call to love and serve flows from being loved by Him first, not from trying to achieve perfection on our own. And when Christians fail, it highlights our need for grace and transformation through Christ, not the absence of truth. So I think I guess I heard you talk on that earlier about every different religion says, hey, love your neighbor, and you said Buddhists and Jains have great principles Christians don't live out. Correct me if I'm wrong, if that's what you said or not. But
yeah, like every religion, some religions share some doctrine, like specifically like ethical principles, and some don't, right? Like there's that's what makes them different religions too. So like, yeah. What was your question?
I guess I was just trying to get you to touch a little bit more on that because I didn't necessarily agree with everything you had said earlier. In terms of
what specifically? Sorry, I'm not catching the question here.
No, I guess I want you to touch on more of the love your neighbor as yourself in terms of a Christian viewpoint versus like Buddhists and Jains and
Jainists are very, very. They're actually like one of the few religions in which the more radical you are, the less violent they are. So like even like certain things like life, like grasshoppers and things like that, you're not allowed to unalive. They're extremely pacifist. At least they're supposed to be vegan and stuff like that. So, some interpretations. But yeah, like they express very high levels of generosity and gratitude and empathy and things like that for others around them, including animals. That's going to be something that's distinct from Christianity. Christianity says you can care for animals as your stewards, but like Jainism is like vegetarian, right? Like you're harming this spiritual being by trying to eat them and things like that. So that's going to be a distinction. That's obviously not going to be something that a lot of Christians follow, but a lot of Jainists will dedicate their entire life towards that. And these are just different ethical principles that align on some points, but yeah.
Okay. You also said that morality isn't proven by naming God, right?
By naming God?
By naming God. Am I wrong on that?
Well, yeah, I don't believe. Well, one, I don't believe God exists, but two, if he did, I don't see why that would be the source of morality. He can inform us of morality, but I don't think that's the source of morality.
Okay, I personally agree that, just naming God as the source doesn't prove it's true. But, if objective moral facts exist, like, genocide is always wrong, that reality itself is evident for a transcendent moral lawgiver. It's part of a cumulative case for God's existence.
Okay, so the argument is basically if there are objective moral facts, there is a moral lawgiver, and that's in the moral lawgiver would be something like God, right? Something like that.
Correct.
Well, I don't see the inference for if there are moral laws, then there has to be a moral lawgiver. Just like in the same way that I don't see an inference from if there are logical laws, then there has to be a logical lawgiver, right? Yeah, so let's say like somebody didn't believe that God existed, like, and they say, okay, there is this fact that I take to be true, which is genocide is always wrong in all circumstances or whatever, right? I don't see how that gives them an inference that that moral law was given to them by an agent, more that it was just imposed upon them through like whatever biological process, or maybe through some like Platonism or something like that, Platonic forms of what's good and what's bad. I don't see why they would make the inference that it would specifically be some sort of agent that gave that law intentionally.
Well, Carbon, if it was given by an agent, wouldn't that necessarily make it subjective in virtue of the fact? Like, wouldn't it just be like subjective?
No, because like, okay, the analogy would be like, let's say you're like a blind person. Let's say you're a blind person that can't feel temperature changes, right? And so you walk outside, and Neil deGrasse Tyson is talking to you about the nature of the sun. He's like, the sun is beaming on you right now. You can't feel the heat because you don't have that ability, whatever. But he's describing what the sun is, how it works, and things like that. He's describing what heat is, but you don't really know what heat is. So he gives you, through his scientific expertise, this ability to feel heat, right? But it doesn't follow from that because God gave you the heat. Because Neil deGrasse Tyson gave you this ability to feel heat and explain to you what heat is. He's not the source of the sun. He's just telling you about the sun. So in the same case, God could give you morality could be objective theoretically, but God is not the source, right? He just gives you the ability to feel it, and he relays that information to you, kind of in the same way Neil deGrasse Tyson is telling you about the sun.
Oh, okay, sorry. I thought the person below me was making a claim that, if God says it, low key, it would just be like objective or something like that. Like,
I think she is making that claim, but But I'm just saying, to your claim, it doesn't follow that if God gives you the moral facts, that therefore the moral facts are like subjective. Like, it's what makes them subjective is if it's it depends on how
it's not a cumulative case of God's existence.
Well, I think if you're going to make a cumulative case, like, each specific case has to be itself like a true proposition. If it's false, then it's not part of the cumulative case. So like, we have to demonstrate why. Well, one, you have to demonstrate that there are objective moral facts, right? And then you have to demonstrate that if they are objective moral facts that come from God, because you're kind of using like this William Lane Craig argument, which is like, if objective moral facts and duties exist, and God exists.
Are the Ten Commandments a moral fact?
Objectively or subjectively?
Both, I suppose.
Well, I mean, people believe that they were like, I don't see any good reason to believe that they're objective, which means it's just to mean that they're true, independent of the stances of any agent. right?
Okay, so
It seems.
Oh, sorry. Go ahead.
No, you're good.
So define genocide for me then.
A genocide? I mean, do you want like a legal, technical, different definition that applies to Israel, or like just what generally
Just,
people mean?
no, just basic definition.
Okay, it's just like the intent, the intent
Intent
and
to kill,
action.
right?
Well, no, because I don't think like a husband unaliving his wife is a genocide, right? Intentionally, right? So I think it's an intent and to destroy and whole apart a national, religious, or ethnic population and their culture.
I'm not trying to defend genocide. They're saying I am. No, what I'm trying to get to is personally, I think it's intent to kill, and that leads to the number one the first commandment, which is thou shalt not murder, and then that leads to, today's world laws. Murder is illegal.
Yeah, but then that just kind of disproves the Christian God, right? Because in 1 Samuel 15:3, he does order a genocide.
Mm-hmm. So I do think obviously there's a lot of things that he ordered. Do I think that he ordered them to teach? Yeah, probably.
Well, he did it to punish. He says, this is what the Lord Almighty says: I will punish the Amalekites for what they did to Israel when they waylaid them as they came up from Egypt. Now go attack the Amalekites and totally destroy all that belongs to them. Do not spare them. Put to death men and women, children and infants.
So are you going to say the same thing about slavery in the Bible?
Yeah, he condones that as well.
Yeah, it seems like he does that as well. But you brought up the genocide example, so I'm just giving you genocide.
Okay. Scripture condemns kidnapping in Exodus, right? And affirms every person is God's image.
And let's just stick to the genocide one. I don't want to jump between topics, and then we can go there.
Okay.
I mean, but if the moral law is murder is wrong or genocide is always wrong, and we agree that this is a genocide, then we're saying that God commanded that which is wrong.
But just not even biblically wrong, right? It's, worldly as well. It's literally a law, right? So if it's a worldly law, why wouldn't we follow it? It's a biblical law too.
Wait, I'm confused what you're responding to. Are you saying like in the 1 Samuel 15:3? Because this is a verse in the Bible of what God commanded. It would be a heavenly law or something like that.
Okay. I don't think you're getting what I'm saying. Never mind. Scratch it.
Okay.
Okay. And then my last question before I let you go is, you had mentioned slavery in the Bible.
Yeah.
And again, I think, obviously it's true that, some use the Bible to offend American chattel slavery. But scripture condemns kidnapping, it affirms every person of God's image bearer. In Genesis, and it declares that there is neither slave nor free, and you are all one in Christ. Those truths fueled Christian abolitionists like, what's his name, William Wilberforce, to end the slave trade.
Okay. Regarding the kidnapping situation, that's only specifically for free men. Like that's what they were talking about. You can pretty much every biblical scholar agrees, because there was a difference between it's Ish and Isha. Ish means man. In this case, Isha means woman. And the kidnapping term that was being used there is that you should not steal a free man, right? Specifically a free Israelite man. You're allowed to do that to women. Numbers 31 confirms this. You're allowed to take young virgin girls away from a country that you just captured and hold them captive. That's literally the definition of kidnapping. Secondly, on the kidnapping thing, you don't have to kidnap someone in order to own them as a slave, right? Like you can just buy them from somebody else. That's not technically considered kidnapping in most legal senses, especially in an institution of slavery. And then the third one you typed in was Galatians, which is there's neither male nor free. I mean, but he was talking about like, yes, slaves and slave owners can go to heaven, right? Because he also said right after that, there's neither male nor female. But clearly, I don't think you're like a gender abolitionist in that there's no males or females, right? So yeah.
Okay. All right. Well, I appreciate the debate.
All right. Thank you so much, Kemi. You have a good one.
You too.
That was a nice conversation.
Yeah, it was a nice one. I'll take one more debate, then we'll call it a night. If you're a Christian, go ahead and hop on the guest request. If you're not a Christian, please don't join the guest request. And we'll get you on up here. See if we can tap the screen, get us to 100K. Let's go. Just tap the screen. I can't end the stream on a 96 or 97K. It got to be 100K. Let's go. Let's get this guy in here. Graceful, you are live. Can I get your age, please? Hello, Graceful? Y'all can't hear the lo-fi? Okay, Graceful's not here, so we're gonna move on to the next one. Okay, so guest request is now empty. If you are a Christian, go ahead and hop on the guest request. Appreciate you.
Oh, but do you think? Oh no, he's leaving.
What's up?
And I was gonna ask, like, do you think like most people, and I'm talking about like low-key layman's in this case, use like objective semantics when it comes to, like, meta-ethics or something? When they say something's wrong, they use like, yeah, okay.
Yeah. But like it's kind of, I see it the kind of the way that biologists use like teleological language when they talk about like biological systems, like the heart's, it's supposed to pump or something like that. They use language like that, but really they're just describing something. So I don't put too much stock on like the way people use their language, because like I agree, like people feel like it's, you know, it's just like for example, I actually physically can't conceive of a situation in which, you know, if a serial killer killed like, you know, 5 people or whatever, that the just thing to do in that situation would be to go to some random child and put them in prison for what he did. I just can't conceive how that's just. I don't. It's like, or even a good thing to do. It's just, like I can't conceive of it, right? Like it just seems like you're doing an obviously wrong thing there, like by punishing this child, random child, for what this person just did, right? That's just, I can't even conceive that that's a good thing to do, right?
Yeah, obviously we can.
And so it feels like it's objectively, like there's some objective fact and things like that. So my language is probably going to reflect that, but nonetheless, like I think when you do like conceptual analysis, you just find that it's based off of your. I think it's based off your preferences, or it's based off of like some ability to, I don't know, reason or something like that. But yeah, I don't.
Yeah, I agree. I do think like, I also think like most laymen actually think that morality is like somewhat subjective. I'm pretty sure there's like a statistic.
You think so?
When it comes to the
like philosophers or people,
like regular people.
Yeah, I mean, because when I say that, I mean philosophers are not people. No, I would like to see that study. Yeah.
Yeah, I'll find it for you. It was like a university that did that in their university grounds, and I'm just kind of using that specific study. I'm just looking at,
that's kind of because college kids are a lot more liberal and a lot more atheist than the general. I don't know. It probably I think muddying the waters a little bit.
Sure. That's why I'm trying to look at statistics from like the whole entire world.
Yeah.
Because most religions, I would say, necessary. The way they run it, right? It's the way like they run divine command theory. I do think like some religions like necessarily think like morality is subjective, right?
Yeah. Divine like command theory, I just take that to be a subjectivist theory.
Yeah, I know. Like I think the way Christianity is run, like the Orthodox Church especially.
Yeah.
I think that makes it subjective because they run it in a specific way.
Well, try Edge 94. Thank you for the follow on Twitch. I appreciate you. What's up?
No, I was going to say, like, I'm like tired of this. So I'm going back to bed. That's my only question I had for you.
No, you're good. Yeah, no doubt. I'm gonna call it a night anyway. Just 'cause I'm fucking tired. I'm hungry. So, all right, guys. Listen, I'm gonna be on Twitch and YouTube for the next couple of minutes. I'll play you guys off with some music. But I appreciate y'all for joining. Annie, Demi, Lloyd, y'all have a good one too. Yeah, thank you guys so much for getting us to 100K likes. Shout out to my new followers. I'm glad I hit 64K now. Hit that notification bell, all that good stuff. And I will see you guys on the next stream. Thank you guys so much for joining. I appreciate you.
Guys.
Good night.
Oh my god. All right. Yeah, I'm at 64K. Let's fucking go. Great stream once again. Yeah, thank you. Appreciate y'all. Thank you guys for being here. Twitch numbers are going up. That's good. A lot more people joining in. Looks like we blew past the sub goal again. I fucks with it. I fucks with it. Do we got a birthday in the chat? Over on YouTube? Is that what that means? Is somebody's birthday? Who we got? Happy birthday, Corbin. Oh, that's so funny. Look at this comment. It's like Lip Slayer, you sad sack of MAGA shit. It's so funny. I like to, but it doesn't show up in the Twitch, the TikTok, the YouTube chat. Sorry, that's funny. I think YouTube like censored it, but it still sent it through the fuck. It still sent it through the API that I got fixed up. Hell yeah. This thing is OP. This fucking I built. Fuck, I can't get this shit right. This shit's OP. I coded this shit myself. HTML, CSS, JavaScript. Let's fucking go. Right, that shit catches that API. All right. Anyway, I'm gonna leave you alone. Thank you guys so much for joining the stream. I appreciate you. Shout out to everybody who sent the super chats and new followers, new subscribers. Thank you guys so much, and I will see you guys on the next stream. Don't do anything I wouldn't do. Don't do anything I would do, and don't forget, you are a
much, but